Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
There we go. Guys, I've been like, I didn't know you could fuss with the settings on this business. Whoa. That looks super bright. Hold on. I'm like, this is a whole new world. I don't even know what ambient mode is. Like, what the heck? We can like do things with this. Like, what the heck? Y'all? Oh my gosh. Casual. Oh my gosh. Cursive. Weird. Oh my God. Wow. What was it? What was it? I think that's what it was. What was it? Yeah. Anyway, that's a whole thing that could be going on. Does this look normal to you guys? Now I don't even remember because I've been fussing with it. Anyway, welcome. Hopefully the portal worked. Love it. Happy reunited and it feels so good. Yeah, we don't have any Lori. We are having a Lori free moment. A Lori free moment. I'm glad you guys are excited. Yeah, this should be good. So we watched we look at CREIGHTON. CREIGHTON's lounge lizarding. I love CREIGHTON more than life itself. Dude. So we watched the very beginning of this cross. This is just, they start cross at the end of this day. And it's kind of like the financial stuff or whatever. So I backed it up a little bit from where we left off last time, but they really get into the nitty gritty on the next day, which we will watch because that's what we're doing. So we're going to pick up here and then we will go into this is day 21, I believe. And then we'll go into day 22.
What happened to him when?
How he lost his job? As sheriff?
Oh.
I believe that when he was charged, I don't know if he resigned or he was suspended.
I just feel like something's weird.
Do you remember if that was a few months prior to you becoming aware of an investigation into the investigation of this boat case, including you?
Do I know what now?
Andy Strickland was charged and lost his job. Was that a few months prior to you becoming aware of the investigation into this incident that's on the screen?
A few months prior? I don't really know this for a fact, but I believe, as I'm sitting here today, I believe that Andy was.
The number of times that he says as I'm sitting here today, I'm going to make a counter. I'm going to make a new counter. Does this look normal to you guys? He sees, I don't even know anymore. We're going to make a counter for this because he just says this a whole lot. All right.
Charged back in the fall. And like I said, we learned about when I've testified about when I understood there was an investigation into whether or not I was acting in a public manner or whatever it was y'all were investigating, public corruption or that. So if it was a couple of months, if it was a month or two when Andy Strickland got charged, then if you showed me that, I'd be surprised because I think he was charged before that.
All right. But this was a friend of yours, correct? The guy who you asked if you could put lights in your car in a private vehicle, correct?
Well, I mean, Andy, yeah, I considered Andy a friend. I considered TC a friend, and I considered Tom Carter a friend,
Sure.
All of whom I asked if I could put lights in the vehicle.
All right. And
so, yes, sir. I mean, I considered Andy a friend.
would you at least agree with me that in at least the fall of 2020, your friend Andy Strickland was indicted and lost his job for a financial and corruption investigation?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Response.
Your Honor, I think there's a link between his knowledge of that and what he's admitted that there was an investigation going on in the months prior to the murders.
Thanks for
In his face.
I mean, the question is something about Andy Strickland being indicted? I just don't see the relevance, Your Honor.
sustain the objection.
All right. We can at least agree that you were aware prior to the murders that there was this investigation, correct? The one on the screen. The one related to the boat, the investigation into the boat case.
Was I aware that y'all had started an investigation
boy.
into what I did in the hospital prior to the June the 7th?
Yes.
I believe that to be correct.
All right.
This is one of his things that he does. He just repeats. It's really funny. He just like repeats the same question to make it seem like it was his idea. It's like a control thing.
And if it wasn't before that, it was shortly after it.
Great.
You testified that you've had a pill addiction for
Oh,
approximately
my
20 years.
God.
correct?
I think that's,
Okay.
I think that's
Right.
about right.
Y'all are in for a treat here.
And so when did you start stealing money from clients?
Okay.
How long did it take
Yes.
before
Creighton.
you started
Yes.
doing that?
Yes.
I'm not sure when the first time I did that is.
You don't know?
No, sir,
You
not
Yeah,
need
yet.
to prepare this, dude. This is incredible. This is incredible. This is because this is really the thing, right? We've been talking about this. Like, when did he first start stealing money? Because whenever they first have it recorded, like whenever he first got caught, it's not when it first started. And he hasn't said that yet. But yet he's saying the only reason he was stealing is because of the pill addiction. So you see where he's this is a brilliant question, because he said on direct that he's been having this pill addiction for over 20 years or whatever. So if he wants to stick with that story, he's going to have to say he started stealing way earlier than what he's been charged with. Like, tack on another decade. You see his problem? He didn't think this through. Oh my God.
Gone back and thought about that?
Well, sure, I've thought about it, but to be able to sit here, I mean,
The way Creighton casually asked this question, dude.
Clients.
masterful.
How long did it take before you started doing that?
I'm not sure when the first time I did that is.
You don't know?
No, sir,
You
not
haven't
as
gone
we-
back and thought about that?
Oh my
Well,
God.
sure, I've thought about it, but to be able to sit here, I mean, you got to understand, I've been in rehab and I've been in jail, and
Nope.
I don't have access. You know, all my telephone calls were put
Why
on
does that matter?
the
Irrelevant.
media, so I haven't had a lot of phone access. I haven't had a lot of access. So as we sit here today,
Question was, when did you start stealing money?
I cannot tell you the exact time. I don't deny that I did it, but I can't tell you the exact time that I
Why does not having access to phone calls or whatever the fuck, dude?
first did it.
And you told this jury that's the cause of your financial problems?
Did I say that
Your
Drugs
opiate
was-
addiction was the cause of your financial problems?
it was certainly a cause? Yes,
A
sir.
cause, not the only cause though, correct?
No, I wouldn't think it was the only cause, but yeah, it was certainly a cause.
You recall testimony in this courtroom about how you had some land deals go bad around the time of the recession in 2008, 2009?
Sure.
And you recall testimony from your law partners in this courtroom that you had some big cases that they thought cured those issues, correct?
I heard them say that. Yes, sir.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with what they thought? No, I mean, I don't have any
No, you
reason
disagree if that was true.
No.
that they thought that my
No.
partners
Come
thought that I gotten past my financial difficulties. I have no reason to dispute that, Mr. Waters. I'm not
Was
trying to
that true?
frustrate
Was
you.
what they thought true?
That I was past my financial difficulties? Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
Was it true that I was past my financial difficulties? I mean, they were certainly better after that, but I mean, no, I don't think I was past them. No, sir.
All right. What was the first big case after the recession that you had?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you what the first big case was.
You remember
What date?
All right, well, let's go with The Pinckney case, do you remember when that was?
I remember generally speaking when it was, yes, sir.
What year was that? 2011? Would you dispute that?
2011, when it ended?
When you got recoveries in that case?
I mean, if you're looking at something that tells me that, I have no reason to dispute that. But I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's certainly in the time frame.
It's fine, Mr. Mark. We'll go through it.
Yes, Creighton.
Mr. Waters, like I said, I take you at that.
Creighton, he's like, you want to do it the hard way? Sure, let me grab the stack of all the dude.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Mr. Waters, like I said, I take you at that. I just don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
I don't have a reason to dispute that.
That's some killer lipstick you got there, Amethyst, by the way. Killer, I love that color. What was low-key hot? Slamming of the papers?
All right, I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as states 331. Let's go with, actually,
Look at the stupid peanuts.
332, 333, and 334.
Oh.
Do you recognize those documents?
Yeah. Creighton's a G.
Just generally, do you recognize them?
I do.
All right, and just generally, what are those? Those are disbursement sheets. Can I have them back, please?
Yes, sir. Just give me 1 sec.
Dude, it's only because Creighton said, can I have him back? Alex said, can you just give me 1 second, dude?
Take your time.
Just trying to see which ones.
Creighton is so patient with his bullshit. It's amazing. It's so good. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you, no other prosecutor on the planet could handle this defendant the way that Creighton did. I'm telling you. Creighton's a very different prosecutor. I mean, he's just not your average prosecutor at all. He's not type A at all. Dude, this cross is such a masterpiece. It could move me to tears. I know that's so nerdy.
I mean, there's some things about it that I'm curious about, but
Yeah, we'll
you
talk
ask
about
some
that.
questions.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah, in fact, as far as chess goes, when I covered this gavel to gavel the first time, for when we did Alex on the stand on cross, that was like 3 different live streams, probably like 10 hours each or something like that. Anyway, they were called the Great 4D Chess Match. And the thumbnail for those is like a chessboard is the background, and it's called the Great 4D Chess Match. So it totally, and it just only just gets more and more crazy.
All right.
Thanks, Meg.
Let's talk about, let's start with Natasha Thomas. Do you remember her?
I do.
How old was she when she became your client?
I'm not sure. She was young.
She was a teenager?
I'm not sure, but I know she was young.
She was underage, correct?
Yes, she was underage. I do believe that.
All right.
In fact, I know that.
And can you tell me what she was injured in this wreck in an automobile wreck, correct?
Yes,
And the company Michelin, that was one of the defendants for an alleged tire issue, is that correct?
that is correct.
All right. And do you remember how much Natasha Thomas got in that particular case? And I can show it to you on 334. Do you remember how much she got?
As a gross settlement, I believe it shows
Yeah.
$2 million.
$2 million. All right. And how much were your or PMPD's fees that would be attributed to you?
By the way, guys, when they go on to day 22 and they get into the drugs, I've got all my presentations pulled up. You guys are in for a treat. I'm so excited.
And that out of that $2 million.
$800,000.
$800,000.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. All right. And so that would be $800,000 in fees that would get attributed to you. That has nothing to do with the money that you subsequently stole from that teenager. Correct?
The $800,000 is different from money that I stole?
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. So you got $800,000 attributed to you with the firm, but that was not enough. You also stole money from that teenager. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. When you did that, did you sit down with her, much as you sat down with this jury, and explain to her what was going on while you were stealing her money?
Oh my God. Okay. Sadly, a lot of people misunderstood what was happening here. I heard so many people on the different places, like, you know, whatever, the court TVs and laws and crimes and whatever, right? Say, and other channels too, say, why is Creighton going through the financial crimes? Why? That is not what he's doing. The only reason it might feel a bit arduous is because this defendant is making it arduous on purpose. Remember, he used to be a lawyer. The point of this question, this line of questioning is brilliant. Creighton is asking him how easily he could look people in the eyes and lie to them. And he's going to bring it up in his closing arguments. It's brilliant.
That would be the normal process, but I certainly don't remember specifically doing that.
That would be the normal process, correct?
That would be. It may be a little different with a teenager, but certainly, I mean.
Now,
You would
the
say,
40 chess, Alex can see where he's going. That's why he's trying to weasel his way out. Dude, this is crazy. Let me point this. I just want everyone to see this. Look.
with the firm, but that was not enough. You also stole money from that teenager. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. When you did that, did you sit down with her, much as you sat down with this jury, and explain to her what was going on while you were stealing her money?
That would be the normal process, but I certainly don't remember specifically doing that.
That would be the normal process, correct?
That would be. It may be a little different with a teenager, but certainly, I mean.
You would sit down with them across the table and go through these documents, correct?
He can see where Alex is like, where are you going with this? This is why he's trying to weasel his way out. He hasn't gotten to the eye contact yet. Creighton is building his way up to it. He's starting with, you would have to tell them you were stealing from them. Then you'd have to sit down with the doc, and then he's rolling it up. Like, now you'd be across the table from them. And he's working his way to the eye-to-eye part. And Alex he's like, where are you going with this? That's why he's being weaselly.
If that would not be abnormal, yes, sir.
All right. And then you would explain to them what was going on and how they were getting everything they were entitled to, correct?
If I was the one doing it, yes, sir.
And you would look them in the eye while you did that, correct?
There it is.
It wouldn't be unusual for me to look them in the eye.
While you were doing some fast talking to a teenager, correct?
Wait for it. You guys. Fast talking, right? We know what he means.
I certainly was not telling her the truth. I don't know if I was talking fast or slow, but I wasn't telling the truth.
God.
All right. Well, you ultimately
This fucker knows exactly what he meant by that.
convinced her that there was nothing amiss here, right? While you were stealing her money, correct?
I don't know if I convinced her that nothing was amiss or I misled her, but I admit candidly in all of these cases, Mr. Waters, that I took money that was not mine and I shouldn't have done it. I hate the fact that I did it. I'm embarrassed by it. I'm embarrassed for my son. I'm embarrassed for my family. And I don't dispute that I did it. I
understand that. But
And
you
so-
understand that we have to ask about these things because we've heard about it in a very academic paperwork manner. But every single one of these, you had to sit down and look somebody in the eye and convince them.
Now
that you were
notice, look in the middle box there. Creighton is looking at the jury. It's brilliant. When he's saying, look at him, he's looking, that's where the jury is seated. And of course we can't see the jury. That's where they're seated. When he's saying, look them in the eye, he's looking them in the eye. Powerful.
It in a very academic paperwork manner. But every single one of these, you had to sit down and look somebody in the eye and convince them that you were on their side when you were not, correct? That's what you did in every single one of these.
I mean, every time.
Answer my question, yes or no, and then you can explain. I'll let you explain all day long.
Well, I mean, no, sir, that may or may not be true. And Mr. Waters, just to try to get through this quicker, I
I
admit
know you want to get through it quicker, but we're not. So answer the question,
Yeah.
please.
That's Creighton.
what I admit is that I misled them. I did wrong and that I stole their money. Now,
That gallery is packed. This is just, I don't know what to do with these CCs. They're just driving me crazy. I'll put them down here. This is a masterpiece. And I love, dude, theater. You've got Jim eating his pen. At what point is he going to eat the entire thing? You've got Poot, Poot is not face. He just poots around. You've got Creighton Creighton is like how I would be. He cannot stay still. He's either walking around, and if he's the stillest he ever is when he's lounge lizarding it up on the podium, which I love. And you've got the gallery is packed, and their reaction to this entire thing is so. I'm gonna back it up a bit. Okay.
Yes or no, and then you can explain. I'll let you.
This is great.
I mean, every time.
Answer my question, yes or no, and then you can explain. I'll let you explain all day long.
Well, I mean, no, sir, that may or may not be true. And Mr. Waters, just to try to get through this quicker.
The way he says okay and takes off his glasses, and it's such a challenge for law and crime, right? Because they have this one little box here, and he keeps walking away. I love it. Poot, as in Dick Harpootlian, Alex's attorney, but everybody calls him Poot.
Well, I mean, no, sir, that may or may not be true. And Mr. Waters, just to try to get through this quicker.
No.
I admit.
I know you want to get through it quicker, but we're not. So answer the question, please.
What I admit is that I misled them, I did wrong, and that I stole their money. Now, this is something. What's the date on that one?
I'll bring it back to you.
Well, you can tell me. I trust you to tell me accurately.
Well, yeah, it's kind of funny. It doesn't have the date on it, but I'll let you take a look at it.
All right, I'm just looking at the date of the check. So that's December 20th. So that goes 2011. So that gives us a ballpark. So that's 12 years ago. For me to sit here and tell you specifically that I remember sitting down and talking with Natasha Thomas, I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you, and I can tell you that I didn't do right by Natasha Thomas. I took money from Natasha Thomas that didn't belong to me, and I was wrong for doing that.
Okay.
And I admit that.
Oh, definitely.
I know, Mr. Murdaugh, but you would like for it just to be as simple as that, just to say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I stole money,
Surely would.
and have that be the end of it. But in every single one of these cases,
To the comment, Your Honor.
you specified that you would like to just get that and make this quick, correct? Isn't that what you said? Isn't that what you implied?
No, sir, Mr. Waters. You have charged me with murdering my wife and my son, and I've sat here for all these weeks listening to all this financial stuff that I did wrong, that I'm embarrassed by. I'm happy to talk to you about as much of that as you want to talk about. I'm required to talk about it as much as you want to talk about it. But the fact is I cannot specifically remember sitting down, the details that you're asking me for. I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is that in all these financial situations, I stole money that was not my money. I misled people that I shouldn't have misled, and I did wrong.
With the papers. I have to just say something, you guys. I've watched this so many times, and it blows my mind, and it gets better every time. I am watching this blown away as if and I don't know if it's just because between each viewing or each watching of it, I've watched more trials. Like since we last covered this case, I've covered a lot more cases. I've watched a lot more trials. I've learned a lot more, and it only just makes me appreciate this more. Because there's nothing like this. There's just nothing like this. This is so different than everything. Like the entire trial is like that. But Alex's time on the stand is just a whole thing. And this is like everybody in this gallery is just like on the edge of their seats except for Pooh, who's like, let's get it and keel over. But the way CREIGHTON just at certain times just is like so dismissive of what Alex is saying, and he shuffles the papers is incredible. I can't tell you, but what I can tell you is that in all these financial situations, I stole money that was not my money. I misled people that I shouldn't have misled, and I did wrong. Look at CREIGHTON.
I can tell you that.
So dismissive.
And I may be able to tell you specifically in some instances what I did or didn't do.
All right. Well, good. Well, we'll do that. But the point that I'm asking you is, it's not just as simple as some paperwork. You had to sit down and deal with these people and convince them that you were telling them the truth in order to steal this money, correct?
That may not be true, because in some situations, I may not have had to do that. They may have just trusted me to do it.
Okay.
So that's my point is I misled them. There's no question about that. But did I sit down in each particular instance and like you're breaking it down step by step? I can't say that.
All right.
I can say I did wrong. I stole money that wasn't mine and I shouldn't have done it.
All right.
And it was terrible what I did.
All right, well, let's look at stage 330. This is Arthur Badger in the UPS case, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You remember what the total recovery was in that particular case? There were multiple plaintiffs. Let me ask you that first. There were multiple plaintiffs in that case, correct?
That's correct.
And do you remember what the total recovery was in that case?
Not exactly, but I mean, I know generally.
All right. Was it $12 million? Would you disagree with that?
Is it $12 million? I mean, if you tell me it was $12 million, then I believe you, but I thought it was a little bit more than that.
All right. And if ultimately, if you have multiple plaintiffs, how do you decide as the plaintiff's lawyer, or how does it work out that amounts of that total recovery get allocated to individual plaintiffs?
I mean, different cases are different ways.
Is it true that often the defense attorneys, the civil defense attorneys, will ask the plaintiff's attorneys how you want that allocated?
He's getting weebly again.
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. Is that what happened in this case? In the Badger case?
I can't remember exactly how we came to that.
Who was the deep pocket in the Badger case? Do you remember? The defendant that had the money that you ultimately recovered from, the vast majority. Do you remember?
Well,
Oh, God.
it was UPS, and I believe it was, I can't remember if it was corporate or if there was insurance, but it was certainly UPS was the major defendant.
Okay.
But I believe Arthur Badger was the defendant. I can't remember. I know UPS was.
Did you sit down with him and explain this paperwork that you were using to steal his money?
Oh, I love Better Call Saul.
I believe I did sit down with Arthur Badger.
And managed to convince him that nothing was amiss while at the same time stealing money?
I believe I did.
And did you allocate millions of dollars to Arthur Badger personally while only telling him that his recovery was going to be around $300,000?
I believe that I did. Yes, sir.
And on this exhibit, 330 sat down and looked him in the eye with all this stuff on here and fast talked him past these figures so that he believed you and left thinking that you had done him right.
I would have, I
Did
believe that I sat down with Arthur Badger, and I know that I misled Arthur Badger.
Notice the thing he will not concede to is looking people in the eye because and I'll tell you why. Creighton, because I mean, maybe if Creighton had waited a little bit to do the whole thing where he looked to the jury, and then now Alex knows where he's going, right? Anyway, but he will not concede that fact. I mean, maybe Creighton wanted the jury to see that he won't concede that one thing. That he'll concede everything else, but he won't concede that he looked people in the eye. Yes.
Sure. And I'm sure at some point during that conversation that I looked him in the eye.
Going back to stage 333, you remember Hakeem Pinckney? Do you remember him?
I do.
What happened to him?
He was injured in the same wreck that Natasha Thomas was injured in.
Was he badly injured?
He was.
How badly injured was he?
Yes, I mean, he was terribly injured. He became I can't remember what level, but he was a quadriplegic.
Do you remember what the total recovery amount was for him?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
The other thing I have to say is that Creighton's pacing is this is on normal speed. I normally cannot even tolerate trials or hearings at normal speed, only in certain situations. But I just wanted to point that out because when you get used to watching things at 1.25 or 1.5, or sometimes if I'm, depending on what it is, not when I'm streaming it, but if I'm just like catching up for myself, sometimes it's even 2 times speed. Like you get used to that. And then if you watch something at normal speed, it feels like you've gone in slow motion. And it's like becomes difficult to even do. I just wanted to point out this is at normal speed and it feels exactly right. And it's because Creighton's pacing is so good.
All right. Well, let me show you stage 333. and see what the total, if you recall, what the total recovery was in that case.
It looks like it was $10,245,000.
And that was for Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
And how much of that was the attorney's fees that would have gone to PMPED that would have been attributable to you?
$4,098,000.
$4 million in legal fees that you would have gotten from this settlement. Is that correct?
$4,098,000. Yes, sir.
And in the end, that wasn't enough for you, correct? Was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me in that case?
Yeah.
I mean,
Was over $4 million in legal fees that you received that would have been attributable to you through the law firm at the end of the year, whatever it worked out to be, but you would have been credited with over $4 million in fees for that. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me?
Mm-hmm. Or did you take more?
Oh, no,
from,
I took monies from Hakeem Pinckney that did not belong to me, that I should not have taken.
been rendered a paraplegic?
No, sir, he was a quadriplegic,
Quadriplegic.
unfortunately.
Thank you for correcting.
Yes, sir.
You ultimately take money from his mother, Pamela, as well.
I believe that I did.
You remember how much money you took from a king?
No, sir, not off the top of my head. I do not.
If I told you it was over $370,000, would you agree with that?
If that's what the records show, I don't dispute that.
Do you remember how much you took from the teenager Natasha Thomas in addition to your legal fees?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If I told you it was over $350,000, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Do you remember how much you took from Arthur Badger?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
It was over $1.3 million. Would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Around the time that this was going on, did you have some land deals that were going bad? That had gone bad?
Which
2008, 2009, 2010, 2011?
I think those had happened a little bit before that, but I had some land deals that had certainly had problems.
And that had something to do with the money you were taking as well, did it not?
I think the whole picture had things to do with me doing stuff I shouldn't have done. I mean, I would agree that, that certainly would have played some role in it.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
A wealthy lifestyle?
Mm-hmm.
Probably. We were living whatever lifestyle, probably.
Would you characterize your lifestyle as wealthy?
That's not how I would characterize it, but
You wouldn't
I'm not
characterize
gonna-
it as wealthy.
I'm not going to take issue with it.
Okay. Around this time, were you making more than $1 million a year?
Around what time?
2011.
Yes.
2012.
Yes.
And you were still stealing money as well, correct?
Yes.
Can we at least agree that that's a lot of money?
Over $1
Never
million.
mind, it's fine. Okay.
I think there's no question that's a lot of money.
Okay, good. We can agree on that. That's a lot of money, correct? I feel like we're struggling here. Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
Objection to the statement, Your Honor.
Were you, living a wealthy lifestyle?
I just don't know what you mean by wealthy. You
Is
know,
this a hard question, Mr. Murdaugh?
well, it's hard for me to know exactly what you want, you know, and it depends. I was spending money that wasn't mine, that I shouldn't have. I think that, you know, we lived a lifestyle. I don't have an issue if you want to call it wealthy.
All right. Would you concede with me that not all of this money was going to pills at this point in time?
No,
All this stolen money?
no, I doubt that it was.
Okay. And it was being used to support your wealthy lifestyle?
Well, I haven't looked at all these documents to know exactly what was being spent where, but here's what I do know. I know that I was making a bunch of money, and I should have had more money than I did. And I know that I was spending a bunch of money on pills. And
Here's the
I
thing.
know
This is really the mystery that persists here is where did all the money go? He wasn't spending the money. Like there really wasn't a wealthy lifestyle. Honestly, I mean, for a family like this, the two properties isn't that lavish, but also remember they bought Moselle for $5. Okay. So they really were just and I think they had already finished paying off the mortgage on Edisto. Like, but here's the thing. So
Your wealthy lifestyle?
well,
see, the point is I don't think he lived a wealthy lifestyle, but Alex is going to either have to concede that he lived a wealthy lifestyle or that he didn't because he spent all the money on drugs.
I haven't looked at all these documents to know exactly what was being spent where, but here's what I do know. I know
He doesn't know where, like that. Dude, the question is, where did the money go? And he's like, I haven't looked at these documents to see what's being spent where. This is so crazy. Yeah, I'm with you, Tonka. He hit it. I also think he hit it. I agree. Tonka, you and I are on the same page with that. For sure. For sure. He hit it. Yep. He hit it. He hit it. It is like literally the only answer. And really there's a distinct, it's the only answer.
I know that I was making a bunch of money, and I should have had more money than I did. And I know that I was spending a bunch of money on pills.
Yeah.
And
Not
I
lying.
know that,
Dude.
you know, I don't remember in 2011 if those land, I just can't remember those land deals. But, you know, if I spent money on other things, I don't dispute that either. I just haven't looked at the records.
Okay.
Wow.
But you would at least concede that the money you were stealing was going to support your ever-expanding wealthy lifestyle. Would you concede that?
Did all of the money I stole,
Any of it, Mr. Murdaugh?
any of it? Yeah, I would certainly agree that there was money that didn't go to buy just pills.
All right. And you would concede that even though you were generating millions of dollars in fees, that was not enough for you. Would you concede that?
If by concede that, you mean was I also stealing money that I shouldn't have? Yes, sir, I agree with that. I've said that repeatedly.
Who were the Plowlers?
They were two young girls from Columbia.
They were underage when they became your clients?
Yes, sir.
Did they suffer a loss in their family as a result of an accident?
They did.
What loss did they suffer? Who died?
Their mother did.
And did you get a sizable recovery in the case, in that particular case related to that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how much that recovery was?
I don't.
Got any idea?
I know it was a significant settlement, and I know it was a very good settlement, but
Millions of dollars?
oh yeah, it was millions of dollars. But whether it was, you know, 2 million, I know it was significant. I don't know if it was 8 figures, but I know it was a significant settlement.
All right. And was there a conservatorship for them because they were underage?
there was a conservatorship
Why can't you just say yes? They're
for
answering yes.
them, but I don't think the fact that they were underage is why there was a conservatorship.
You don't think it was because, at least in part, they were underage when the
that's
settlement
fine.
was received?
No, that's not what I remember. But for purposes of your thing, Mr. Waters, I agree there was a conservator appointed.
Well, what is your memory of why the conservator was appointed?
My memory is that the father in this case, who was the beneficiary or a big beneficiary in this, and who was the PR of the mother's case, was an undesirable witness. And there was testimony that he had hit his wife. And it was clear, we felt like we didn't want him to be the face of the lawsuit. So we appointed a conservator
Who was that?
for that purpose, is
Who was-
why I believe we appointed a conservator.
Okay. And who was that?
That was Russell Lafitte.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
good old Russell the jail boy.
And after that, did you get Russell Lafitte to start?
Look at his
Learn-
demeanor changes, dude. Russell Lafitte, his demeanor changes. Alex does. Like he does the microphone thing and then his little face.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And after that, did you get Russell Lafitte to start loaning you money from the Plower Girls account that he was conservator for?
He loaned me money from the Plyler account. I don't know if I got him to do that.
Oh, you didn't talk to him about it? Y'all didn't talk about that at all?
No, we did talk about it. I mean,
There's emails to that effect. Are you disputing that to this jury?
Mr. Waters, I'm not disputing. I'm just telling you that Russell Lafitte gave me a loan from the Plylers. Your question was, did I get him to do that? And I don't necessarily believe that to be accurate.
Well, who came up with the idea?
I don't know that it was come up with an idea. There was, I think that Russell felt like that it was a sound investment for those girls to charge me a higher interest rate when they weren't getting but so much interest somewhere else. So
What was that interest rate that y'all thought was such a good idea for these girls? Do you recall what it was?
This is crazy. The way he's trying to justify this whole scheme of involving Russell Lafitte so they could steal from these two girls is that, oh, Russell was going to like get them a better interest rate. Like, oh, it's going to be better for them. You've got to be fucking kidding. You got to be kidding. And the thing is that the reason this is especially disgusting is because he keeps sitting here saying, look, I'm owning up to the financial crimes. I say I did it, but like, is he really though? Like, he's not being honest about any of this. Like, yes, I get it. He's saying, yes, I stole the money in totality, but that's things when asked about the specifics, he's still fucking denying all of it. It's crazy.
I can't remember.
The reality is that you needed the money, and this was a convenient source to keep your massive cash flow going as early as 2011, 2012. Isn't that correct?
Well, this was a loan. Yes, sir. But exactly why it came from them versus the bank, I can't tell you the details without looking at all that. I can't tell you that off the top of my head.
And despite all you were earning, you would even send Russell emails saying, hey, transfer over $75,000 from the Plower account into my account, correct? You remember emails to that effect that you would have to him?
Do I remember an email to that effect? No, I don't remember that. But
Dispute that there were emails to that effect?
not if you say there were, Mr. Waters. I don't dispute that. I don't dispute any of this, that I took money that didn't belong to me, that I misled people.
I know that you want the answer to be that simple. That's not what I'm at. We agree on that. We agreed on that.
Well, no, sir. I don't necessarily want the answer to be simple. I just want everybody to understand I do not dispute that I stole money that was not my money, that I misled people to do that I misled people that trusted me to do that, and that what I did was terrible. I don't dispute that. It's just the way you're asking these questions, and, there's some things in there that I do take issue with.
Okay. Which part of what I just asked you about the pliers do you take issue with? You take issue that y'all didn't conspire to do that, you and Russell? You
Yes.
take issue with that? Take issue with that? Okay.
I can tell you that Russell Lafitte never conspired with me to do anything. Whatever was done by me.
Okay. So you told the Plowler girls that you were borrowing money from their account?
No, I don't know. I don't know that I told
Tell
them that.
Russell to tell them?
I don't recall. I don't believe so, but I can't sit here and tell you what I told him however many years ago.
Did you tell Russell he could borrow money from that account too?
I don't remember having any discussion with him about him borrowing money.
Was the supposed interest rate you were paying far lower than anything you could have gotten anywhere else?
I don't even know what
You don't
interest
even
rate
know?
I was paying.
Okay. One thing's clear, you never told this to the Plowler girls, did you?
I would have thought the interest rate that I was paying was a little bit more than what a bank loan would have been, but I don't know that. I don't know that to be, I don't know what the interest rate was, so I don't know that for sure.
When you stole the Badger money, how much did you steal from Arthur Badger that we talked about before, the UPS guy?
I don't remember the exact amount.
Over $1.3 million, would you dispute that?
I don't dispute that.
And that was in addition to the $1.2 million in attorney's fees for his case alone that would have been attributed to you through the firm?
What I stole from Arthur Badger
Let me ask you this.
inappropriately was in addition to any fees that I legitimately earned. I shouldn't have stolen the money from Arthur Badger. I misled him, and I was wrong.
Did you speak with Russell Lafitte once you stole this money from Arthur Badger about structuring that $1.3 million that you stole in a manner so it appeared to be payments to the Plyler account? You understand the question?
No, sir. Say that again.
Did you have any conversations with Russell Lafitte about structuring this $1.3 million into multiple payments and then applying it to the Plyler account?
I've heard the testimony and I've seen some of
I'm
those
asking
records.
if you did. Did you have any conversations with Russell about that?
I had to.
Okay.
I had to have.
All right. You even asked him to recut the check, correct? To have Jeannie recut the check.
I've seen, I believe an email or a text to that effect.
So you don't dispute that?
No, I don't dispute that. What I dispute is if you're insinuating in any way, this was stuff that I did.
Okay.
I mean, this stuff that I did these things wrong. Russell Lafitte didn't do anything.
I'm not here to
And-
talk
and
about
what-
that. I'm just talking about what went on.
And I know, but you keep talking about what I did with Russell Lafitte. And what I want to let you know is that I did this.
I know.
And I'm the one that took people's money that I shouldn't have taken, and that Russell Lafitte was not involved in helping me do that.
I'm just asking you a simple
Knowingly.
question.
If he did it without knowing it.
All right. So you send him an email and then ask him to recut the check and have the check made out to various amounts short of that, and then applied those over time to give the illusion of payments to the Plyler account. Is that correct?
Mr.
Is
Waters,
that correct?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this.
Okay,
I
you don't
don't
know.
dispute what's in those emails as far as, or text as far as what I told Russell and as far as what I did to again, take money that didn't belong to me, that wasn't mine, and that I was wrong for taking. It's just the specifics of that you want me to give you details on, and I can't do that. I do not dispute what's in those texts or emails.
And did you steal that Badger money because you had to pay back the Plyler girls' money before they turned 18 and reached the age of majority? And Russell would then have to be held to account for that money that he had loaned to himself and to you.
First off, I don't know anything about any money that Russell loaned to himself. I only know about what he loaned to me. And I don't believe that me stealing Arthur Badger's money and taken that money that did not belong to me, that I wrongly took, had anything to do. I don't remember it having a relationship with having to pay back a loan or there being some time pressure to pay back a loan that he gave me on the Plyler conservatorship.
You don't remember that?
No, and I'm not saying that that didn't happen. I'm saying that I don't remember. That's not the way I remember it, and I don't remember it.
Did you ultimately borrow $1 million roughly from the Plyler girls without their knowledge? Does that sound right? About $1 million in total?
If you tell me that's the number, I mean, that surprises me, but I don't dispute what's in the records, but I didn't believe I had a loan for, are you saying $1 million? I didn't believe that I had a loan. Mr. Waters, if that's what the records say, I don't dispute it, but that's not what I thought. I didn't think I had a $1 million loan from them. But if that's what the records say, I don't dispute that. But I can tell you this, if I had $1 million loan from them, I don't remember that. And I may be confusing it with what a loan from the bank.
See, Rick just lets him keep talking, which is great.
But again, if that's what's in the records, I don't dispute it.
All right. So you have no memory whatsoever. And so for all you know, it's just a coincidence that the Plowers were about to turn 18 when you stole this Badger money and you applied a significant amount of it to pay that off before they turned 18. You don't have any memory of that.
No, I can tell you that was never an issue or motivation for me. Again, taking Arthur Badger's money that I shouldn't have taken, that didn't belong to me, and that I was wrong for. I don't remember a loan from the Plyler conservatorship as being motivation for that.
So for all you can remember, it's just a coincidence.
Why I stole Arthur Badger's money, just being a
No,
coincidence?
why you applied it to the Plyler loans right before they turned 18.
No, I'm not saying is a coincidence or not a coincidence. What I'm saying is I don't remember that.
Okay.
And so I don't remember that being a motivation. If it was, I didn't know I had $1 million loan from the Plyler conservatorship, at least as I sit here today. But, you know, I would have known I had a loan from somewhere. And if I took Arthur Badger's money and applied it to that, I mean, again, I stole money that didn't belong to me. I misled Arthur Badger to take that money, and I was wrong.
How many times have you practiced that answer before your testimony today? Because you
I've
keep
never-
giving the same one over and over again.
I've never practiced that answer, but you keep asking me these questions, and I keep using that answer.
Let me show you what's been entered into evidence as states 321. You recognize
Please, and I
generally that
can
document.
answer.
I do.
And what is that?
This is the disbursement sheet on the Dion Martin case.
What happened to Deion Martin?
He got in a wreck.
Do you know his family
When he got in the wreck,
prior to him getting in the wreck?
I knew who his family was prior to getting in the wreck, but after he got in this wreck, I became very close with his family.
Came very close with his family. And Deion suffered some pretty severe injuries, correct?
Dion was hurt bad. Yes.
Including an injury to his head.
You know, I heard you say that the other day. I don't specifically remember Dion having a head injury. I believe Dion had more orthopedic injuries, but he may have had some injury to his head.
You met with him on a number of occasions?
Yes, I met with him on a number of occasions.
Met with his parents on a number of occasions?
About Dion?
About the case, while the case was going on.
I don't know if I met with his
He
parents
will
about
not say yes
Dion's
to anyone.
case, but I know I met with Dion, and I may have met with his parents if they say that. I mean, his
You
dad's one of
became-
the most honorable fellows that I know. If he says I met with him, I certainly believe that.
You said you became close with them, correct? Close
Became-
with the parents?
I consider Dion's, yes, I think the world of his dad and his mom and Dion.
What was the recovery that was obtained in Dion's case? I'll show it to you.
Let's see, it looks like recovery, $2 million. Actually, this is, let's see, I know it was $2 million, but I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe that I said it was $2 million. I can't remember exactly what the recovery is, but I know it was less than $2 million, and I know that I misstated it as $2 million.
So you falsified the paperwork, correct?
It appears that I put inaccurate information on the paperwork. Yes, sir.
You put inaccurate information. You falsified it, right?
If you like that word, yes, sir.
All right. And that's that right there where you put that $500,000 on there, correct? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I have the Almeda, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Waters, what was the question?
Let's get the Almeda out and I'll show you. Right there, that's the $500,000 that you falsified this document with, is that correct? Where it says structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn?
Yeah, that looks like one place that yes.
Why did you do that?
Why did I?
Yeah, why did you put
Why
that
did I-
500,000? What was your purpose in doing that?
It appears that I was stealing his money, $500,000.
Were you not inflating your fees with that one?
I mean,
You don't remember?
I know that I inflated the fees like I just talked about, but I believe go back to that top of that thing, I believe what I must have done with the structured annuity is I had that $500,000 check, and I must have had that made to, I must have had that made to forge, as you've heard,
Fake forge.
to steal that money from Dion Martin
All right, down at the bottom,
that I shouldn't have.
is that your signature down there?
It is.
Is that Dion Martin's signature on the other side?
It,
You dispute that?
no, I don't dispute that.
That's Creighton using
So
his
you
own.
would have sat down with Dion Martin, and gone over this document with him and convinced him that there was nothing amiss here?
You know, again, I don't know if I went over the document with him or not, but I certainly misled Dion Martin. I certainly lied to Dion Martin. I certainly took money from Dion Martin that did not belong to me, and I shouldn't have done it.
You don't specifically remember talking to Dion. There was nothing in you that causes you to remember talking with Dion, sitting there with this document in front of him, as you looked him in the eye, knowing that you were lying to him the whole time. You don't even remember that? Nothing in you that causes you to remember that?
To specifically remember, I'm not sure that I did sit down with Dion Martin, but I certainly, Mr. Waters, I misled Dion Martin. I lied to Dion Martin. I took Dion Martin's money when I shouldn't have.
Well, let me ask you this. Of all the people on here, all these exhibits, do you have any independent recollection of a time where you sat down and looked that person in the eye and you were lying to them and convincing them that everything was okay while you stole their money? Do you remember it, even one of them?
I'm sure I do.
Okay, well, tell us about one.
I mean, you have to show me, you have to give me.
I'm asking you if you remember one time where you're sitting there in your heart, looking somebody in the eye, knowing you're stealing from them, and you remember it.
I remember stealing from people. I remember lying to people, and I remember misleading people. For me to tell you that I sat down with each one of these people,
I'm asking you to tell me about just one conversation, one time where you recall looking somebody in the eye and convincing them with your lies that nothing was amiss. One conversation.
there were plenty of conversations where I looked people in the eye and I lied to them. There were plenty of times where I took money that I shouldn't have taken. There were plenty of times where I stole money. For me to sit and tell you a specific time that I sat down with a specific document and what exactly was said, if you ask me questions, but I can't remember sitting down with Dion on a.
They certainly remember it, don't they, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if they do or not, but I would assume so.
But you can't tell us one time where it just sticks out in your memory where you're like, I'm pulling a fast one right now.
Oh, no.
Or anything, whatever reaction you had. You
Oh,
can't
no.
remember a single one?
No, sir, that's not correct. I can remember a lot of times where I lied to my clients, I misled my clients, and I stole money from my clients in conversations. But for me to sit and tell you that I had a conversation about this particular document, I don't dispute it.
I know you don't dispute it, Mr. Murdaugh. You've said that 100 times, haven't you? But you can't recall for this jury one of these people looking them in the eye while you lied to them. You can't recall a single one. I've asked you this 3 times now.
Oh, I promise
Ask
you.
and answer.
Your Honor, asked and answered 3 times.
Well, here. Here you go, Mr. Waters.
That's funny.
Hey, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if your point's made or not, but here's
You don't know that either, do you?
here's what I will say again. I remember lying to clients of mine. I did it on more than one occasion. I took their money when I shouldn't have taken it. I'm sure that I looked them in the eye. I'm sure that I misled them. But I can't tell you exactly when those occurred 12 years ago, is the only point. I don't dispute that they occurred. I don't dispute that everything about what I did was wrong. But I can't sit and tell you the specific details that you're wanting me to give you.
We could just write that answer down on a sheet of paper and you could hold it up each time you want to say that, couldn't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
Objection is overruled.
If that's what you want to do, Mr. Waters, but I'm trying to answer your question.
These were real people you were dealing with, right?
Absolutely. They were,
I
you know
know
what?
you want to give that answer, but these were real people, aren't they?
Nah, they're very real people. And you know, one of the saddest parts of this whole thing is, you know, they're people that I still care about, and I did them this way. You know, that's what I was meaning in that text that you made the issue about to Annette Griswold. And it was a lot talking about my partners, but it was a lot talking about these people. I mean, I know the people that I did wrong and that I hurt, and that I stole from. I mean, they're people that I think a lot of. And
They didn't know.
hang on. I want to say one more thing. And there's no question that the actions that I did, the things that I did wrong, hurt a lot of the people that I care about the most. And I did a lot of damage. And I wreaked a lot of havoc. That
A lot of
I'm,
damage and wreaked a lot of havoc. I hear you.
there's no question about
Yeah,
it.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 315. See if you recognize that.
I do.
Which case is this?
This is Elise Mallory.
And what happened in this case?
I stole her money.
What happened though, with the underlying case? Can you tell the jury that? Do you remember that?
I believe it was Miss Taylor, Miss Mallory's. I believe it was her daughter. It might have been her granddaughter, but I believe it was her daughter. Was in a wreck
Did she die?
and she got killed.
And Miss Mallory came to you for help?
She did.
You remember that one
I
at
do.
all?
I remember.
Okay, we remember one now.
Oh no, Mr. Waters, I remember all of these people.
Okay.
It's not that I don't remember them. You're just asking me details about conversations.
Okay, great.
I can promise you, I remember all of these people that I did wrong.
All right. And you stole all of the money, didn't you? In this case?
I stole all of the money, most of the money that I've been accused of stealing, I stole.
No, I mean, you stole every single dime of the recovery. She didn't get one dime. Isn't that right?
I have to look at the records, but if
You
that's
credited yourself with legal fees and then you stole all the rest of the money, correct?
I don't dispute that. If-
All right.
if you
Tell
don't
me
dispute
about, first of all, tell me about Miss Mallory. So she lost her daughter, correct? Is that correct?
it. That is correct.
And she came to you
It
for
was a
help, is
daughter,
that
a
correct?
granddaughter, but
All right.
one.
All right. And she came to you for help, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with you on that.
Very, very sweet lady, correct?
Very sweet lady.
All right. Tell me about your conversation when you looked her in the eye and lied to her while you were stealing every dime of the money.
This is a perfect example, Mr. Waters. I stole her money. I did her wrong, but I don't even believe that Elise Mallory was there when I stole that money. If you look at that disbursement sheet, I don't even believe I ever showed that to her.
Okay. You don't remember having any conversations with her when you lied with her about this case while you were stealing all her money?
I don't think I did in this case. I don't think I had any meetings with her. I think I stole her money, and I don't believe that I had a meeting with her.
So again, you can't tell us one conversation you had with any of these people when you looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right, that you were telling the truth.
That's not true, Mr. Waters. I remember a lot of those conversations. I remember a lot of them.
Okay. All right. You just testified you remember a lot of them. I've been asking you now for the past 10 minutes to tell me about one of them where it's stuck in your heart,
There are a lot of
stuck in your brain.
There are a lot of conversations I had where I misled my clients and I stole their money, where they trusted me. And I remember them.
Okay. So
But you keep-
can you tell me one? Tell me how it went down, what you said, how you convinced them, how you looked them in the eye, how you made them believe, how you used your skills as a trial lawyer to convince them. Can you just tell me about one of those? What was going through your head when you did it?
Your Honor, objection under Rule 403. We've been going over and over and over this.
Objection is overruled.
All right. What's your question, Mr. Waters?
Can you tell me about one of the conversations you had with all of these people? Just one.
I can
where
tell you, that was a number of times.
Okay.
But you're asking me,
Just one specific one, Mr. Murdaugh?
every single one of these clients, I would have had conversations with at some
It's
point.
fine, it's
But
fine.
this particular, like Mr. Waters, that disbursement sheet, there was never a sit down with Miss Mallory about the dispersing the money.
You don't recall talking to her about the status of her case and telling her lies and convincing her that you were on her side. You don't remember that.
No, I definitely remember that, but that's not what you
Tell me
asked
about
me. I had numerous conversations with Miss Mallory, about this case. But the fact is you were asking me about me sitting down with this disbursement sheet, looking her in the eye and convincing her. And I'm telling you that didn't happen in this case. Now, I had a lot of conversations with her where I misled her, Mr. Waters, where I lied to her
Tell me about one.
about
Tell me how it went down.
where
Just a moment. We're going to recess for the day. And
Here we go.
resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Everyone remain seated while the jury leaves.
Now they might put something on the record.
Say, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, we have two experts we brought in, basically one of them last night and another one came in today from out of state. They're not complicated. One's a pathologist. His testimony perhaps take 30, 45 minutes on the rest. I don't believe there's going to be much cross. The other one is a crime scene analyst who's testifying not about the whole crime scene, but specifically based on the pathologist's testimony about what happened in the fever. Total, they should not take more than 2.5 hours. I wonder, since it's apparently going to go on for a while, if we might put them up tomorrow, either first thing in the morning or the morning break. That's what Mr. Waterfall would do to get them out of here. Because I believe this cross is probably going to go into Monday anyway at the rate we're going. Just an accommodation. They're not controversial. They're not going to opine on who killed who, when, and how. Just the mechanics of what happened.
What says the state?
Your Honor, and I think the defense would have to concede. I've been very as accommodating as I can throughout this, but I do not want to interrupt my cross. They took a very long time today.
That's exactly why Putin
And
asked
the
that.
state's entitled to the same consideration without interruption.
Can you project how many more hours you have?
Well, I'm actually didn't think it would take this long to get this far, but I think I've got some more financial to move through, and then we'll get to the other evidence. So
4 hours, 6
I'm
hours.
so bad at that, Your Honor. 3, 4, something like that. And if that's out at the outside.
So perhaps tomorrow afternoon we could
Your Honor,
get to 1 or 2.
again, we could probably do this fairly quickly if Your Honor just leave that door open. I'm going to keep them here. But if I have to keep them here over the weekend, the financial impact of that is huge.
I understand the dilemma, but I'm not going to require the state to break up the cross-examination of this witness.
Well, and again, you know, as I sit here and listen to this, I could have sworn this was a murder case. For 2 hours now, we haven't heard the word murder once. And not criticizing the strategy, obviously denigrating his character is what this is about, but really not relevant to the issue of whether he killed him.
Credibility is an issue and as relates to all witnesses in every case. The world adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Wow, Poot. Judge Newman is so patient with his Poot antics. So let me just pull up the next day. There's Alex mingling and chatting it up with people, you know. And now look how tall he is compared to everybody else. Look at him. I mean, it's crazy. Like he owns the place, right? I mean, he used to, pretty much. Times have changed, though. Oh, the times they are changing. Look at them talking. Look at that. Wow. They don't even have one of those shock things on them or anything. Okay, so let's pull this up. Okie dokie.
Rise. Court is now in session. Judge Newman presiding. Please be seated.
Good morning.
Why is it gray again?
Let's bring the jury.
Bring the jury.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Day number 24.
Let's go.
Cross-examination. You may proceed.
Word.
Please, court.
Morning, Mr. Murdaugh.
Good morning, Mr. Waters.
All right, let's see if we can move forward with this a little bit. See if we can go back to some things we may be able to agree on.
All right, sir.
All right. First thing is that the money you were stealing, in addition to your income and the money you were borrowing, was not just to pay for drugs. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
All right. And would you agree that your stealing, in addition to the money you were borrowing, increased over the years as we moved towards June of 2021?
Repeat that, please, sir.
Sure. Would you agree that your stealing increased over the years as we move towards June of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. And would you admit that your stealing increased in particular after the boat wreck?
No, sir. I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I think I continued to do it, but I don't. As I sit here today, I don't think I took more money that I should not have taken after the boat wreck than I did before the boat wreck.
Okay.
But again, those documents speak for themselves, Mr. Waters, and if that's the case, then that's the case. But as we sit here, I think that I probably wrongly took from clients and people that trusted me as much money before that boat wreck as after.
All right. And
If
I'm just trying to get through this so we don't get bogged down like we did yesterday. All right.
I understand.
All right. So you wouldn't agree with me that in 2019 alone, you stole about $3.7 million?
No, I think that's correct.
All right. And would you agree with me though that figure in 2019 was generally higher than any other year that you've been stealing since 2011?
In any year, sure, I'd agree with that.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about overall, the whole, the whole cycle. But
All right.
yeah,
yeah,
I would
you
agree that
definitely-
in 2019, I
Freeman vibes for sure.
stole more money than any other year.
Would you agree with me that from 2015 on, your legitimate income, while still very strong, was diminishing as a general matter?
Well, I think whatever my income is speaks for itself, but as a general rule, a plaintiff's lawyer doing what we do, income ebbs and flows. You have some really good years, you have some really lean years. And no, I think I had some good years, maybe not the, $4 and $5 million years, but I think I had some $2 and $3 million years in there. And my caseload was such that, I had, one of the things I was working on that Monday was one of the biggest cases that I've ever been involved in.
Talking about the Dominion case, right?
Yes, sir. And so, I think it was cyclical. So I don't, without looking at the record specifically, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay. So you don't remember then?
No, I do remember. I don't think I agree with that. But again, those records will speak for themselves.
Okay. All right. So would you agree with me that in 2014, your reported income was over $1 million?
The objection's overruled.
Reported income, like tax-wise, or reported? I assume you have a document that says that, and if you're reading that from a document, I don't dispute it.
I mean, I'm happy to show it to you if you like.
I trust you, Mr. Waters. So
All right, I appreciate that. All right, 2015, would you agree that your reported income was over $2 million?
again, I don't dispute that.
All right. 2016, reported income, $900,000.
Okay,
2017, reported income, $218,000.
okay,
2018, reported income of $749,000, roughly.
okay,
And 2019, reported income of $655,000.
Okay, and see, I mean, to me, that demonstrates exactly what I'm talking about, how it goes up and down.
And would you agree with me that though, during those periods of time where you were making that kind of money, you continued to steal? And I think you've already said that your stealing increased as we move through those years, as a general matter.
Absolutely. I don't dispute, and I have never disputed since I was confronted on Labor Day weekend
Right.
that
No,
I
confronted.
took money from my clients.
We've gone through that. And I
Well,
think
but you
we
keep
agree with
asking
that.
me
I'm
about
asking
that.
you if your income.
You can finish your answer.
So the point is I have never, since being confronted that day, my brother and my partner came to talk to me, that I have stolen money that did not belong to me, that I misled people to do it, people that I cared about, still care about, a lot of them that I love and still love. And I misled them to do it, and I was wrong. I have never disputed that from day one.
We've been through that. All I'm trying to establish right now with you, Mr. Murdaugh, is as we move towards June of 2021, what your financial condition was like, okay? I agree, you've testified to that multiple times, all right? So let me ask you this. During this time that your income was what we just went through, and you conceded that your stealing was increasing, were you also borrowing significant amount of money from Almeda State Bank?
Yes, I'd always borrowed significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank, or for the last, more than the last decade. So yes, sir, I agree with that.
Yeah, but as we move to June of 2021, did you have $1 million line of credit with the bank that was pretty much maxed out? Yes or no? As we move to June of 2021.
So in June of 21,
Oh my God, why is it that
Yes.
hard?
All right. And did you also have a $600,000 line of credit that was pretty much maxed out around that time?
I did.
And did you also, over the years, repeatedly borrow six figures from your law partners?
Well, I borrowed money from a law partner,
Which one?
Johnny Parker.
Johnny Parker. Okay. And that was a fairly common occurrence over the years. It happened multiple times. Would you agree with that?
I agree that it happened multiple times.
All right. And you would agree also that you would sometimes use some of the stolen money to pay that back?
I won't dispute that. I don't know that that's the case. I know what I saw Mr. Bernie testify to in using that particular accounting method. You know, I see that.
All right.
So I don't dispute that.
All right. And would you agree that you also, when you needed money, occasionally borrow as much as 5 and 6 figures from your father, Mr. Randolph?
I did.
And would you also agree that over the years, particularly as we move to June of 2021, you would use stolen money to pay that back?
I don't dispute that. If that's what the records show.
All right. And you just mentioned here in the testimony of Carson Burney and the banker and all that, you would agree with me that as we move to June of 2021, at least in liquid funds, you were running out of money.
In liquid funds, is in money on hand or money that I could get?
Money that you could, liquid funds. You're a lawyer, you know what liquid means. Were you
Well,
running out of
I don't
money?
know what you mean by liquid, Mr.
Okay.
Waters, and so
Money you could readily access, assets that you could readily access to pay your ever increasing debts.
no, sir, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that.
I do not agree with that,
Okay.
and I'll tell you why.
All right.
So are we talking about June?
I'm talking about as we move to June.
Okay, but what time period are you talking
All right,
about?
let's talk about January to June.
Okay, January to June. January to June, you know, I could borrow money from my father.
Mhm.
I could borrow money from Johnny Parker.
Mhm.
I could go to the bank and borrow money. I had substantial equity in the Edisto house, as we've talked about.
Which was in Maggie's name, correct?
Well, it was in Maggie and my name.
All right.
So, that definitely was in both of our names.
Well, we're getting to this.
Moselle was
Don't worry.
in Maggie's name. There's substantial equity in that could have been borrowed against. So under the terms as you defined liquid assets just now, money that I would have access to, I disagree with
Okay.
on that, for those reasons that I just said.
Can we at least agree that generally the way the compensation structure for legitimate money that you earned in your law firm, the vast majority of your compensation does not come except in one lump sum in December? Can we agree to that?
Right. We get a salary. We would receive a salary. I believe our salary was $125,000.
Right.
And then the income that was earned would be paid in the form of a bonus at the year end.
All right. And then would you agree with me that that is why you stole the Ferris fees in March of 2021? Because you were in desperate need of funds and you could not wait till December to access those funds.
I think there's probably a lot of reasons why I stole those funds, but I certainly would believe or don't dispute that that's one of the reasons.
And would you agree with me that the $792,000 that you stole of those Ferris funds, that you exhausted those within about 2 months?
I don't know the time period, but I know that I exhausted them.
Now, again, I'm trying to get through this quickly because there's a lot more to talk about, obviously. But we went through a number of questions yesterday about the various clients that you stole from, correct? You remember that? The back and forth we had yesterday. Do you remember all that?
Sure I do.
Okay. All right. And so I'm going to try to shortchange this, but I think it's important that we at least say the names of the people that were involved. But let's just do this to see if we can.
To the comment, Your Honor, inappropriate.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. The clients that we're talking about, these are all real people, yes or no?
They're all real people.
All right.
They're
And
all
these
good
clients-
people.
Okay.
They're all people that I care about, that I cared about then. And a lot of them are people that I love.
Okay.
And I did wrong by them.
Yes, you hurt the people that you love, I know. So,
Sustained.
these were all people, every single one of them, that you at least had a personal conversation with at some point during the course of your representation.
All of my
About the
clients.
representation.
Absolutely. I had multiple conversations with all of my clients.
And these were people, every single one of them, real people that you looked in the eye and convinced them that everything was right.
Your Honor, 403, repetitive, cumulative. We spent 2 hours doing this yesterday.
The simple questions that applies to everybody, and then I'm moving on.
Proceed.
I would have had conversations with all of my clients, and some of the conversations would have been on the telephone. I would have had conversations where I might not.
Well, liquid funds would be like money you can access right now, so not tied up in assets. Is how I understand that. I honestly, I'm not a financial person. I would imagine liquid funds means you can access it. Well, so the financial crimes are charged separately, right? This happened all earlier in the trial with getting into the financial crimes. The defense had to open the door on themselves for this to come in. It was a whole thing. The state is using it to prove motive for their theory of the case as to why the murders were necessary. So it just kind of goes back to like really the whole, like goes back to way earlier in trial. But there was a culmination of all these things that were happening financially involving the stealing and the boat case and all this that led up to the timeline and even including the day of the murders. And after the murders, the further complications with the discovery of the financial crimes is what led him to then make up the whole thing about pills and then the whole side of the road incident. So
Not be looking them in the eye. I would have had plenty of conversations where I did look them in the eye.
Every single one of them looked them in the eye at least once. Is that fair?
Sure.
Every single one of them, you looked them in the eye and developed their trust in you. Is that true?
Every client that I had, at some point, I looked them in the eye, and I believe that I had the trust of my clients. Whether that came from me looking them in the eye or not, I can't answer that, but I will agree with you that every single client, I looked them in the eye, and I believe that the people that I stole money from for all those years trusted me.
And I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as states 329, I believe it is, and 314. And I'm just going to ask you to peruse those spreadsheets really quickly. And what you have a chance to do that, let me know. I'll have one or two questions about that.
All right, so I'm sorry. What was your question?
I just asked you to look at them. Have you had a chance to review those documents?
I have.
All right. And would you agree with me that every single name on here are either clients that trusted you that you stole from, or instances in which you stole from your law partners who trusted you as well?
I agree with that.
All right. So we don't need to go through each one of these, correct? You agree?
Mr. Waters, like I've told you, I'll go through whatever you want to go through, but each one of those clients is just what we've already talked about. Good people, fine people, upstanding people. They trusted me. Every single one of them I did, and I do still care about. And many of them I love and consider them close friends.
Like Barrett Boulware?
Absolutely. It's a perfect example.
And you stole from Barrett Boulware.
I did.
You recall a conversation that you had with Ronnie Crosby in which he told you that Barrett was desperate for money because he needed his wife to stay in a hotel near him while he was undergoing treatment for terminal cancer around the time that you stole from him.
Say, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
I don't recall that conversation, but, you know, I knew Barrett was sick. You know, Barrett is a unique situation. I mean, Barrett is and was dear to me as a friend. But I mean, Barrett and I had a long history, you know. I guess really, and I lied probably more by omission, lies by omission in stealing that money. But that's a perfect example. You keep asking about me having these conversations and looking people in the eye. I mean, that's a perfect example. I mean, when I stole that money, he was nowhere around. It was more based on lies by omission.
this is a really interesting case because he really wants to change the
Barrett
concept.
and I had such a history. These real estate deals that you're asking me about, Barrett was one of my good friends, and we had been in these real estate deals together. Barrett was
So this is the trial for the murder of his wife and son.
just an interesting person. He was a shrimper, was born and raised in Allendale County.
So this is so crazy, getting into the history of Barrett Boulware to get around the question. And I just love that Creighton just lets him talk because the jury's going to see right through this. So yeah, this is the murder trial, right? But the financial crimes, like I said, came in because it's used to prove motive. Again, the state had to, the state worked really hard. Well, the defense had to open the door, right? But then the state was able to bring things in to prove motive as the evidence, you know. I understand. Officials says, sorry, I got confused. He did so much. Accurate. Yes, indeed.
And he moved down to the coast. And
Mr. Murdaugh.
as shrimping,
Mr. Murdaugh, I don't know that we need Barrett's entire life story.
Thank you,
but it's
Creighton.
important
Let
to
me just
understand
ask
this
you
based on
this.
the question you asked.
I don't think his entire life story is responsible, Your Honor.
And I'm not intending to give his life story. I'm just telling you a little background.
Go
so
ahead.
you'll
Tell us
understand
about
this.
your friend that you stole from.
So Barrett started getting into real estate, and he was really good at it. And so I started getting involved with him in that. He could go out and find pieces of property that were really cheap, get them and sell them
Creighton
and
cracks
make money.
me up.
Well, we got in some of these deals, and we got in as Barrett and it was some other people. Well, when the recession hit, one of the reasons these land deals caused me trouble is because the people that I was in these deals with no longer could pay. Whereas I might have gone in and I was a 20% person, I'm now all of a sudden, either I have to default at the bank and affect credit, affect ability to borrow, or I have to pay 100%. And so that's what I did. I paid 100%. And so there were years where I was paying, instead of a fifth or half, I'm paying the whole thing. And it equated to hundreds of thousands, it equated to millions of dollars, which is one of the ways why I ended up with the Moselle property, because I had paid more than $1 million.
Great,
And
Alex. No, the dude just
monies for Barrett, and that was part of the deal in the trade
What?
in me purchasing Moselle.
So what you're telling me is you felt like you were entitled to steal from him.
No.
Yeah,
what?
that's really what it is.
I will tell you this, that, when you're doing the things wrong that I was doing, you have all kind of ways of justifying it. And I'm not saying that makes it right by any means, because it's not. It's wrong. I've said that 100 times. But when I was doing it, and I was as addicted as I was, and the things I was doing, there's all kind of things that to be able to look yourself in
forgot
the
about
mirror,
the pills.
you lie to yourself.
Right. Think about how long has it been since he talked about the pills? He finally remembered, oh yeah, I got to bring that in, dude.
And the things I was doing, there's all kind of things that
Yeah, exactly.
to be able to look yourself in the mirror, you lie to yourself.
Now that is accurate.
And I guess self-justification for these
Right
bad
there, bing, right? You hit the nail on the head. He's addicted to lying. Yep,
things, I guess is what I was doing. But
for sure.
Barrett had owed me so much money that when I took his money, I just didn't tell him. So it was it was a lie by omission.
All right. All these people on these two exhibits, these are real people that needed this money. Is that correct?
I'm sure they did.
But it was more important to you that you stole their money on top of the 40% of legal fees that you were taking. I've never asked that question.
I stole their money.
It was more important to you than their needs. Is that correct?
Objection.
Objections overruled.
I don't remember sitting down and calculating, okay, is this more important? One of the self-justifications that I talked about, Mr. Waters, is, and this is one of the things, again, I want to make it clear. I don't, as I sit here today, I do not believe that any of this justifications that I'm talking about made any of this okay, because I don't. I've owned up to all this money I stole. I've tried to since I was confronted, and I continue here today. But one of the justifications at the time when I was taking pills and doing the things I was doing was, I may ask a partner, okay, how much is this case worth? And if one of my partners, and I may not even give them all the real facts, okay? So if they said this case is worth $100,000, okay, and I go out and I get them $300,000, that's one of the stupid little things. Okay, well, this isn't the same. And that's one of those justifications that I used in looking back on this that I don't know how I did. But so to sit down and say, did I evaluate that they needed the money more than I did?
Oh, come on.
I don't think I did that. I think I was selfish, and I think I just took the money.
Okay. I think I understand.
Oh.
I'd asked you a series of questions yesterday about at least relating one conversation you had with one of these clients. And I'm just going to ask you this one. Do you remember looking Tony Satterfield in the eye and lying to him?
I remember lying to Tony Satterfield, and I remember looking him in the eye on many occasions.
And lying to him?
Yeah.
Lying to his family?
I lied to his family. I don't know if I did it in person, but I know I had phone conversations with him where I lied to him.
Let's talk a little bit about the pills, if we can.
Definitely.
Okay.
Okay, the pills. Infamous, accurate. Yes, infamous for sure. Yep. There's another word too, and I'm trying to think. It's like a synonym for infamous, but it means more like in an evil way. I'm trying to think of the word. Maybe I'll think of it when I'm not trying to. But yeah, and he is 100%. And he's definitely infamous.
And you've already testified, as have other people, that you were still able to function as a lawyer over the years despite
Okay.
the pills that you were using. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were able, of course, during this period of time to engage in these relatively complicated thefts that increased over the years that we've just talked about, despite the pill usage. Is that correct?
I was. I was.
All right. And you were also able to, during this time period, convince your staff that nothing was amiss with all of these exhibits, despite your pill usage.
I mean, most of those didn't require convincing my staff, but just so we're on the same page again, I acknowledge that I certainly allowed them to be misled. I certainly allowed them to do things that I shouldn't have done on my behalf, knowing that they trusted me.
How many pills were you using a day?
Okay.
Depends on a number of items. Most importantly, how strong the pill was.
Okay. Well, let's talk about, let's say start maybe in January of 2021 and move forward. Can you describe to the jury what your daily pill intake was like?
I think at that time, most of what I was purchasing was 30 milligram pills, instant release, oxycodone, that probably mixed in with some OxyContin, which is made of oxycodone. It's just time release. I would have been taking.
Would have been taking. Not took.
Anywhere from 1,500 milligrams maybe to maybe 1,000 or maybe 1,000 milligrams or 1,200 milligrams on a day I didn't take as much or didn't have as much, up to, I mean, there are days, many days, a lot of days, most days were more than that, and many days would be, more than 2,000 milligrams a day.
And how many pills is that?
It depends on the strength.
Well, let's say it's the
Of the
30s
pill.
that you just mentioned.
If I took 30, if I had 30 milligram pills, you figure 100 pills would be 3,000 milligrams.
100?
100.
So you're taking 60 a day or something like that? I mean,
There were days where I took more than that. There were days I took less than that.
and how would you take them during the course of the day? I mean, how many are you taking at one time? How frequent
Right.
in this time period, let's say January to June?
There's a point in time, and I'm not sure when it was, I think it was well before that, where And you have to understand this. This is something that I can still remember the first time I ever took an
Mr.
OxyContin.
Murdaugh, can I ask you to answer my question, and I'll let you explain all you want. And my question was, how many were you taking a day during this time from January to June? Answer that first, please. And if you want to explain, I'm happy to let you do so.
I'm not positive, and here's why. It's because over the years, like as I was saying, the first one OxyContin made me sick. And that was when I was transitioning from hydrocodone to oxycodone. And it made me sick because it's a really, really, really strong one. And so, one OxyContin pill was like 10 hydrocodone pills. So, but anyway, as I took more and more, and over the years, it just, you build up a tolerance to pain pills. And so what might give me this energy, one of the reasons I became so addicted is, some people talk about pain pills and how they make them lethargic and, where they can't do anything and they feel. Opiates gave me energy. I mean, whatever I was doing, it made it more interesting. It made me want to do it longer. To go on a drive, it made driving, it just at the beginning, it made everything better. But I took so much just to keep, it got to a point where I was taking so much just to not backslide or go into withdrawals or have all those symptoms. And so it got to the point where I was taking the amounts that I came to be taking in the time period you're talking about, January to June. So it evolved over time. It wasn't like it just started then, Mr. Waters.
All right, can you just give me one example of a day during that time period?
Sure.
Did you start at 8 o'clock in the morning or whatever time you got up and take one and then one every 30 minutes?
Well, no,
I've given you a chance to explain. So
it would
now
totally
be
depend.
specific.
It would totally depend on any number of circumstances. So starting a day, one of the main things that this would depend on was how late the day before I had taken pills and how many I had taken. And did I take them during the night? Did I wake up during the night?
This is crazy. I mean, this is just this whole thing. I just want to hear all this again. Like, this is crazy. Dude, and listen to the languaging. I would take, not I did take. Now we're going to get into this with this whole thing with but first of all, I remember when this was all coming out in the testimony, like there was somebody who was like a local person there in South Carolina in the Low Country who was like a pharmacist or something. And they literally said that the numbers of pills that he says, even if you say, like, there's a lot of people who've said like that would kill you. But even if you go away from that and you say, maybe, fine, benefit of the doubt, tolerance, whatever, they said that they weren't even that many pills available. And like the numbers don't add up for the cost anyway. Like when you look at the street value or whatever, it's like, this still doesn't explain the money. There's like so many holes in this. As far as why I think it's BS, there's so many reasons. The first thing is he says nothing about it until the side of the road. It's just to get out of another lie. That's thing number one. Two, literally, this is a dude who was so connected to his friends and his family, his coworkers. He's around people all the time. No one ever saw him take a pill. And the other thing is like his behavior, right? So it's interesting when he talks about how pills give him energy. I think the reason he says that is because all of the testimony that has come in is that he was described by his coworkers, right, as coming into the office like a tornado, like ADHD, hyperactive. Literally the complete opposite of what people are supposed to be like on painkillers. And he heard all that testimony. So he's now saying that painkillers gave him energy. I don't know that that's even possible, like on a chemical level. But that's another thing, right? But he has to say that because all the testimony is like, he did not seem like if anything, he seemed like he probably should have been diagnosed with ADHD and he was hyperactive. And so anyway, there's more. What else was I going to say? I don't know. I'll think of it. It's a mess.
10 hydrocodone pills. So, but anyway, as I took more and more and over the years, it just, you know,
You're
you
also-
build up a tolerance to pain pills. And so what
And
might
by the
give
way,
me,
it says on direct that this all started with a knee injury from football in college. We looked into this, me and other squirrels. There's no evidence and no record of him ever having any type of knee injury or knee surgery or anything.
this energy, one of the reasons I became so addicted is, you know, some people talk about pain pills and how they make them lethargic and, you know, where they can't do anything and they feel. Opiates gave me energy. I mean, whatever I was doing, it made it more interesting. You know, it made me want to do it longer. You know, to go on a drive, it made driving, it just at the beginning, it made everything better. But I took so much just to keep, it got to a point where I was taking so much just to not backslide or go into withdrawals or have all those symptoms. And so it got to the point where I was taking the amounts that I came to be taking in the time period you're talking about, January to June. So it evolved over time. It wasn't like it just started then, Mr. Waters.
All right, can you just give me one example of a day during that time period? I mean,
Sure.
I mean, did you start at 8 o'clock in the morning or whatever time you got up and take one and then one every 30 minutes? I mean,
Well, no,
I've given you a chance to explain. So
it would
now
totally
be
depend.
specific.
It would totally depend on any number of circumstances. So starting a day, one of the main things that this would depend on was how late the day before I had taken pills and how many I had taken. And did I take them during the night? Did I wake up during the night and take them? So, you know, let's just say that it had been a while since I took any and I slept and I woke up. All right. Then I would immediately, first thing, take pills, because if it's been a while, a lot of times if you slept and hadn't taken pills, you'd wake up and you could tell the beginnings of those. I'm not going to say they were really withdrawals, but the agitation that you feel when you don't take it, and you could tell it. So you had to take it right away. And so I would start off, first thing I would do would take pills.
Would do, not did. Would do. Would do. Distancing, language, people.
And that's how strong the withdrawals are for opiates, correct? That you feel that agitation until you can take another pill.
Yes, I mean, but that's just, agitation's the tip of the iceberg when
Let's
it
talk about that
comes
just a
to
little bit.
withdrawals, opiate withdrawals.
I think you said in your what's been played for the jury and the telephone conversation with Special Agent Kelly that, and you talked about withdrawals, just how strong they are, how you're willing to do anything to make them stop, correct?
I think what I said is almost anything.
Almost anything. Well, describe that, please.
I mean, you're sick. I mean, you're physically, you are physically
You are.
sick.
Not I
You,
was. Not I was.
It's like having the flu when you ache and your joints hurt. You don't want to get up. I mean, you can't get up. And that's after a while. It starts with what you're talking about, agitation and, fidgety. Everybody talks about how fidgety I was. But it starts with that. And then it goes to, you might be sitting here and just all of a sudden sweat's running down your face, all over your body. I mean, like you ran a marathon. I mean, you literally sweat that much. The next thing that comes on after about, 12 hours is, I call it jumpy legs, but I mean, there's no way that you could sit right here in this chair. I mean, you couldn't remain sitting. I mean, you would have to get up and move around. And I mean, it's like your legs don't want to work. And that lasts for about 20 anywhere from 18 to 24 hours. During that period, the intestinal issues come in, and I mean, you can't control yourself. You have, diarrhea like you have food poisoning. You throw up. You're physically sick.
How many times did you try to self-detox?
Mr. Waters, dozens, if not hundreds. It's so many I can't tell you.
Wow.
And those symptoms you just described are extremely powerful and made it very difficult to do that. Is that correct?
Made it difficult to
try to self-detox.
Oh, it's extremely hard.
You mentioned yesterday that you were paranoid. How long had that been going on?
Well, no, I didn't say that I was paranoid. What I said was, as the addiction evolved, there would be situations where you would have these paranoid thoughts.
And when did those first start?
I can't tell you when they first started, but
how long before June of 2021?
a long
Week,
time.
a month, a long time?
No. It was, it was as my addiction got worse.
So I just want to say a couple things. That everything that he's described is I could have described all that. This is like what everybody knows happens with opiate withdrawals. If you were to Google it, like literally, it's not like he's described anything that you couldn't just find online, or if you know someone who's been through it, what they would describe. But again, there's not any first person. Oh, I haven't seen it in a long time, but great movie, right? I know. But like just the distancing language you would feel, you would do this, you would do that. There was another point. I feel like there's just so much I want to say, but I don't want to like pause it every 2 seconds, but I have so many thoughts about this. Oh yeah. The paranoid thing comes back, the self-detox. What was the other thing? All right. The diarrhea. I call it jumpy legs. Okay. Let me just
after about, I don't know,
because I
12
want you
hours.
all to be able to hear. For anyone who hasn't heard this, I want you all to be able to hear it in long stretches, so you can, have your own opinions and hear the context. But I've got so many thoughts.
Hours is, I call it jumpy legs, but you literally, there's no way that you could sit right here in this chair. You couldn't remain sitting. You would have to get up and move around. And it's like your legs don't want to work. And that lasts for about anywhere from 18 to 24 hours. During that period, the intestinal issues come in, and you can't control yourself. You have diarrhea like you have food poisoning. You throw up. You're physically sick.
How many times did you try to self-detox?
Mr. Waters, dozens, if not hundreds. It's so many I can't tell you.
And those symptoms you just described are extremely powerful and made it very difficult to do that. Is that correct?
Made it difficult to
try to self-detox.
Oh, it's extremely hard.
You mentioned yesterday
Well, I just thought of
that you
something
were
else too.
paranoid.
I just thought something else too. The other thing is this. So he's not been charged with any, to compare this to the financial crimes, right? Here's some things. He's never been charged with anything related to drugs. There was never any evidence that this happened, right? The only evidence that this happened came from his own mouth, and it came at a time true to form where he was caught in another lie. He was caught with, like, He came up with the drug story literally when he was confronted from his best friend about stealing the money from the law firm, stealing the money from the clients. He was going to be disbarred. He was going to be fired. And he'd fucked over everybody. And literally his response was, I'm a drug addict, right? It's like, and the other thing is this, though. The drugs was not something the state wanted to bring in and the defense wanted to keep out. Au contraire, it was the opposite. The defense wanted this in. The defense brought this up in opening statements. Why? Because true to form, Alex thinks that by going through this whole drug addiction thing, in any other case, right, this would be kept out. Defense would fight to keep this out because normally they would think, oh, the jury's going to think bad of them, right? 403, 404. I mean, it would be kept out 100%. In this case, the defense wanted it in because in Alex's mind, what would normally be considered completely damning character evidence of other crimes and everything for any other defendant. No. In Alex's case, he's like, no, this is better than what I actually did, right? Like, this is his explanation. This is his justification. And he wanted it in. And that just goes to show you why, when you look at the motivations of it, right? Alex thinks that this helps him. If he had been embarrassed about it and tried to keep it out and all that, it'd be a lot different. But the fact that he thinks that this benefits him, right? Just think about this person that we're dealing with and how manipulative he is and how he's always going to do what benefits him. And for him, this story benefits him, which I know sounds crazy, but again, this just all speaks to the things that he's hiding are worse. And that's what you have to keep in mind.
How long has that been going on?
Well, no, I didn't say that I was paranoid. What I said was, as the addiction evolved, there would be situations where you would have these paranoid thoughts.
And when did those first start?
I can't tell you when they first started, but
I mean, how long before June of 2021?
a long
Week,
time.
a month, a long time?
No. It was as my addiction got worse. I mean, it was a significant period of time, but
How long would you have these paranoid thoughts?
I usually a matter of seconds. I mean, it was something, again, my whole life, you wouldn't see me where I didn't have pills on me. And that's where I kept them. I kept them on me because I was scared to put them somewhere for fear somebody would find them. So I kept them on me. So if you saw me, I had pills on me. I had a pocket full of pills on June the 8th. On June the 8th, when I was sitting in David Owen's patrol car. So I always had them on me, and I might be going to Edisto, and I turn on Hampton Street right out here, and a police car pulls out. Boom, I have paranoid thoughts.
But why? You have that
it
match up
just-
front, right? Blue light.
But I could always say, you're not doing anything wrong. He's not following you. And I could get past it in a matter of seconds.
Did anybody in your family ever see you
Nope.
having these severe withdrawals?
Nope.
Absolutely.
And who did?
Mags, Paw, Bus,
No.
my dad,
I did not testify to that.
Randy,
These
John
all
Marvin.
are either dead or don't testify. Except for John Marvin. John Marvin does.
And just to be clear, Randy and John Marvin never saw me having withdrawals before September. They saw me.
And I thank you for clarifying that. Prior to June of 2021, who in your family saw you having these severe withdrawals?
Bus, Paw, Maggie,
In other words, no one ever saw it until it became a story.
my
That's
dad.
significant. Like now, once he's so in other words, listen, guys, once he makes up this whole drug story, so Alex said that himself in September. Once he makes up this story, then after that, oh, now all of a sudden family members see you having withdrawals. What about the previous 20 years? It's insane. Welcome, Pete. Welcome. Happy to see you again, my friend. Yeah, this is like, so prior to him making up the story, the only people were Mags, Pawpaw, and Bus. Mags and Pawpaw, of course, are dead. And we already heard Buster testify, and literally it was sad and pathetic how much he wanted to do well for his dad, but couldn't say anything about this. He literally was like, I wasn't there. And it was just, we watched it. It's just, it's not at all. Now, when John Marvin testifies, he does give a better story of firsthand witnessing. But again, that's only after he comes out with this whole story, in which case he could have just taken some diarrhea medicine stuff, right? You know what I mean? The stuff that you can take to give himself diarrhea. Again, just like checking himself into rehab, just to try to make it seem like this is legitimate. But again, how come for 20 years none of it happened, and then now that it's a story that you've made up and told everybody, now it's happening, right? I'm scratching this freaking head.
Do you remember calling Paul a little detective?
I don't know that I ever called him a little detective, but I think Maggie did. I may have. I mean, Paul was very intuitive, so I heard
think you said
Miriam.
that during one of your interviews.
I heard Miriam call him a little detective. I know Maggie used to call him that.
Did that have anything to do with the pills?
Well, yeah, it had something to do with it, but I mean, Paul was always that way, but that what led him to be called a little detective, certainly there were times when Paul found pills.
Including just a month before the murders. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Oh boy.
You recall 6/5/23 that was entered into evidence, which is a text from Paul to you,
I did.
which he said that Maggie found pills in your bag.
Right.
Tell me about what happened after that.
You asked me about Paul finding them, but it was Maggie that found them.
Fair enough. So it was Maggie that found them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But Paul's the one who reached out to you, correct?
On that occasion, yes, sir.
And what was the discussion after that?
I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was about that I'd had eye surgery. I don't know what day it was, but days before that, the day Maggie found them, Maggie drove me to the doctor for me to have my cataract removed, whatever they call that surgery. I can't remember, but I had a cataract taken out, outpatient. You go in for a couple hours and you come out. And it was during COVID. And so Maggie wasn't allowed to come into the doctor's office. And so she sat in the car. And I had left pills in the computer bag and sitting out there bored. I guess she started looking at my computer and found them in the computer bag. So she found those pills.
You know what? Again, I haven't even noticed this inconsistency before. New inconsistency that I'm noticing. Anyone else notice the inconsistency there? Because he said he always kept them in his pocket because he didn't want anyone to find them. By the way, that bag of pills, though, we know from her Google searches, Maggie's Google searches, that many of them were just ibuprofen or Advil or whatever. They weren't narcotics. And also, I don't know anything about having cataracts, but I would imagine if you have eye surgery, they might prescribe you painkillers. So we know there were some painkillers, but we don't know how many there were. But we know it was a bag that had like at least one or more like painkiller, but one or more was like a Tylenol or something like that. So there's that as well. But also, this is inconsistent because he said he always kept them in his pocket. But this story is the closest thing of any type of evidence, but this is only him having possession of, we don't know how, one or more painkiller around the time of having eye surgery, right? It's not evidence of him taking it. And, so that's the best case scenario he has for it. But it's really funny how he wants to push back on the little detective thing. The little detective thing could actually support his story of the drug addiction being true, but he wants to push back on it because he knows exactly where Creighton is going with this because of the timeline of and the proximity to the murders. So one of the things he could try to use to corroborate the drugs, he pushes back on because again, the murders are, it's just crazy.
All right. And so she obviously told Paul, and Paul texted you, correct? About finding those pills
That's correct.
in May of 2021.
That's correct.
And you've heard your sister-in-law, Marion, testify that Maggie called him the little detective about the pills. You heard that testimony in this courtroom?
I did hear that.
All right. So did they start to watch you like a hawk and get on you about your pill usage during the month of May?
No,
They did not.
no, Mr. Waters, this battle that I had with addiction, it had been going on for years. And so they had been watching me like a hawk for years before May. May was just one occurrence where I let them down again.
All right. They had been watching you like a hawk for years. Is that correct?
About my pill addiction, yes, sir. That is correct.
This time in May, that wasn't the only time that Paul found pills or Maggie found pills. Is that correct?
Now, there were a number of times where Mags found pills, Paw found pills,
Pawpaw.
Bus found pills.
Bus never testified to that.
I mean, it was an ongoing,
Bus never
just an
testified
ongoing
to that.
battle for me.
Remember him.
And after they found those pills in May, that being Maggie and Paul, were they trying to get you to self-detox?
No, sir, not at that point in time.
They just let it go?
No, they didn't let it go. But at that point in time, Paul and I had already had a discussion based on, I can't remember exactly when it was, but there'd been a previous occasion a good while back where there'd been a previous occasion where either Maggie or Paul had found pills, and Paul had come to me and asked me, and I told him, you know, I was back on the pills. And
When was this occasion?
we had a long talk. As I said, I don't remember exactly when it was before that. Paul and I had a long talk. And we'd agreed, I'd agreed, and I detoxed so many times. I'd been to detox. I detoxed at home with Maggie's help. I detoxed at home with doctor's help. I detoxed on my own, tried to, and it just detoxing just didn't work. It just, you couldn't.
You couldn't. And they
You could
changed that.
detox, but you couldn't, no, not you. I couldn't stay off of them. And so
That's the first time he makes it first person.
I promised Paul that as soon as we finished with his criminal case, that I would go to rehab. And And on this particular occasion, Paul knew that his mom worried about me so much with pills that on this particular occasion, I think that Pawpaw convinced Maggie that I got those pills in anticipation of the eye surgery, but that I never took them, so that she would not worry that I was once again.
So you're talking about, now you're claiming that about the time in May, that Paul talked to Maggie and convinced her of that? Or are you talking about a different time?
I'm not claiming that, Mr. Waters. That's a fact. This is what happened.
All right, we're hearing that now, correct?
Hearing what now?
What you just said.
Well, you just asked me this. Mr. Waters, you keep making the issue about the first time you hearing these things. When I got arrested and I went to jail, we began reaching out to you to talk to you about all of these things, to try to tell you everything that I'd done, to give you all these details to help y'all go through these financial things. And up until the time that y'all charged me with murdering my wife and child, you would never give Jim Griffin a response to our invitations to sit down and meet with you.
So you're telling me I never responded to Jim Griffin? Is that what you're saying here today?
I'm telling you.
Are you saying that you ever before yesterday reached out to anyone through yourself or through your attorneys and reached out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and told them the story about the kennels? Are you telling me that?
What I'm telling you,
answer my
Mr.
question
Waters,
first, please, sir. Answer my question first. Did you ever reach out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and tell that story that you told this jury yesterday about the kennels before yesterday?
Did I ever reach out to law enforcement to say, I want to tell you about the kennels? No, sir, I did not.
This is the Fifth Amendment line.
Pardon?
This questioning about him volunteering information on these charges violates his Fifth Amendment rights, and we strongly object. Any more, we have to make a motion.
You brought it up.
The objection's overruled.
What I did
And he did bring it up.
was, so
Answer my question first,
Your Honor,
sir.
for the record, he did not bring it. He was talking about financial
Sit down,
stuff.
Mr.
Wow.
Griffin.
Yes or no question. Before yesterday, did you ever bring up what you told this jury about that kennels to anybody in the prosecution or anybody in law enforcement?
no, I didn't have the opportunity to, Mr. Waters, because you would not respond to my invitations to reach out and tell you about all the things that I'd done wrong. And to talk about bringing this to a head, to talk about bringing this to closure. I understand how many people I hurt.
Oh boy.
I understand how angry
I know,
my
home
partners
detox.
are
Insane.
and how hurt they are. And I understand
You got
how
that.
hurt these people that I stole money from are. I understand how hurt they are. And one of the things that I believe is getting past this may help them get some closure. And so since at least January, I've been trying to sit down with y'all to talk to y'all.
Okay.
And never, ever got a response to the multiple requests.
Multiple requests?
Yes, sir, multiple requests. I would ask about this.
Murdaugh.
every
Let's
few
ask
weeks.
this, sir.
Sir?
Did Mark Ball ever hear your story to the jury about the kennels until yesterday? Your buddy and law partner, Mark Ball?
Listen, I haven't spoken to Mark Ball since I went to rehab.
And these were the same law partners that you were listening to the night of. Is that what you testified to this jury earlier? You testified to that earlier, did you not?
I don't understand your question.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were listening to your law partners on the night of the incident?
Was I listening to them?
Yeah, you testified to that. It's a simple question, sir.
I just wanted to know that what are the odds though that, Paul is the one that's, according to Alex, saw him detoxing, but like he says Buster, but he says that like once, but Buster doesn't say that he ever really witnessed it, right? But like, it's just so convenient, right? The people that were around, the people that seem to really know about the pills are the people that are dead, right? Of course.
I'm sure I was. When are you talking about?
On June 8th in the early morning hours, you testified to this jury that you were listening to them, but you never told them the Kennel story either. And they heard it for the first time yesterday as well. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's the first time they heard it.
First time that Ronnie Crosby ever heard that would have been yesterday.
If he was listening, that would have been the first time he heard
First
it.
time Johnny Parker ever heard that was yesterday.
Yes.
First time Danny Henderson, who was representing you in the boat case, ever heard that was yesterday.
Yes. Yesterday is the first time that I have said that openly. But that's not what you were asking me, Mr. Waters, but you go ahead.
First time your brother Randy heard that was yesterday.
If he was listening. And Mr. Waters, just to be clear,
Wow.
I was begging for a meeting with y'all to try to bring this to a close, to talk to y'all about everything up until the time that y'all charged me with hurting Maggie and Paul.
Hurting.
After that point in time, I stopped, obviously.
You're claiming that you were begging for a meeting and but you admit information was never conveyed that you wanted to change your story after multiple interviews with law enforcement about what happened that night, including the most important fact of all, which is when the last time you supposedly saw your wife and son alive was.
I don't know exactly what was conveyed or not because I wasn't part of it. All I know
Fair
is
enough.
what
You don't
I
know
was
that.
trying to do was to sit down. I understood to bring all this to a close that y'all would want me to sit down and go through all of these financial things, all of these things that I'd done wrong. And to try to bring that to a close, I was repeatedly trying to sit down with y'all.
The reality is, Mr. Murdaugh, is the reason why no one's ever heard that before is because you had to sit in this courtroom and hear your family and your friends, one after the other, come in and testify that you were on that Kennel video. So you, like you've done so many times over the course of your life, had to back up and make a new story that kind of fit with the facts that can't be denied.
Yes, Creighton. Dude, look at him with his pink highlighter, using it for the dramatic effect. I love Creighton so much. 100%. So I'm going to pull the ticker down there just because we got that going. Okay.
The reality is, Mr. Murdaugh, is the reason why no one's ever heard that
Right.
before.
Doesn't understand relapse.
Because you had to sit in this courtroom and hear your family and your friends, one after the other, come in and testify that you were on that Kennel video. So you, like you've done so many times over the course of your life, had to back up and make a new story that kind of fit with the facts that can't be denied. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir, that's not true.
Here's the other thing I'll say. I find it so fascinating how some people think about the drugs. I wonder if that's the part, at least partly or mostly because of the Netflix thing. Here's the thing. I didn't know anything about the drugs until I heard about it in trial, right? So I just, I didn't watch the documentaries or whatever. Like for me, as some of you guys know, I have a lot of experience with people who have been in recovery, and I've been to meetings with them and stuff. And so for someone who knows what it's like to be around people who are in active addiction or even in recovery, I'm like, this is complete bullshit. And I figured that everyone else could see that really obviously. And I just want to say it's clear because we do have some squirrel friends in the chat who are also in recovery. It seems like they also can see the BS, right? That this is just none of this tracks. And that's on top of all the other issues that don't make sense on practical purposes. But none of this tracks for people that have any experience. And so I just wanted to note that as well. Yeah, right. For sure. Never an overdose. Never an overdose. That's a great point.
You've done that over and over again
Right.
over the years with all of this that we've been talking about, haven't you?
Yeah, there's never even close to that. He only ever mentions the withdrawals. He didn't even he should have done more research. Clearly,
I've done what over and over again?
The second that you're confronted with facts that you can't deny, you immediately come up with a new lie. Isn't that correct?
yes, that's it.
Mr. Waters, have we established, I have lied many times, but I can't sit here and tell you that, what are you talking about, facts that I can't deny?
Oh my
That I would disagree with that proposition that you're putting out, that was what I did all the time. But in doing that, I admit again that I've lied to people that trusted me.
He just goes back to that same answer. He practiced that a whole bunch in his jail cell, right? So that he can try to avoid a question. Creighton's too smart for this, though. Masterful. Creighton gives the space, and it's everything. Because a lot of times Alex fills that space. This is very unusual, right? This is not normal, like in normal prosecution. And this is why I said he's like the only prosecutor who could have handled this. Other prosecutors would have fucked this up. And here's why. Normally, you want to be in control with a defendant on the stand. Normally, you want to stop their narrative. Normally, if they've non-responsive answered a question and then they want to add more, normally you cut them off and try to keep them on track. This is completely different. And what will happen is you guys will see that is so incredible is Alex will completely derail the line of questioning and take Creighton down all these different rabbit holes, and Creighton follows him. Creighton goes there and follows him. Most prosecutors would not have the guts because you don't know where he's going. The thing, though, is this. Creighton knows this case inside and out, and he knows that wherever Alex leads him, he's going to bring it back, and he'll use it against Alex. Like, he trusts in himself. And it's very much like music, like with improvising, right? It's like you have to have enough confidence that you know your instrument inside and out, and that you can go there and you can improvise and you can go maybe go to a new key or whatever the case is, but that you can find your way back, like that you can do that. It's like I said, it's not type A. Like, Creighton is not a type A. Like, it's just, and I remember some people were like, why is he letting him talk? And I'm like, dude, what? With this witness, that's what you want. The more he talks, the more he seals his conviction. It's just, anyway, you guys will see. We'll talk about it more. It's just so incredible to watch.
In doing that, I admit again that I've lied to people that trusted me.
So we can agree that the prosecution and law enforcement and so many of your friends and family heard for the first time your story about the Kennels yesterday after all these weeks of testimony. Can we agree on that?
That law enforcement, my partners, and my friends heard me say that for the first time. Yes, I agree with that.
Would you agree with me that your own lawyer was repeating your story that you were at home napping as late as November of 22 on national television?
I don't know.
You don't know that?
No, in jail, we don't get newspapers, and the TV we have is limited. So
your own lawyers, at least as late as November 22, didn't know this story that you've told to this jury after 5 weeks of your family and friends coming in and saying, yeah, that's him on that video.
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor, violates attorney-client privilege communication. Totally improper. Totally improper.
Yes, sir. Response.
He has brought up his communications with counsel, and now that is fair game, Your Honor. His communications through counsel or alleged communications with the prosecution.
He didn't.
There's no attorney-client privilege to national television interviews. The objection is overruled.
Are you waiting for me to answer, Mr. Waters, or did I answer?
I think the point's made.
All right, sir.
You said you were unaware of that national television interview. Is that what you said? You were
Unaware of what national television interview?
The one where your lawyer repeated that story as late as November of 2022. Your story that you were actually home asleep at the house.
The
during the
only national TV ad that I'm aware of is not ad program is one that Mr. Griffin was involved in. Was a are you referring to like a Dateline something?
I'm talking about HBO.
Okay, HBO. All right, like so. Yeah, I am aware of that, and what I believe the case to be is that I believe that when that was in its works, that Mr. Griffin made those statements sometime substantially before November of 22, as early as around the very beginning of 2021.
Well, let's talk.
At least what I understand to be the case.
All right, let's talk some more about your testimony from yesterday. And you're telling this jury, even on something as clear as a Kennel video, that your story doesn't change when you have to make them fit the facts that no longer can be denied. Is that what you're telling this jury?
I don't understand that question. Say that again.
I said, you're telling this jury that you don't change your story to make the facts fit evidence you can no longer deny, like what's been going on in this courtroom.
I'm not telling the jury anything about that.
All right, good. All right, let's move on. Let's talk some more about that issue. Let's talk about the confrontation on June the 7th with Jeannie Seconder, which you said was no big deal. Isn't that what you testified? Words to that effect?
I think what I testified to is that to me, it certainly didn't seem like a confrontation. Jeannie came to me and was almost apologetic. And this is what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that what Jeannie Seconder and my partners have had to go through since September has been hard. I know I could see it. I could see the hurt that I caused them. And I know that they're betrayed, and I know that they're angry, and I know that they're hurt. And I want to make clear to this that while I disagree with what Jeannie said as to it being a confrontation, because I don't believe that it was, I don't think that she was lying. I think that she feels it. I think that, she believes that that's the case.
Oh my God.
After all this time that she's had to deal with this.
How
But on
patronizing
June the
and gross is
7th,
that, right? He's basically saying, yeah, what she's saying is wrong, but like, I she's just little old Miss Jeannie Seconder, and she doesn't really know, and she just, dude.
when she came to me, she was almost apologetic. You heard her say that she said that she wouldn't be doing her job if she didn't do this. And it was made clear to me that someone had said this, that I had to make sure that income came through the firm, that I couldn't structure money. In other words, I had the impression that there was concern that maybe, like Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby said, that maybe I was hiding fees because of the civil boat case.
Let me
But
see if I
that
can
conversation was so
summarize.
quick, Mr. Waters, that you keep using the term confrontation. I didn't take it as a confrontation.
And you're telling this jury you're not making that issue fit, make your story fit with those facts by saying, it wasn't a big deal, and Jeannie, she's hurt, so she's overreacting now.
No, that's
You
not
got
what
on
I'm
that
saying.
stand and testify.
What I'm saying is exactly what I just testified to, that to me, on that day, that was not a confrontation. It ended almost as quickly as it began, and I didn't think about it again for a period of time until after everything happened.
You testified earlier, you get paranoid if a police officer turns out behind you, but you're not getting paranoid when Jeannie comes in here and says, I need an answer about these fees?
No,
Because I
because
believe you took them?
no, things like that wouldn't cause the paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking. It was always related to pills. It was always, okay, that reaction that somebody just gave me.
It was always related to pills.
Do they know something?
That comes back to bite him as well.
Did something somebody said? It was, I mean, the times that's what, when I had to deal with paranoid thinking, that, you know, if a judge confronted me in the courtroom about a piece of evidence, or if
Oh dear.
Jeannie asked me
You know
about
what?
that.
You know
those-
why he's saying that, right? He's trying to remind the jury that he used to be an attorney. That's why he mentioned that. That's not relevant at all. Dude, it's just Creighton has faith in this jury, that the jury's seeing through this, which is great.
Those are not things that gave me paranoid thinking.
Okay. And you testified the same thing about the boat hearing on June 10th. Not worried about it. No big deal. Right?
No, I didn't say that it was no big deal, but I said that my main concern about those motions coming up on June the 10th dealt more with the venue motion than they did with the motion to compel, I believe is what I
Are
said.
you telling this jury that you didn't testify yesterday, that you weren't concerned about it?
I wasn't overly concerned about it.
Okay.
And I'm sure I had some level of concern because the
God.
venue motion was, it was a big issue in the case.
Were you concerned enough about it to bow up on Mark Tinsley at the trial lawyers conference and say, what are you doing, Bo?
No, absolutely, unequivocally, never happened.
The space is everything, isn't it, guys? Well done, Creighton. Other prosecutors might try to fill that space.
If the Ferris fee issue comes to light on June 7th, you're not going to be able to borrow money from Johnny Parker anymore, are you?
If the Ferris fee, hypothetically speaking, if the Ferris fee came to light on June the 7th, well, here,
Oh, Lord. Alex!
any point in time, if the Ferris fee came to light, Johnny Parker would not loan me money.
Okay.
If Johnny knew that I had taken fees, I would not have been able to borrow money from Johnny Parker.
You testified earlier about going to the Gamecock baseball game on the weekend prior to Monday, June the 7th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Hold on for me real quick.
Sir?
No Gamecocks? Woo! Sports ball.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 572 to this trial. You got your readers with you, or your glasses. And have you, first, I just want you to look through that document and then answer the question, do you generally know what that is?
Waters. Someone wants something, so if you'll stand for a moment, everybody stand for a moment.
Hand break. Someone wants something. Look at him standing there. Wow. Wow. Look at him. Wow. Wow. It's not paused, right? No, it's not paused. That is something. I actually haven't seen this. I guess I normally fast forward through it.
We come to order.
I want to see that again. Holy fuck. How long is that? Hold on. Good God. It was 123.54. He's like not even breathing. Wow.
We come to order.
120. That was crazy. Yes, the sun is coming up and the birds are tweeting. It's cold though.
May it please the court. Have you had a chance to review that, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
All right, and do you recognize what those are generally?
I do.
And what are they?
Text between Maggie and I.
And what day did they take place?
June the 6th.
June the 6th, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
At this time, the state would offer states 572 into evidence. Objection.
To admit without objection.
All right. Tell the jury, where were you when these texts were taking place?
I was in a hotel,
And what city were you in?
Columbia, South Carolina.
And where?
I'm not exactly sure where they were when they first started, but they would have been somewhere between a hotel, a restaurant,
No,
and
it's like
the
4
ball
degrees
field.
All right. But when you send this text on June 6th at 11:41, you say y'all in seat already, correct?
Yes, that's what I did say.
All right. And they say, yeah, Maggie says, yes, we like these seats. Is that correct?
All right, that's correct. I didn't notice that. So at that point in time, they are in the ballpark.
All right. And then you respond, better than last night. They extended checkout to 1. Going to come then. Is that correct?
That's what that text says. Yes,
All
sir.
right. So you're back at the room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Later on, you text after she asked you to bring a charger and says, Muggy, you text, I'm dreading it. See you in a little bit. Is that correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
She responds, don't come, but then asks about the charger and says it's hot. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters, yes, I assume you were reading it exactly. So, yes, sir.
She eventually responds, not crowded, but not the place to come if you don't feel well. Very hot and muggy. We are inside, sitting at the bar, very nice indoors. Is that correct?
That's what it says. Yes, sir.
And then you respond, dodgy by accident. They are making me leave, so I'll see y'all in a few. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was making you leave where?
It was past checkout time at the hotel.
After you'd gotten an extended checkout, correct?
It appears so.
And the reality is that you were in that hotel suffering from withdrawals when that's going on. Is that correct?
I was beginning to. Yes, sir.
All right. And the reality is that your wife and your son were on you at that time period because they had found pills just a few weeks prior.
No, sir, that's not correct.
But that, Creighton is smart because Alex didn't think it through, because his whole story here, he wants to use the drug thing to his benefit. But then when you take that story and you apply it to what all he's saying in a different situation, for example, this weekend with the Gamecocks, well, now it's like, nope, that's not correct. Well, hang on. Again, because he knows that Creighton is smart. Creighton's like, look, if you want to go with this bullshit drug story, fine. The jury can decide if they believe it or not. But even if the jury believes it, Creighton's using it basically and just wrapping it all in to motive for the murder. That's what Creighton's doing. Creighton's like, look, if you want to feed me this bullshit, I'm going to punish, I'm going to hit you over the head with it. That's what he's doing. Creighton doesn't buy it. I know he doesn't buy it. It's obvious, but that's the thing, because the thing is like from what Alex is making up and saying with it, he can tie it into events that happened right before the murders to make it look like it could have been a potential motive because they were onto the pills and he was trying to do anything to not go through withdrawals. That's what he's doing. So it's like, Alex, you can choose, right? Like, are you going to give up on the drug story, or are you going to concede that it was a part? You know what I mean? So, but Alex is like, I mean, you look at the shark eyes on this, man.
Because they had found pills just a few weeks prior.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Wow. Shark eyes. Scary. Scary stuff.
Let's talk about June 7th, okay? You got up that morning, or what time do you think you got up and left that day?
After having the benefit of looking at all these records, I don't know what time I got up, and looking at the records, obviously I've been up for a while, but it appears I left shortly after noon.
Okay. And you went to work?
I did, yes, sir.
And what were you working on at work?
I was working on this Dominion Energy case, was primarily what I was working on, that we had motions coming up later in that week. As I said earlier, I believed at the time that it was the biggest case that I'd ever been involved in. And there were motions coming up in that. I was preparing, Danny Henderson, my partner that was helping me with the civil case from the boat wreck, had been on me about getting a financial statement. And I finished doing that so that it could be given to Danny. It's primary, is what I remember doing. Obviously, I talked to Jeannie. But
Okay. And what time did you leave?
and I'm sure I did some other routine office things, but I can't tell you what they are.
All right. What time did you leave?
It appears that I left around a little after 6 from the records.
Okay.
I thought I'd
And-
left earlier than that, but I mean, the records seemed to be pretty clear.
All right. And you were, in fact, I think you said in many of your interviews that you were working on the boat case that day as well. Your financial declaration.
Yes, I prepared the financial declaration. I didn't do any work in this civil case. So my work in that is what I did. I prepared the financial statement, which took me a little bit of time to get the details on that. But I mean, that was the work I did in preparation for the motions coming up.
And what time did you get home?
In looking at the records, it looks like I got home a little before 7, 6:45, I think, 6:40 something.
Then you and Paul rode the property?
That's
Did you?
correct.
And you told law enforcement you shot a 22?
That's correct.
You told law enforcement that you never saw any blackout?
That I'd never seen a blackout?
At that point in time when you and Paul were riding the property?
No, I did not see a blackout.
Did you tell law enforcement that you and Paul were going around looking for hogs?
If I said that,
Go ahead.
and if I told them that, you don't look for hogs in the daytime. All right, that just the hogs are deep in the swamp in the daytime. So I can tell you that Paul and I were not riding around looking for hogs. But what we were doing is we were going from food plot to food plot, and we were looking for hog signs. All right. What a hog will do is come out and root, and they tear up food plots. They tear up everything. And so that was one of the things we were doing. But
This is like an incredible.
we were not hog hunting. We were not looking for hogs. We did not have.
This is like really impressive. This whole thing with the hogs. It's like lying. He lied that like he contradicted his story changed the whole time, like a million times about these hogs, right? But he's like trying to find a way to like, first of all, explain it away. But then there's just like this chaff and redirect is just really next level stuff.
If I said that,
Go ahead.
and if I told them that, you know, you don't look for hogs in the daytime. All right. The hogs are deep in the swamp in the daytime. So I can tell you that Paul and I were not riding around looking for hogs. But what we were doing is we were going from food plot to food plot, and we were looking for hog signs. All right. What a hog will do is come out and root, and they tear up food plots. They tear up everything. And so that was one of the things we were doing. But we were not hog hunting. We were not looking for hogs. We did not have the 300 blackout with us.
Okay. Paul didn't have the gun that blackout that he favored with him while y'all rode the property.
The gun that's in here,
Any rifle.
there was no 300 blackout with me and Paul.
All y'all had was a 22.
And that was a 22 pistol, but we didn't have that with us at that time riding the property.
Right. And you testified, you've seen the Snapchat video of you in the tree, is that right?
I have seen that.
And you don't dispute the time of that video, do you?
I don't even know what time that was taken, but whatever the gentleman
that.
came and testified to, I don't dispute that.
All right. And what time, well, let me ask you this. When did you go back to the house? Were you with Paul or were you by yourself?
I was by myself when I went back to the house. I went back to the house basically when Maggie got there.
When Maggie got there. All right. And where had Paul gone prior to that? Was he back at the house already or he came after you?
Paul was at the shop when I went back to the house.
All right. So you beat him to the house is what you're saying. Is that right?
I beat him to the house?
Yeah. You were at the house prior to him getting there.
Yes.
All right. And you say Maggie was there at the same time or there before you or there after you?
That's what I'm not absolutely certain about. I believe that Maggie came through the kennel entrance, and going back and looking at these records and these times, I believe she came through the kennel entrance while Paul and I were at shop. But either way, I got to the house very shortly after Maggie got there.
Okay.
And I believe that she came through, and I believe that I went right behind her.
And when did you take the shower that you've been talking about?
I believe when I first went in the house. I mean, I would have talked to Maggie for a second, but I'd seen her that morning, so
You left your clothes on the floor?
I'm not sure. It makes sense to me given what Blanca's said, but I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
All right. About what time was that, you think?
And looking at the records, I think that was a little after 8.
And you're saying Maggie was already there at that point?
When I got to the house,
Yeah.
yeah,
And what did you do after that?
I came back out, sat out on the couch to eat dinner.
All right. About what time was that?
A few minutes later, I mean, it didn't take me long to shower.
And you say Paul was already eating at that point?
He was.
You say he left first.
What I said is he got up and he finished eating and he left our immediate vicinity. Now, I don't believe he left. at that point, given what I've looked at time records and all. I believe that he was around the house for a little bit longer,
And just to be clear again.
but I didn't see him.
All of this detail was people were hearing for the first time yesterday, like we talked about before, correct?
Say that again?
All of this detail that we're going through right now is not anything that you related before. We're all hearing this for the first time yesterday.
Objection, Your Honor. Fifth Amendment privilege.
Objections overruled.
So yes, I did not tell law enforcement. Actually, I don't think law enforcement asked me what I did when we first went to the house, but I clearly lied to law enforcement about what I said yesterday.
Okay. And all of this, the last time you supposedly saw your wife and child, all of this detail, you as a lawyer and a prosecutor didn't think that was important to offer on your own?
Oh, I think it's important.
You told this jury how cooperative you've been and how much information you wanted to provide, but you left out the most important parts, didn't you?
I left out that. I sure did.
You don't consider that one of the most important parts?
I think it's important.
All right, tell me about what happens next. Tell me about how Maggie and Paul end up down at the kennels.
I'm still not absolutely certain exactly how they ended up at the kennel, but in looking at the time frames and looking at the GPS points, I think I pretty well know, because I wasn't sure if Maggie had walked to the kennels or ridden to the kennels, and I wasn't exactly sure how Pawpaw got there, but I'm all but certain that Maggie and Paul went to the kennel together.
All right. And what was the discussion? You said that they were going down there, but you didn't want to go. Is that right?
Maggie, what I said is Maggie asked me to go to the kennels with her, and I wasn't going to go. I said, I'm not going to go.
And how long after she left did you supposedly go down there?
It was very quickly.
And what did you tell this jury and all these new facts as to the reason you changed your mind? Why'd you change your mind?
I just had a shower. When you go to the kennel, you always end up at the shop, the dogs are running around, you're always going to end up doing more work. All right? It's hot. I'd already had a shower.
I love this.
I didn't want to go to the kennel.
He's going to try to, dude, this is amazing.
I understand that. So why'd you change your mind?
Because Maggie wanted me to.
All right. So you thought about it for a few minutes and then decided to go down there?
I don't think I sat and contemplated, am I going to go? Am I going to go?
Oh yeah, the sirens. The
like
sirens are crucial. It's so funny. In so many of these trials, they have, I mean, it's weird. It's weird. But the sirens are especially prevalent in this trial in Karen, for sure.
Things Maggie wanted me to do. If I didn't do it at first,
That's
I
funny.
ended up doing it.
And you took the golf cart down to the kennels?
That's correct.
How long did that take to drive from the house down to the kennels in a golf cart?
You know, in looking at the records from OwnStar and all of that, it seems to take about a minute in the
In a golf cart?
nope, in the Suburban. So I would think it's probably, in looking at those speeds of 20, 24 miles an hour, I would think it takes double that. I think it takes a couple minutes.
All right, so you'll concede at least a couple minutes to drive down there. Is that right?
Yes,
In a golf cart?
that's correct.
When the kennel video was going on, had you arrived before that?
I believe that I had.
Okay. How long do you think you had been there before that was going on?
Not long. Because when I got there, in looking at the kennel video,
Oh God.
you can see Pawpaw
Oh God.
standing in the kennel.
This is so.
When I got there, Pawpaw wasn't standing in the kennel.
He wasn't in the kennel anymore?
Well, he wasn't in the kennel like he is in the video.
Right.
He's I mean, he's probably, and I don't know exactly, but I know he wasn't in the kennel. He was like in the driveway. He was fooling with Cash. He was in the driveway, but like close to the kennel, but not in the kennel like he is in the video.
So the video happened after that, according to you?
Video happened after I got
After
there.
you first saw Paul? You're saying he wasn't in the kennel. When did the video happen?
I believe that to be the case.
Okay. After you had arrived, is that correct?
Yes,
And,
very shortly after I arrived, but after I arrived.
all right. And did you tell Maggie at that time that you were going to go to Almeda?
I did not.
Did y'all discuss it at all, according to you, to these new facts you're testifying to?
I don't believe so.
Did you have any conversation with her?
Oh, yeah.
Had you had a conversation, did you have a conversation with Paul about the dogs, about Cash's tail prior to going down there?
Prior to going down there? Did I have a conversation with Paul about
Yes. Did you talk to
Cash?
him about Cash and some problem with his tail prior to going down there? Did you have any knowledge of that prior to going down there?
I'm not sure. As I sit here today, I don't recall that, but I don't think so.
When you first arrived in the golf cart, where did you pull up to?
I pulled up right where Maggie was.
Which is where?
She was standing in the spot where she could see in between the chicken coop and the storage room of
Lord
the
have mercy.
kennels, where the dogs were back up in those planted pines behind the kennels to the left of the chicken coop.
I like it.
And
How you got that?
what'd you do after that?
I went back to the house.
No, I mean, did you pulled up, you get out of the golf cart,
When I pulled up, I stayed on the golf cart.
and stayed on the golf cart? How long did you stay on the golf cart?
However long I was down there.
The entire time?
No, I got off to take the chicken from Bubba.
All right, so how long were you down there before you took the chicken off the boat?
Very short time.
Like what?
This is one of my favorite parts.
Couple minutes.
This is
And
my
what were you
favorite part. This is the whole chicken Bubba caper with, this is just incredible.
During the couple.
Like this is like, whoever would have thought, right? This whole thing with Bubba and the chicken and how long it would have taken is one of the most important details in terms of the bullshit in his story. I mean, that's just crazy. Spencer.
Minutes before you got over there to deal with Bubba.
Talking to Max.
All right. And what did y'all talk about?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, sir. I do know that Maggie was very concerned about Paw Paw. And
Okay, here we go. Some chat and redirect going on,
A
guys.
lot of detail about all these new facts, but you don't remember what you talked about?
He wants to bring us, dude.
I don't remember the exact details of what we talked about. I believe that at that time, we may have talked about
Paul's foot.
Paw Paw.
Called it.
I'm not certain.
Were you withdrawing at this time?
At this time, no, sir.
You weren't withdrawing at all.
No.
Not with him.
I mean, I would only withdraw when I didn't have pills.
And you're saying you
Look
had
at that. Look,
Yes.
he just cannot help himself.
down there for a couple minutes, I think you've said now, before you get off the golf cart.
About, yes, sir.
All right. And
You know,
where
there's
do you go at that point?
coming.
I take the chicken from Bubba.
All right. So you get up.
Well, I mean, Bubba's come out there with this chicken. I mean, he's
Remember, he's
showing us,
proud.
hey, I
He's
caught this
proud.
chicken.
He's proud.
And
Proud, guys.
I take the chicken from Bubba.
Bubba came up to the golf cart.
He came up by the golf cart. He came up to Maggie and I, which I was on the golf cart. She's by the golf cart. I mean, he's not coming to the golf cart, but he's coming to us.
Is this during the kennel video or is this after the kennel video?
What a mess.
Well, no, you hear Maggie say he's got a chicken.
Okay.
That's what she's talking about is Bubba caught a chicken.
All right. All right. So is the kennel video still going on before you go get the chicken? I mean, you've heard it, correct? You've heard it in this courtroom.
I don't know exactly. I I don't know exactly, but in close timing to Bubba coming out of those woods with the chicken, I got up and took the chicken from him.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Were the dogs barking and carrying on or going out into the woods or acting like they sensed somebody was around that they didn't know?
Were the dogs acting like there was somebody around that they didn't know?
Yeah, like dogs do.
Like dogs do.
No.
No, they weren't.
There was nobody
There was no
around that the dogs didn't know.
dogs didn't, to your indication, sense anything out of the ordinary. They were just chasing after the guinea.
There was nobody else around
All right, good.
for them to
Let me
sense.
clear that up. Had to be you then. Okay,
You've
great.
heard the kennel video. Would you agree with me that it lasts for about 50 seconds?
That's what she said.
I agree with that.
So it would have ended around 8:45 and 45 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Did you have the chicken out of Bubba's mouth at the end of the kennel video, or did it take longer than that?
You know, I can't remember exactly when in the video he came up with the chicken, but I would have had the chicken out of his mouth within 10, 15 seconds of Maggie saying he's got a chicken.
All right.
Great.
And so then what did you do?
I put the chicken up.
All right. How long did that take? Did you get out of the golf cart to do that?
I did.
All
And
right. And you had to go walk to where it was?
yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, a few feet, but I did that, yes.
All right. So how long did that take? I mean, we're at 8:46 now. How long did that take?
Seconds.
Just seconds? All right. And what did you do after that?
Got back on the golf cart.
And what'd you do after that?
I left.
You left.
Now,
Just
did I
jumped
leave?
on the golf cart and left.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Did I get on the golf cart and leave that second? Probably not. But did I get on the golf cart and leave very quickly after that? I did.
Okay. Yeah. I think you testified yesterday. I got out of there.
That's what
I
he
did.
said. Wow.
Why'd you get out of there so quick, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because it was chaotic, it was hot,
And
and I was getting ready to do exactly what I didn't want to do.
You're getting ready to do what you didn't want to do.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to sweat. I was getting ready to work. I went back to the air conditioner.
So right there, Creighton,
So did you?
listen, guys, Creighton took that as an embedded confession. Listen. Creighton's brilliant. And this is the 4D chess. Alex knows that Creighton picked up on that, and then Alex rewords it. Amazing.
Because it was chaotic, it was hot, and I was getting ready to do exactly what I didn't want to do.
You're getting ready to do what you didn't want to do.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to
Right there.
sweat.
Right
I
there.
was getting ready to work.
Beautiful.
I went back to the air conditioner.
So did you say goodbye? According to your new story?
Did I say goodbye?
Yeah. Did you talk to them at all, or did you just get the chicken, put it on there, jump on there, and just take off?
I wouldn't have just gone off. I mean, I would have said, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Did I say goodbye or bye?
And again, go
But,
ahead.
I mean, there would have been some, there would have been some
Wow.
exchange.
I love this so much.
I'm not staying here.
Well, what was that exchange? I mean, you've had such a photographic memory about these new stories. What happened here?
It's not, I can't tell you the exact words.
You don't remember
Right?
your conversation after you put that chicken up? Did y'all talk about the chicken?
No, I don't think we did.
Did you talk with Paul about Cash's tail?
After the chicken?
Yeah.
No, I know I didn't do that.
Did you tell Maggie I'm going to go check on
I
him?
know I didn't do that. It's so there's things he's like, it's so funny. There's the shit like that, right? Because he knows he didn't do that because Paul was dead, dude. Like how
Exact words.
if he doesn't remember what anybody said at all, right? I don't remember the conversation, but then it's like, I know I didn't do that. Well, anyway,
Remember
it's just amazing.
your conversation after you put that chicken up? Did y'all talk about the chicken?
We love Spencer here.
No, I don't think we did.
Did you talk with Paul about Cash's tail?
After the chicken?
Yeah.
Back together.
No, I know I didn't do that.
Did you tell Maggie I'm going to go check on him?
At that point, no, I don't
Did you
think
tell
I did.
Maggie, it's hot out here, think I'll go back?
I certainly would have said something to that effect.
All right.
Would have.
So Unlike everything else with the news story, you just can't recall what that would have been.
Well, I mean, you're making that categorization. I think there's other things about that I can't remember. But if the question is, can I remember exactly what words I used when I gave Maggie some salutation when I'm leaving? I can't tell you what those were.
Salutation.
But it would have been something to the effect of, I'm leaving.
Okay, but you would concede that there was at least some conversation, that you wouldn't have just put the chicken on there and ran back to the golf cart and taken off. Correct?
Without talking to Maggie, I would have never done that.
All right, so let's, you want to say a minute? Does that sound about right?
A minute for what?
To have just whatever interaction it took for you to
What do
then,
you do?
according to your news story, drive back to.
No, sir. It wouldn't have taken me a minute. It would
Not a
have
minute.
been, it would have been, I'm leaving. I'll see you in a minute.
Lord of mercy.
Okay, so 30 seconds?
I don't think it would have taken 30 seconds, but I mean, I'm fine with you using whatever time you want to apply, but I don't
I'm
think.
just asking about real life here and how people interact with one another, Mr. Murdaugh. I mean, so what you're telling this jury, I call you're fuzzy on these kind of details, is that you jetted down there, you dealt with the chicken and jetted right back.
No, sir. No, sir.
Jetted.
I didn't jet down there and I didn't jet back. I got up after Maggie asked me to leave,
Jetted.
after
Jetted.
Maggie asked me to go with her, and I didn't. I got up. I went and got on a golf cart. I drove down there. I did what I did.
I did what I
I said,
did.
I'm leaving or something to those words, and I went back.
All right. Well, if it's about 8:46, if the kennel video ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, and it's about 8:46, we at least can see that maybe it was about a minute before you got on that golf cart and headed back. Just reasonable real life.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
I don't think it was that long, but maybe, sure.
All right. So
But I don't think it was that long. I mean,
all right, well, how long do you
exactly
think it
what I
was,
thought
Mr.
was going to be
Murdaugh?
going on at that kennel, why I didn't want to go there to begin with, is exactly what was going on.
Yeah. Well, I get that. Again,
And I left.
are these also convenient facts in your new story that have to fit with the timeline now that that evidence has been thrown in your face?
No, sir.
Does that sound like real life to you, that you jet down there and jet back, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Waters, as I just told you, I didn't get on my golf cart and jet down there. I didn't jet back.
The
Those are
reason
your-
why you have to be
Hang
so
on now,
fuzzy
Mr.
about
Waters.
these
Just a second.
details.
Mr. Waters, hang on.
Just answer before another question is presented.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Just a
answering your
moment.
question.
Just a moment. Are you responding to the last question?
Yes, sir. I'm responding to your question and you're using words that I'm not using. And that's your
Do you agree
categorization.
I'm entitled to ask my questions to you, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm going to answer them. All I'm saying is I'm taking issue with the manner in which you're changing what I'm saying.
You disagree this is a new story? You disagree with that characterization?
Yes, this is the first time that this is being told openly.
And you disagree to my characterization that you've got a photographic memory about the details that have to fit now that you know these facts, but you're fuzzy on the other stuff that complicates that. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. I think that I have a good memory about a lot of things on this.
How about this? We got the kennel video ending at 8:45:45. So just to take care of the chicken, put it up. I was going to say 8:47, but somewhere around there. I think you said somewhere around there. Is that fair? Just to do whatever you need to do and get on that cart before you head back.
The kennel video ended at 8:45,
In 45 seconds.
8:46. It certainly could have been 8:47 before I left out of there.
Okay.
I think it was sooner than that, but it could have been.
All right. That's 60 seconds.
Gone in 60
75
seconds.
seconds, correct? After it ends.
If it ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, it's a minute and 15 seconds.
You characterized it yesterday as I got out of there, right?
That is exactly what I did.
So if we're at 8:47, I think you said, giving you the benefit of the doubt, it's 2 minutes to get up, back to the house, correct?
approximately.
All right. And when you got back to the house, where'd you park the golf cart?
Same place I'd gotten it from, right where Mark Ball testified that it was.
And what door did you go in?
I would have gone in the front door.
And if you left around
Would have gone.
8:47,
Dude.
and it took about 2 minutes to get up to the house, what time would that make it, Mr. Murdaugh?
If I left at 8:47, and if it took me 2 minutes, that would make it
James,
8:49.
welcome.
8:49.
Exactly. Thank you, official. Isn't that, I'm glad you picked up on that. It drives me crazy as well. I was where they testified. I'm glad you picked up on that. It drives me crazy. That whole thing, like just right now, I'm like, I can't, the thing with him is I can't pause it every time I have a thought, or we won't get like literally through 10 seconds of it. Because I have so many thoughts with every single thing that he says. And I just have so much context and just, you know, all of it. But the thing where he's like, you know, he asked the question about the golf carts, like, and where'd you put the golf carts? Like, I put it back where I got it from. Right. So that's actually non-responsive. Right. And then he's like, well, where is that? He's like, where Mark Ball said it was. He didn't answer the fucking question. I mean, dude, this is what I'm talking about. This is wild, isn't it, guys? Are you going to, what are you doing, James? Are you going to work? Are you going to sleep? What are you doing? I mean, I'm sure I'll be on. Yep. Did what he needed to do, got in, got out of there, knew what he was doing going on at the kennels. That's all I believe. Right. Exactly. Yep. For sure. For sure. Going to work.
Testified you went in.
James, have a wonderful, amazing day at work. I hope it's not as long as yesterday. I hope that you have better luck with the truck. And I hope you have a great day.
Inside and the TV's on, right?
I did go inside, and the TV was on.
Okay.
Wait.
And you laid down. Is that right?
I did.
All right. Before you said you'd been napping for an hour or so, or napping that entire time, but now you laid down on the couch.
That's correct.
All right. And maybe doze for a second,
Maybe.
according to your new story. How long did you doze?
If I dozed,
Oh my God.
extremely short time.
Y'all,
Extremely
the nap-
short time.
You ready for the nap?
Because you
Oh,
would
God.
agree with me that at 9:02,
Oh, Lord.
you're up and moving,
Here we go.
according to the data.
I agree that according to that data, my phone's recording steps at whatever
We're
time it
getting
is,
to the
9:02
busy
something.
bee.
How long did it take you, if you're at the house at 8:49, how long before you went and laid on the couch?
I would have gone straight to the couch, probably. I may have gone by the sink, or I may have gotten a spit
By
cup,
the sink.
but
By the sink.
it would have been
Yeah.
basically straight to the couch.
Straight to the couch.
Yes, sir.
And you're telling this jury that that's what happened, and you were back at the house at 8:49, and you lay down on the couch and dozed for a second, and then you were
Oh, God.
up with more steps in a shorter time period than you had done all day.
Well, I mean, your number is 8:49. What I'm telling this jury is that I went down there, and when I took that chicken from Bubba,
Oh,
I would
God.
have said something to Mags. I got back on that golf cart, and I drove back to my house. After getting back to my house, I went inside, and in short order, I went to the couch. That's what I'm telling this jury.
Y'all,
Did you go
Creighton's,
anywhere
listen.
else in the house?
Y'all, Creighton's, it is brilliant. It's very specific.
And in short order, I went to the couch.
Right there.
That's what I'm telling this jury.
Did you go anywhere else in the house?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you specifically about that. I don't think so, but I may have.
Did you have that tan blackout and a 12-gauge shotgun on that golf cart when you drove down there?
No,
You didn't?
no,
Did you see them when you were down there?
no.
No. So we got you back around 8:49 and you're leaving at 9:02, correct? And you didn't see any weapons down there. You just happened to be back there. You didn't hear anything at all. Did you hear anything at all, Mr. Murdaugh, during that time period?
No, I did not.
You didn't? Didn't you tell law enforcement that you thought you heard them pull up?
Wildcat.
Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
Wildcat.
I did think they had pulled up.
All right, so that was that. You did think that?
Yes.
All right. So now you're saying there was a car pulling up?
No.
You didn't testify to that yesterday, did you, in your new version of events that
No, I don't,
construct?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe there was a car pulling up.
Okay. But that's what you told law enforcement, didn't you?
No, I told law enforcement that I thought they had pulled up.
But then it became a
But you're
wild.
saying you couldn't hear blackout shots supposedly, but you could hear that, correct?
I
Right.
didn't say I couldn't hear blackout shots,
Oh, God.
but I'm saying that I thought when I got up from taking a nap, if I took a nap, but when I got up from laying down, as I was getting ready to go to my mom's, there was a point in time where I thought Maggie and Paul had come back.
You also told them that you thought you heard a wildcat, and maybe it was a person or something like that as well.
Okay.
No, that's not what I
Another one
said.
of your things, the shape-shifting wildcat person. Dude, this is insane. We just have to listen to this again. This is just so fucking good. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my
I
God.
think so, but I may have.
Dude,
Did you-
what the fuck is
And
happening?
in short order, I went to the couch. That's what I'm telling this jury.
Did you go anywhere else in the house?
I don't think
Mr.
so.
Waters, I can't
but I
tell
might
you
have.
specifically about that. I don't think so, but I may have.
Wow.
Did you have that tan blackout and a 12 gauge shotgun on that golf cart when you drove down there?
No,
You didn't?
no,
Did you see them when you were down there?
no.
No. So we got you back around 8:49 and you're leaving at 9:02, correct? And you didn't see any weapons down there. You just happened to be back there. You didn't hear anything at all. Did you hear anything at all, Mr. Murdaugh, during that time period?
No, I did not.
You didn't? Didn't you tell law enforcement that you thought you heard them pull up? Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
I did think they had pulled up.
All right. So that was that. You did think that?
Yes.
All right. So now you're saying there was a car pulling up?
No,
You didn't testify to that yesterday, did you, in your new version of events that
no, I don't,
construct?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe there was a car pulling up.
Okay. But that's what you told law enforcement, didn't you?
No, I told law enforcement that I thought they had pulled up.
All right. But you're saying you couldn't hear blackout shots supposedly, but
This
you could
part.
hear that, correct?
I didn't say I couldn't hear blackout shots.
I love that because it's like, that is what you're saying though. Because like, you already testified on direct. You didn't hear any gunshots. Like this is like him arguing with himself because he can't even get his story straight. Like this is insane.
But
Uh-huh.
I'm saying that I thought when I got up from taking a nap, if I took a nap,
Dude,
but when I got up from laying down, as I was getting ready to go to my mom's, there was a point in time where I thought Maggie and Paul had come back.
now we're gonna get the wildcat.
You also told them that you thought you heard a wildcat, but maybe it was a person or something like that as well.
Love it. Love it.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
That is what
I
you
said when I went outside that there's a house cat that's what
Yeah.
has gone wild. And he hangs around. He goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house, different times. You might, and there'll be times you don't see him. And
Oh
he
my
had been
God.
around the
Oh
house.
my God.
And when I went outside, I believe that cat was over there.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And you made a point of mentioning
I
that
never-
to law enforcement.
I never thought it was a person.
All right. But you made a
Well,
point of
you-
mentioning that to law enforcement,
You
correct?
did say that. You did say that.
In the course of discussing it, I did tell them that.
But you never told them all this new story that you've constructed in light of this trial. Is that correct?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel. I lied about that.
And at the same time, you also looked at this jury and tried to tell them that you had been cooperative in this investigation.
Other than lying to them about going to the kennel, I was cooperative in every aspect of this investigation.
Very cooperative, except for maybe the most important fact of all, that you were at the murder scene with the victims just minutes before they died. Right?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel.
We'll take a break at this time for about 15 minutes, talking to the jury. Please go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case.
So here's the thing. Many things. Look at him sitting there. Y'all, this Wildcat. Why is he walking back to Wildcat
The
story?
kennel. I
And
lied.
it makes me wonder if he's trying to keep this shape-shifting Wildcat a secret to just keep to himself. Like, dude, the Wildcat.
When I got up from laying down, as I was getting ready to go to my mom's, there was a point in time where I thought Maggie and Paul had come back.
You also told them that you thought you heard a wildcat, but maybe it was a person or something like that as well.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said when I went outside that there's a house cat that's gone wild, and he hangs around. He goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house, different times. You might, and there'll be times you don't see him. And he had been around the house. And when I went,
There's that Creighton's. Listen, oh my God.
you don't see him. And he had been around the house. And when I went outside, I believe that cat was over there.
Okay. And you made a point of mentioning
I
that
never-
to law enforcement.
I never thought it was a person.
You said
You
that.
made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement, correct?
That's funny. Catch
In the course of discussing it, I did tell them that.
But you never told them all this new story that you've constructed in light of this trial. Is that correct?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel. I lied about that.
And at the same time, you also looked at this jury and tried to tell them that you had been cooperative in this investigation.
Other than lying to them about going to the kennel, I was cooperative in every aspect of this investigation.
Very cooperative, except for maybe the most important fact of all, that you were at the murder scene with the victims just minutes before they died. Right?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel.
We'll take a break at this time for about 15 minutes, talking to the jury.
Tell him, Judge Newman.
Please go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case.
Order. Okay, look at him sitting there. Y'all, I just love this so much. All right, and they're back.
Please be seated.
I remind everyone in the courtroom
Ooh.
that there is to be no reaction to the testimony. No jeers, cheers, no reaction at all by anyone in the courtroom.
Yeah, I would.
You
I
bring
would.
the jury.
I would have been kicked out.
On the record before the jury comes in.
There will be an opportunity to put something on the record. If it's regarding an objection, it can be done later.
Yes, sir.
Ooh. Judge Newman lays down the law. I freaking love him, dude. So both y'all official and Spencer. So neither of you guys have seen this trial, right? I have Spencer. Great question. Why is the wildcat in the story? No idea. Official singing. I have no idea. It is a special moment. I'm trying to remember which interview that's in. I think it's in the first interview. I can maybe try to find it. It is really, here's the thing. Okay. Y'all probably haven't seen it. Let's just do this properly. Y'all, we're going to take a side. It's not even a tangent. We're going to take a moment because you guys haven't seen this and I will watch it and never get sick of it. We're going to watch his interview with law enforcement the night of the murders. And then we will also get, and it's not long, but it is incredible. And we will get we're going to get y'all haven't lived until you've heard the Wildcat story. But not only that, there's the CIA, Navy SEAL, FBI, Black Panthers story, which is just unreal. Let me find this real quick. Y'all are going to love this. Okay. Ready?
Sir, what was your name?
Yeah.
So this is literally the time of this. It's actually just after midnight, I guess, if that clock is correct. But remember, he called 911 at 10:06 and they got there at like, I don't remember what time, but this is really soon after, right? This is really soon after he called. I mean, the murders were at 8:41, but he called 911 at 10:06. So this is like really quickly, right? And because it was starting to rain, they're in the car. So who's to his right? Okay, that's David Owens. He's like the lead detective. He already testified a while back, right? Because we're in the defense case in chief. Directly behind him is Danny Henderson. That's one of Alex's friends, also an attorney. And right beside him in the back seat there, that's Laura Rutland. So she's law enforcement. So you've got David Owens and Laura Rutland. They're law enforcement. And then you've got Danny Henderson, Alex's longtime friend and attorney.
Danny Henderson.
He was chunky. He lost a lot of weight. Right.
All right.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
So that I remember you were there for the two Gray Boys, Spencer. Right. So in other words, you've not seen this there's a lot you haven't seen, including this cross exam, but including also this. So y'all are in for a treat, guys.
I'm David Owen and Laura Rutland with Colleton County, and I'm with SLED.
SLED.
I hate to have to do this.
I
but
understand.
yeah.
I totally
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem
Yeah.
with it.
So just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly.
Perfect.
Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Mm-hmm. Did you?
Mm-hmm. And I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good.
Love that part. Love that part. Love that. What's really funny
I talked to her.
is on the 911
I
call,
told her I was going to
he's
get
really agitated and grumpy with the 911 lady. So that's really funny.
off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there were some body
Mhm.
things, yes, sir.
The
I
answer
mean,
is
like
what
any
you
other
call is bullet case.
evidence. I know you said the phone fell out the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir,
Bullet
not,
casing.
no, not, no, sir,
Like,
How about Maggie?
no, sir.
You didn't see anything around them?
to me,
What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital.
okay.
My mom gets anxious when she
To me,
does.
the fact that he doesn't mention seeing casings, oh my God, sorry, is red flag. I don't know if they picked up on that, but like, I mean, I'm sure they did. But like, that's what he was looking for, right? Because he should have said that he saw shell casings. But this is great. The question was, what made you come out here tonight? And the response, my mom has late stages Alzheimer's.
No, not,
Classic.
no, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital.
Really
My
incredible.
mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds.
That's
So
how Alex
I
lured
came
Paul.
back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No,
What was their relationship like?
wonderful,
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage,
Oh,
wonderful
man, oh, man.
relationship,
The cat might
Yours and
actually be the
Paul's
other one.
relationship?
as good as it
Trying to
could be.
remember.
How old is Paul?
22.
Okay. You know his date of birth?
Okay,
I do. April 11th, 96 is
gonna
his.
do their
Has he,
birthday.
other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats
Okay, boat case threat.
related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes.
This is great. This is great.
All the time. He gets
Recently?
threats. Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of, I mean,
I'm going to kick your ass, you know.
Sunflower. Sunflower.
I've never been privy firsthand,
mhm.
you know.
Is that through social media or?
No, ma'am.
in
It's
person?
mostly like
He has to
if
say
he
no.
goes out places is
He
what.
has to say no because he knows that if she says, yeah, it's on social media, that they can go look for it and that it's not there.
You know what, he goes out like somewhere, he's in college, so if he goes out is what I understand.
Mhm.
Okay.
And I can find out better details
Yeah,
from
was
some
there-
of his younger friends on
But
that.
it's okay.
Who's his
Don't worry.
best friend?
You're going to hear, Spencer, you will hear enough about the freaking sunflowers, even in this one short interview, that you'll never forget it was the sunflowers. It's a whole thing. So it's okay. Yeah, it was during COVID. Now, having said that, this is like population 12 in this area. So, you know, clearly they don't, and also the South didn't take COVID very seriously in some places. So, but yeah, they should definitely, I mean, yeah. It's
His
all good
best friend in Colombia is Will's Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together in Colombia.
You said Will Chapman and Will Loving? Is that-
Wills with an S,
Okay.
Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving.
Okay.
Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Poor Rogan. The
Tootin,
Rogan is cash.
Nolan Tootin.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one? I'm sorry.
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives
Okay,
around the corner.
okay.
That's very, he's just a good, helpful young man.
Poor Rogan.
You mind if I open the door really quickly?
Go right ahead. Do what you need to do. So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
Get ready for the crazy
I
story.
mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head.
Okay.
I mean, this is such a
Here we
stupid
go.
thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it, but it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys, and the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs, and that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers.
What do you guys
And they
think?
did that
What do you guys
from
think?
Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, I really don't think this guy,
Oh my God.
is probably the person, but that's just so freaking.
Yeah, that's kind of far-fetched
It's
story.
weird. But he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
CB Rowe.
ROWE?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers, and so,
Are you hearing stories about the Navy SEALs and the Black Panthers?
I'm sure he's a little bit.
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know. Somewhere in in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, please, sir?
I do. But I do think him and Paul got along pretty well.
Oh, not him?
That's just really, really weird. All right.
I love when he's like, it's kind of a far-fetched story. He's like, yeah, but
CB.
Right there, in the lap.
Here, I know he called me, so I'll go to that. Okay.
You need to get that phone on the charge, Alec, if you can.
Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Watch your leg for a second, please.
Thank you.
When did he tell that story to Paul?
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week. my son Paul actually, I really do not think, on all honesty, that it's him, but I know y'all got to check it out. But
Well, only because you said so.
Paul was so taken aback by it
Oh Lord.
that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it.
Okay.
No.
Fortunately, we never get to hear that recording.
But for all his weirdness, I do think they they got along
Okay.
pretty good.
How long had he been working here?
I guess about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, a couple months.
Okay. Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard on for Paul?
A hard
That you would
on.
think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
Most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know.
Okay.
It was some people that he knew distantly, but
Oh my God.
more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know.
Okay.
It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came back, he got a black eye. And, he can't defend himself right now because he has these charges. So, Paul was a real tough man's man.
Mm-hmm.
He would just.
He would defend himself, but he hadn't been.
That's right. But
How was he handling that case? Moving over everybody.
as far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before.
Mm-hmm.
Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but
there's so much. Like, did y'all notice the vanishing perpetrator? Right? It's like every time he has the opportunity to name somebody from the boat case, there's all these threats, But it's like it's just yip yap. He can't name anybody. Isn't it incredible? That is true. He did say he was embarrassed before he started the story. Oh yeah.
They're frequently out here.
Mm-hmm.
I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
Why?
What does that shotgun look like?
It was a camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. But I don't think it was out here recently. But I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when deputies pulled up, where did that come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun. Probably overreacting, but.
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I came out and I called 911 first.
Mm-hmm.
Talked to them for a little while, and then I told her.
You told her
that I was that I was going to go to the house
Okay.
and that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one, but
Yeah.
I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we could compare if that shotgun was out here and now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living out here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns.
Yeah. Shotguns, rifles.
Pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. I mean, you name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
And I mean, all of them we have are, in a hunting room in our house.
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with the sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while.
Nope.
Probably
Nope.
45 minutes to an hour.
Wow.
Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early.
No.
Okay, so before dinner time or
Oh, yes, ma'am.
lunchtime or
No, ma'am.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Marvin.
And what does Paul do for him?
Everything.
Just handyman?
Yes, sir.
was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
Oh, no. I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
Okay, so she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings.
Very regularly.
Okay.
She comes out here a lot.
Do you have any cameras on your property?
I have deer cameras, but none, around up here
Where are they at?
on different deer stands.
Okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields, and
Okay.
but there's none that are near here.
Okay.
What doctor did Maggie see today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I want to say Gordine
Okay.
is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
Nope, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's, She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back.
Yeah.
So that was odd, but
That's
it
odd.
wasn't that big a
But it was,
deal.
dude, I can't. It's just incredible.
Now, what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message.
It was odd, but it wasn't that odd. I mean, everything.
All right. I texted her at 9:08, going to check on M, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47. That must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that, but let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45. And then I tried Paul. And then, no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there. 10:03. I mean, my calls are right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when I, at 10:06, can I help you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Take the call.
Anybody else want some gum?
No, sorry.
You don't have any water, do you, Danny? That's all right. I don't need it.
If you, behind Danny's head is a case of water.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I got some right here.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sure we're going to have much more questions.
I'm available at, you let me know.
What, what's another number in case I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
An office number. I can give you my brother's cell phones.
All right. What's Randy's? And you said your dad's in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or
Savannah, Candler, St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. He's doing okay given everything, but he's got a lot going on.
About Maggie's family, where are they?
Somerville.
Have you been in touch with them tonight?
Contacted, yes. I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, and the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person. And they are going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes. And her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
Do you have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old
That's right. You said, what's his name?
Buster. Well, Richard Alexander Jr.
Okay. He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Okay. Laura, you got anything?
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like he is.
Just like he is. So you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
Okay, so it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well in the evening?
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked him, and I think I already knew, but I checked him.
And when you pulled into the
But
property,
you're not
did you
buying
come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come in?
I went to the house,
Okay.
and then I came from the house
This way.
straight here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle was parked is probably
is where it was. Okay.
Well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close because I came back the same route.
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
When I came back.
All right. I can't think of anything else right now, but we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
Yes, sir. So, just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Corner armpit.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out. Well, I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. So, I'm sorry.
Buster, in here. Okay.
Yes, sir. I dropped my card.
We'll get you one.
Sorry.
I'll get you one.
Here you go.
Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you. They'll do the autopsy and everything, and then go from there.
Thank you.
But we'll come see you before we leave.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Rutland.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
Here, you want this water?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Yep.
Incredible, right? Okay, let me go to the other one with the wildcat. And that one we're not gonna watch the whole thing. We'll just watch the wildcat part. I just don't even know. Okay, wildcat. Wait, what are we doing? Yeah, we're looking for the wildcat interview. Hang on. This is the wildcat one. Okay.
And he had so many wonderful qualities now, but specifically though, her mom will know.
I know, it's crazy, right?
And you said she and Buster were at the ball games all weekend?
It's crazy.
With me.
With you.
We really didn't argue.
And we can watch this whole thing if y'all want, or we can just find the wildcat.
That you own.
All right. That I own.
in there, or wherever they're at.
And like a little light that I used that night, Paul would take that thing up.
It's all a disaster.
I video
Was the next, we have two gun cases, one small.
Now, did y'all keep any guns out?
Out was used in this. That 300 blackout, as opposed to lost.
Okay.
But I wouldn't. I know we replaced it because I wouldn't replace keeping it clean. But I mean,
Somebody that's just going to randomly come up there
Okay.
that late at night.
Here it
that
is. I
Doesn't
think this
know
is
the
it.
property. That's. So of course I have to look within and then start working my way out.
So you feel like it's not random. You feel like it's intentional. I mean, planned.
I don't know what to feel right now. And I hate to say that. I don't know what to feel right now.
So do y'all have any good clues?
Oh my
All
God.
of the evidence that we collected Tuesday morning, and we collected additional evidence on Tuesday afternoon. They collected evidence at autopsy today. So we're trying to put a rush on that to get an answer quick, and hoping that's going to tell us something.
By evidence, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. We're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that. Which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, a DNA swab from you.
No problem.
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed. So
We don't need that unknown,
yeah.
and it actually is a family member.
That's no problem.
I mean, we have talked to close to 100 people trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he was like a little detective. And I mean, Paul would, what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
No.
Which leads me to, let's go back to Paul right quick while we're on him. So we have his phone. Do you know his passcode?
I don't. And I'm going to tell you this right now. There's a few people I can point you to.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that he was super, super, super secretive with that. I mean, cell phone. I asked his brother if he knew it. Did the ones that they got the other day didn't work?
Did y'all get any the other day?
Not for Paul's phone. No.
Okay. I know they got Maggie's code.
I know Maggie.
Yeah.
And it works, or it worked.
Yeah.
I've not gotten it, but there's a lot of people out moving parts.
So I thought we were in
may have gotten it.
category.
We'll follow up.
If you
We weren't quite there yet.
trying to figure out what fits. And we're talking to, people that were involved in the boat case. We're trying.
WILDCAT.
I mean, I've got somebody looking at videos right now.
Prepared. And you said you laid down and took a little nap. And when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that. I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you was going to your
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
So I'm just trying to narrow that. The last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
up until you came back from your mom's and found what you found.
Yeah,
Yes.
Alex probably told you all this.
He did check for a pulse. Yes. Right. And that's why we want to do the DNA. Right. Right.
Hi, Annie. Welcome.
Don't know.
Yes.
When you
Oh, I know. It's never Pawpaw till he takes the scan.
when you tried to turn Paul over, do you know if you tried to turn him like towards the kennels or away from the kennels and his phone fell out?
Away. I think I turned him away.
Okay. Was he left-handed or right-handed?
He was right-handed.
Where did he normally keep his phone?
I mean, usually in his hand. But I mean, it was, it was always on him. Pocket, hand, truck.
Where did Maggie carry her phone? Anywhere she could?
Yes, sir.
You didn't actually get a chance to answer that, which sucks. I would prefer that.
Did y'all get fingerprints on her phone?
I haven't gotten that back yet.
When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or?
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that, somehow I had that presence of mind that I needed to not mess anything up. And so I tried not to.
And you definitely saw a traumatic, but the little things that we've kind of
I understand
is necessary so that we can get a little better picture as to what may have happened.
Well, I just thank y'all for everything. My in-laws, my parents, my in-laws, I would like somebody to update me or my brother or somebody so that I can tell them as y'all discover things. Unless there's some reason y'all don't do that.
Well,
I mean, they just have so many questions.
I understand. And
I mean, they may even, well, no, they don't need to do
well, I mean, I know Maggie's mother just had a knee replacement. How is their health overall other than that?
They're ailing a little bit. They're getting on up there. Daddy has some neuropathy, but I mean, they're in good physical health. They're in good, their fortitude is good. They're just, they're just getting age on them,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they're like on death's door, but like they're fine.
Are they in Somerville or are they at the house on Moselle?
No, they didn't. They lived in Somerville.
Okay.
But they're here now.
Oh, they're here in this house?
No, they're in
I think
Moselle.
WILDCAT's actually earlier. Hold on, let me go back.
Duck pond, and he was, bottle.
This interview's kind of all over the place. It's hard
You
to.
give me what gun? So we were actually, this was a direct thing getting him. He doesn't like to go to doctors.
See, he does a lot
But
more.
on normal occasions, she would drive a buggy.
A lot more salading on this one.
And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And sure if I called Paul or
Well,
not.
and that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and
Right.
and everything.
So I left, I drove.
Could be.
Well, you know, I'm gonna tell y'all this, even though I think it's kind of crazy.
Here, is this it?
You know, I was certain
There it
that
is.
I heard
Yes.
them pull up.
Here it goes.
I mean,
Here
I
it
was
goes.
positive that
Wildcat.
I heard, and people don't just come out there. You know, we don't get like passed through. I was certain that I heard them pull up, but they didn't.
Okay.
Well,
if you heard something pull up, what did it sound like?
You know, I can't tell you what it sounded like. I just know that I thought that my wife had pulled up, or that Paul had pulled up.
Would it have been the buggy that she normally drives, or would it be a car?
No, I had the impression that a car pulled up.
Okay.
You know,
and had you woken up by that time, but hadn't left for your mom's?
Yep.
Okay.
But it wasn't much time in between there because I left pretty damn close. It wasn't much time between me waking up and me leaving the house.
Okay.
And when I went outside, you know, there's a cat, a wildcat that lives around that house. I'm pretty sure it was the cat.
We did it, guys. Good job.
Ran from my car, but
everybody.
You know, I never had the impression it was a person, but there was something.
Okay.
You know, but I really don't think, you know.
Right.
I'm just throwing that out there because
I just wanted you guys to hear this because of how he denies that he says the cat could be a person on the stand. He denies it twice. And also, this is amazing. But clearly, he says it could be a cat or a person because it's a shape-shifting wildcat. We did it, guys. Good job.
There's a cat, a wildcat that lives around that house.
Right.
I'm pretty sure it was the cat that ran from my car, but you know, I never had the impression it was a person, but there was something.
Okay.
You know, but I really don't think, you know.
Cat person, wildcat.
I'm just throwing that out there because it was in my mind.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's totally fine.
I left. I drove to.
That's totally fine. Normal.
I drove to my mom's. I checked on my mom.
She lives right out here, correct?
She lives at Almeda.
Okay.
Checked on my mom.
Okay. We can always come back and watch more of this, but we're going to go back to Cross, and then we're going to get into some of my videos, my presentations as well for the drugs. Okay, so let's go back. We'll jump back to this. Let's see, did we come back from break? Oh my God.
When you picked up that chicken, was there?
Alrighty, where we're picking up, I saw the words on the CC, chicken and blood, and he's over there fussing with the microphone. Why would anyone watch a Netflix documentary? It doesn't get any better than him in real life. Seriously.
When you picked up that chicken, was there any blood on
it? I don't believe so.
Did you wash your hands or all?
At that point in time, I don't believe that I did.
When you say you were there, you said Maggie was nearby you. Is that correct?
Right by me.
Was she messing with the hose at all?
At that time, no, she was not.
Well, did she mess with it the entire
every single one of his answers? At that time, no. At any time, Alex.
Time that you were there, according to your new facts today.
While I was there, she did not touch. She was not fooling with a hose at all.
But what? Wait, hang on. But in the kennel video, there's water running from the hose, and you're there, and you've now admitted it. What?
Move this thing along.
Lord have mercy.
I'm gonna put up on the screen.
Just sitting there.
519, which is the condensed timeline.
Oh my God.
Computer input, please.
Oh God, get ready. Fucking hell. Look at him. Oh, this is where it, for me, is just too much because my favorite thing of all time is this Masterpiece timeline, as you guys well know. My other favorite thing of all time is him on Cross. And now we have both at the same time. So if you stop hearing from me, I probably died of joy. Someone adopt Frodo for me.
It's the condensed timeline, Mr. Griffin. Coming out all right. You see that up there, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
All right, I'm on page 5. You see that cell tower map there?
That's up on my screen.
Yeah.
I do see that.
Would you agree with me that it reflects no cell tower activity on your phone from 6:52 to 9:04?
I do agree with that.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Murdaugh. Did you take your phone with you down to the kennels according to the new facts that you testified to yesterday and today?
I must not have.
You must not have.
If this is accurate, no, sir.
Is that typical for you?
Sure it is.
It's
Absolutely.
Okay. Tell me why that's typical.
If and when I'm going. Now, it wouldn't be, it would be unusual if I was going out for any extended period of time, or if I was going, even on the property, if I was going somewhere for an extended period of time, I would usually have my phone. But for me to go knowing that I'm going to the kennel and coming right back, that's not unusual at all. I mean, you've heard the testimony about the service out there. The service is terrible. You have to be in a particular spot.
Right.
And you have to find a spot.
So the answer is you don't know whether or not you took it down there
And I believe that I probably didn't based on this data.
based on this, but unlike the photographic memory about other things, you don't remember whether or not you had your phone on you.
Mr. Waters, I've never claimed to have a photographic memory, but I do not specifically remember if I had my phone that night. I do not dispute it based on this data, and that's not unusual for me.
Just like you don't remember, according to your new story, the last conversation you had with Maggie.
No, I remember having my last conversation with Maggie.
Looking at this screen, you have the map up there. We're on page 6, and it shows you arriving back at Moselle at 6:42. You don't dispute that now, is that correct?
No, that's what this data appears to show.
And looking at the data, moving on to page 7, you have Paul arriving about 7:04. Is that correct? You don't have any reason to dispute that?
Well, that's what it says. He arrives at 4147 Moselle Road, which is the address of the shop. The house is 4157. I believe that Paul actually got there a little bit before that, but I think that's approximately accurate.
Okay.
I think Paul got there a little bit closer to 7 o'clock.
All right. You would agree, though, that's the earliest data point that reflects his presence in Moselle.
If that's what the records show.
You don't dispute that.
I don't dispute that if that's the earliest data point. But again, I believe he got there a little bit earlier. And I tried to look at these records to see if that could be refuted. And
So here's the thing. It takes a lot of nerve to really want to stick to your story so badly that you're like, yeah, Paul's cell phone, which was constantly logging everything he was doing, could be incorrect. It's crazy.
I believe he got there a little closer to 7 or a little bit before 7.
No, that's a good point. You looked at these records a lot before you had your testimony yesterday and today, didn't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
I've looked at these records other than the OnStar records that just came when they were provided to me. Sure, I've looked at them.
Right here, we have some steps on your phone, 29 steps. And then down at the bottom, we have 89 steps. Is that consistent when you and Paul were together on the property?
I mean, sure, we would go to different locations on the property. Sometimes we would get out. Sometimes we wouldn't. We'd get out and walk around. We'd look at stuff. We'd do things. For example, you saw me messing with the tree. There'd be other ones. We may get out and look at a feeder. Maybe other ones we get out and look at hog signs where hogs are rooting. So it would be perfectly consistent with what Paul and I were doing that day.
And 8:05 to 8:09, would you agree that that's the last steps recorded on your phone before 9:02 when you become a very busy bee?
If that's what these records show, I see I took steps, these records show I took steps between 8:05 and 8:09.
So would you concede then that you're at the house around 8:09?
I would have thought so, yes.
Okay. And you said Paul was already back at that point?
No, I said just the opposite.
When did he get there?
All right. You talking about when I left the shop and went to the house when Maggie was there?
Yes, before you ate dinner.
No, as I said earlier, Paul and I were at the shop. Maggie got home. I left Paul at the shop and I went to the house. I think you were saying that I said I met Paul at the house, and that's incorrect.
Paul was still down at the shop when you were at the house, correct?
When I first went to the house, Paul was still at the shop, I believe.
All right. And was Maggie there when you arrived at the house?
Yes, I believe she was.
All right. And 8:09 is the last steps that you have on this phone before 9:02, correct?
That's what the data shows.
Looking now at page 15. I'm sorry, page 14. Your steps that you say when you got to the house is 8:09 and Paul was still down at the shop. But don't these records reflect that Paul is pinging with GPS data at the house at 8:08?
This record appears to show Paul at the house at 8:08.
All right. So those records don't fit with your new story that you testified yesterday and today. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe even right now, Mr. Waters, that that's right. I'm not saying, what you're doing is you're taking 8:09 and saying that I'm at the house. And I mean, that may or may not be right. But what I'm saying is that when Maggie came through, I left, and I believe that Paul stayed at the shop. Now, did Paul come right behind me? I'm not sure, but when I left him, I believe that when I left to go to the house, I believe that Paul stayed at the shop for a minute.
When you got to the house, did you put your phone down?
I'm sure I did.
Did you put it in the car, in the Suburban?
Did I put it in the Suburban?
When you got back to the house, did you put it in the Suburban? Was the Suburban parked out front?
The Suburban would have been parked wherever I parked it.
Which is where?
I believe on the side.
Okay. And did you put your phone in the Suburban?
At that time?
Mm-hmm.
No, I did not.
Where'd you put it?
I'm not sure where I put it.
You're not sure about that either, huh?
No, I'm not sure. When I went in the house, I'm not sure where I put my phone. I would think that I put it down somewhere, probably by the couch.
Didn't you testify yesterday when you were being asked by your lawyer about that pause at Almeda when you were leaving, and you had a very specific recollection of your phone had fallen down in the crevice and you had to pick it up and get it out? You remember testifying to that?
I do.
But you don't remember what you did with your phone when you got back at this point, huh?
I mean, Mr. Ward, those are two distinct, different things. I'm coming in the house and I put my phone down. I don't have a routine spot that I put it in right on this corner or right there. You know,
Yeah.
I would assume that when I went in the house, I put it somewhere either on the table. You go by, go into the couch. I may have taken it to the bathroom. When I took a shower, it may have taken me a few minutes to go to the shower. So I can't tell you exactly where I put it.
That gospel story is an awful specific recollection when you need it to try to make the new story that this jury's hearing and everyone's hearing yesterday and today with the data, correct? But you're awful fuzzy on far more important things, aren't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
Which question? Here, I'll answer the first one first. No,
Yes, the first one,
I don't believe that's convenient. And I disagree with your categorization of the description.
All right. But you remember the console story, but you don't remember where you put your phone, whether or not you took it down to the kennels, whether it was in, you put it in the Suburban. Don't remember any of that, but dadgummit, you remember that console story, correct?
Well, I don't remember the console story, but you know, in that Suburban, and it's not the first time that it happened, but when that phone got down there, you had to go to great efforts to get it out, and you couldn't just reach over there and get it out.
Don't elaborate.
All right. You say when you got to the house that Maggie was already there?
Yes.
We saw your last steps were at 8:09.
Well, that's what you saw when this data recorded my last steps. But as you heard this testimony too, Mr. Waters,
No.
you know, that's not a precise,
No.
that's not
The distance is not
precise. You heard the testimony. You know what it is.
Okay.
How did you get
The testimony was that the distance isn't always precise, but the step count usually is.
back to the house? Remind us.
From the shop?
Yeah.
I went in a white pickup truck.
Went in the white pickup truck.
Lies.
Okay. And when you got into the house, where did you go?
We've already discussed this. I took a shower. Whether I did things for a moment before I went to the shower, I'm sure I talked to Maggie because she'd been gone. And if she came through the kennel, which I believe she did, we only talked briefly. So I would have talked to her, but I would have quickly gone to take a shower.
Whatever.
Going over to page 16. You would agree with me that the data reflects Maggie start logging steps and her phone disconnecting from the Mercedes around 8:17.
Yeah.
I agree. At 8:17, her phone ends connection to her Mercedes.
And starts logging steps.
I don't see that, but I don't dispute it.
Well, you see the purple line talking about it disconnecting from the Mercedes.
I
and
do
then if
see,
you go
I
down
see,
to-
I see where you're talking about. So yeah, I
Yeah.
see it. 8:17, her phone starts logging steps. I agree with that.
Okay. So would you concede that that appears to be when she arrived?
No, I don't believe that's when she arrived. I believe that, I mean, it was very normal for Maggie when she's driving to jump out of the car, run inside, go to the bathroom, do things, and either send me or Paul or go back or Buster or go back to her car herself and unplug her phone. So, I mean, I agree that's when her phone's unplugged, but I believe that Maggie got to the house a little bit before that. That's the whole reason why Paul and I went to the house.
Okay. But you're saying Paul arrived after Maggie. Is that what you're saying? At the house? at
I
this point
believe
in
so.
time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what I recall. And Paul arrived at the house after I arrived at the house, I believe. And if Paul got to the house around about that same time, he wasn't inside with Maggie and I when I went to
8:08?
get to the shower.
So you say if Paul got, he wasn't inside with Maggie and you? Is that what you said? Mr. Murdaugh, is that what you said?
Sir,
You said if Paul got the house prior to that, he wasn't inside with you and Maggie? Is that what you said?
I'm saying he was not inside when I went to get in the shower.
Okay. But again, looking back at this data point, 8:08, we see a little blue dot right there in the middle of the house, don't we?
Yeah, that's what these records show.
Okay.
And it also shows that circle that folks testified to what the range of what it could
Yeah, absolutely.
be within. So, I mean, it clearly could be.
Look at that circle. Look at what's right in the middle of that circle. Almost like somebody drew a circle around the house, don't you agree?
Yeah, I do. But also in that circle is where you would park a truck if you pulled up.
All right.
So you know, and I'm not saying that he wasn't in the house at some point in time there, but when I went to get in the shower, he wasn't in the house. And he very easily could have been there and been parked in the yard.
All right. You agree at the bottom of page 16 that about 8:30 Maggie starts tracking steps again on her phone?
Yes, sir. That's what the data shows.
All right. Oops, hit the wrong button. And you would agree with me that about 8:38, Paul's phone shows him back up at the kennels.
Well, yes, sir. I agree that at 8:38, let me see which one. It's hard for me to figure out which one of these rings, but at 8:38, it shows Paul in whichever one of those rings is 56 meters wide. And I have no reason to believe he wasn't at the kennel.
And then 8:44:55, we've already gone through this, but that's the kennel video, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you would agree with me that it lasts about 50 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And you would agree with me, moving on to page 19, that both Maggie and Paul's phones locked for the final time around 8:49.
That's what the data shows.
After that, you agree that Maggie's phone around 8:53 shows some steps being taken?
That's what the data shows. Yes, sir.
Data doesn't show who's carrying it, but that's what it shows. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you would agree with me that from 9:02 to 9:06, your phone finally comes to life and starts showing a lot of steps.
I do agree with that.
What were you doing?
I was getting ready to go to my mom's house.
Getting ready to go? I thought you took a shower already. You were just laying down on the couch. What all you need to do to get ready to go to your mom's house?
I mean, there wasn't anything to get ready in that aspect, but
Wasn't anything to get
I
ready,
was
was it?
getting ready to go. I was preparing to leave.
Doing what?
I don't know if I got up, went to the bathroom. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what I was doing.
That's far more steps in a shorter time period than any time prior, as you've seen from the testimony in this case. So what were you so busy doing?
That's
Going to the bathroom?
no, I don't think that I
Did you get on a
went to
treadmill?
the bathroom. No, I didn't get on a treadmill.
Jogging place?
Nope, I didn't jog in
Jumping
place.
jacks?
No, sir, I did not do jumping jacks.
What were you doing, Mr. Murdaugh, for those 4 minutes?
Preparing to leave for my mom's house.
What? What is that?
Yeah, I went to
Treadmill?
the bathroom. No, I didn't get on a treadmill.
The most epic.
Jogging place?
No,
all
I didn't
time.
jog.
Treadmill?
Preparing to leave.
Doing what?
Oh my God, sorry.
A lot of steps.
This
I
part.
do
though.
agree with that.
What were you doing?
I was getting ready to go to my mom's house.
Getting ready to go? I thought you took a shower already. You were just laying down on the
Yeah.
couch. What all you need to do to get ready to go to your mom's house?
I mean, there wasn't anything to get ready in that aspect,
Wasn't
but
anything to get
I was
ready,
getting ready to go. I was preparing to leave.
Doing what?
I don't know if I got up, went to the bathroom. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what I was doing.
That's far more steps in a shorter time period than any time prior, as you've seen from the testimony in this case. So what were you so busy doing?
That's
Going to the bathroom?
no, I don't think that I
Did you get on a
went to
treadmill?
the bathroom. No, I didn't get on a treadmill.
Jogging place?
Nope, I didn't jog in
Jumping
place.
jacks?
No, sir, I did not do jumping jacks.
What were you doing, Mr. Murdaugh, for those 4 minutes?
I don't know how. Remember, Judge
Preparing to
Newman.
leave.
Judge Newman told them they can't make any sounds or reactions or they'll get kicked out. I would be kicked out. I don't know how they're keeping straight faces at this gallery with this. I don't know how they're doing it.
That's far more steps in a shorter time period than any time prior, as you've seen from the testimony in this case. So what were you so busy doing?
That's
Going to the bathroom?
no, I don't think that I
Did you get on a
went to
treadmill?
the bathroom. No, I didn't get on a treadmill.
Jogging place?
Nope, I didn't jog in
Jumping
place.
jacks?
No, sir, I did not do jumping jacks.
What were you doing, Mr. Murdaugh, for those 4 minutes?
Preparing to leave for my mom's house.
What? What does that mean? I mean, you're in the front room on that couch where you say you laid down. The Suburban's just right outside. What all are you doing?
I don't know if I got up and went to my room, went to the gun room, went back in that.
Doing what? You've been so clear in your new story about it. Also, during this 4 minutes where you've got 283 steps, not only are you moving around a lot, but you're making a ton of phone calls. Because that in that same time period, you see this red line right here, where over that 4 minute period, all those steps were taken. That's also when you're calling, making all these phone calls, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, I made the
So were
phone
you running in
calls.
place and making phone calls? Is that what you're?
You're allowed to answer before Mr. Waters steps on him again with another question. Please. Thank you.
All right.
You were making all these phone calls while you were taking all these steps. Would you concede that? Where you don't remember what you were doing?
Well, I was making phone calls and that's shown here. At 9:05, I called my dad. You know, I don't know that I was taking steps like you're saying I'm taking steps. I heard the same testimony you heard, Mr. Waters, and, you know, steps can be recorded any number of ways. I don't have a specific recollection of walking around. I don't know if I was hitting my phone like the guy showed or doing whatever that makes steps, but you know.
So you were hitting your phone like that while you were making all these phone calls?
Hang on, no, sir. What I'm saying, Mr. Waters, I don't know that. I'm just giving you an example. You're saying that I'm running around taking.
Creighton, I cannot. Dude, Creighton with the hitting of the phone.
Walking around. I don't know if I was hitting my phone like the guy showed or doing whatever that makes steps, but you know.
So you were hitting your phone like that while you were making all these phone calls?
Hang on, no, sir. What I'm saying, Mr.
Dad,
Waters, I don't know that. I'm just giving you an example. You're saying that I'm running around taking these steps, and while I'm doing that, I'm making telephone calls. What I will agree with is that this data shows that there was 283 steps recorded on my phone. And sometime during that period, I made certain phone calls.
Okay. All right. So not only for whatever it is recording steps, but you're also making a ton of phone calls, including missed calls to Maggie, who is 1,100 feet away, supposedly.
You're using the term a ton of phone calls.
Yeah.
What I agree is that I made the phone calls that are listed on these call data records, which, you know, are very normal phone calls from me.
Creighton's,
You know why so many
you guys,
phone?
Creighton's is just.
You know, are very normal phone calls from me.
Oh my God,
Are
sorry.
very normal phone call data records, which, you know, are very normal phone calls from me.
Do you know why so
Oh my
many
God.
phone calls were missing from the log around this relevant time period when
Wait.
law enforcement downloaded your phone
Creighton switched from a pink highlighter to a yellow one.
on June 10th?
From my phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Did you delete them, Mr. Murdaugh?
Not intentionally.
Just around the time of June 7th, all these calls are missing, but you had nothing to do with that between June 7th and June 10th.
No, sir, I did not. And I did not delete phone calls from my phone. Mr. Waters, one of the most important things in this whole thing for me has been getting this data that I believe
Your Lord.
exist. Phone calls and phone records would be part of that. I've been in enough civil cases and used phone.
Look at that. Now we're back. Okay. We're gesturing to the jury. They've got all those words for that in the behavior panel. He's turning to the jury. He gestures to himself, and now he's back to what do they call it? Like the resume statement, like where he's talking about his lawyer days to remind the jury he's not a murderer. He's not a killer. He's not pled guilty to 101 financial crimes. He's not in jail. Dude, watch this.
Has been getting this data that I believe would exist. Phone calls and phone records would be part of that. I've been in enough civil cases and used phone records enough times to know that you delete a phone call from your phone, it doesn't disappear. So I can tell you, this jury, and everybody who's listening, that I did not intentionally delete phone calls from my phone.
Yeah, because you started talking about you're a former prosecutor, correct? And former lawyer doing civil cases. We went through that yesterday. And boy, you're busy bee on that phone and right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
Busy bee, the busy bee, the busy bee is my favorite. I love Creighton. Are y'all actually getting steps in, or are you guys just talking about steps?
From my phone.
Yeah, because you started talking about you're a former prosecutor, correct? And former lawyer doing civil cases. We went through that yesterday. And boy, you're busy bee on that phone and
Busy bee.
right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
Objections overruled.
Am I a busy bee?
You guys, Judge Newman, my hero. And then the way Alex goes, "Am I a busy bee?" Like he means it like is he actually a bee? Like Judge Newman, objection overruled. It is just, oh my God, you guys.
From my phone.
Yeah, because you started talking about you're a former prosecutor, correct? And former lawyer doing civil cases. We went through that yesterday. And boy, you're busy bee on that phone and right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
Objections overruled.
Am I a busy bee?
Yeah.
I am using my telephone at, I think I call at 9:05.
No.
I start and call my dad.
The
And I
correct response would have been, "I'm a bee, I'm a wildcat, I'm a Navy SEAL."
agree that I made other phone calls.
And one of the first things you start talking about with law enforcement is these calls that you made to Maggie. Correct? You recall that from your first statement to law enforcement?
One of the first things that I said to law enforcement,
Yeah, that's one of the things you talk about. I'm talking about with your interview with Special Agent Dave Owen.
I don't remember that being the first thing we talked about, but
First things.
if Mr. Owens asked me about it, then
No, you brought
Sure.
it up, didn't you?
I did.
You don't recall?
No, I don't recall.
Would you dispute me if I said you brought it up?
That I brought up, what, brought up
Your
what?
phone, Mr. Murdaugh, your phone.
Phone calls to Maggie?
Yes.
That I brought up phone calls to Maggie to David Owens.
I'm asking you, is that one of the things that you talked about in your first interview with Dave Owen? That you pulled out your phone and started looking at it, that you brought that up? Do you recall that?
Well, but that's not what you asked, Mr. Owens. You asked me, was that the first thing that I talked to him about? And that was the discrepancy. I certainly don't dispute that Mr. Owens and I talked about phone calls. But that's not what you said. So just to be clear.
Well, the real reason, Mr. Murdaugh, is that you as a lawyer and prosecutor are up at 9:02, finally having your phone in your hand, moving around and making all these phone calls to manufacture an alibi. Is that not true?
That's absolutely incorrect.
So that's just another circumstance and coincidence in this particular case. Right around the time that you lied to law enforcement about maybe one of the most important facts in the case.
Comment before the question.
It is an absolute fact that I am not manufacturing an alibi, as you say.
How do you remember so much detail about everything else, but you don't remember what you were specifically doing to generate 283 steps while you're making all these phone calls in the same 4-minute period?
I remember unequivocally, without any doubt, with as clear a mind as I could have at any time, that I never manufactured any alibi in any way, shape, or form, because I did not and would not hurt my wife and my child.
So why
So
can't
I
you
know
remember
for a
what
fact
you were doing?
that I never, ever, ever created an alibi.
Why don't you remember what you were doing when you were so busy for this 4-minute critical period?
I do
Other
remember
than
what I was doing.
Other than I was getting ready to go.
Well, that's because that's what I was doing.
Okay. Well, let's keep going. You made those calls to Maggie in that 4-minute period. You had just seen them a few minutes ago when you say you went down there and came right back. Why didn't you just take that quick little left 1,100 yards away and stop by? See why they didn't answer the call. You're obviously wanting to get in touch with them. Why didn't you go down to the kennels that were so close by?
There was no reason to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Wow.
Making multiple missed calls
Wow.
to Maggie, and she's so close.
That was powerful.
And there's a driveway right there. Why do you not just go down there and say, hey, guys, I'm heading over there?
it wasn't important to do that. Me making those phone calls is simply me letting, I believe I called Maggie and I called Paul, but that's simply me just letting them know that I'm leaving for a minute. I'll be back. The fact that they don't answer is not unusual at all. Now, it is odd. It is unusual that they never call me back.
Now, we all know that he contradicts all this, right? In his first, I mean, we just listened to the first interview. In that one interview alone, the dude talked a lot, right? The problem is, for him, talked himself into a conviction. But anyway, you know. Okay.
But at that moment,
All
the
that.
fact that there's a missed call,
Busy bee.
when I know they're on the property, I mean, that doesn't even register at all. That's perfectly normal to try to call somebody who's on the property and not be able to get them. And as far as not going down there, there was no sense of urgency. Maggie was with Paul, you know.
Oh, this is where, here he goes.
She should be as safe
Trying to get emotional again.
as she could be.
Yeah, she should.
Well done, Creighton.
Um,
Well done.
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Almeda when you were at the kennels?
No, I don't believe I did.
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Almeda during supper?
I know that we had talked about it. I had talked, I don't believe we talked about it at supper, but we may have. I know that I had talked about that I was going to go over there. And then I decided that I wasn't going to go over there.
So what was your conversation at supper?
I mean, help. Dude, the salad. Most salad of all time.
No, I don't believe I did.
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Almeda during supper?
I know that we had talked about it. I had talked, I don't believe we talked about it at supper, but we may have. I know that I had talked about that I was going to go over there. And then I decided that I wasn't going to go over there.
So what was your conversation at supper? Tell me specifically, if you could, please.
I
About
can't,
going to Almeda.
I can't tell you that we specifically talked about it. The only thing that I can tell you we specifically talked about at supper was Paw.
All right. And what was the conversation?
Maggie was just concerned. Paul had been having, for a young person, Paul had been having high blood pressure. And he's very resistant to go to the doctor. And this has been going on for a little while, but lately Paul's feet had swollen. And for a 22-year-old to start having swollen feet concerned both of us. And it particularly concerned Maggie. And we talked about that.
Okay. Did y'all talk about Mr. Randolph at all?
I'm sure we did.
Do you remember that group text coming in about whether or not anybody was going to go see Mr. Randolph at the hospital the next day?
Do I remember it coming in?
Yeah.
I don't remember it coming in,
Because
but
you didn't read it till the next day. But
I've seen the data.
why didn't you? Did you ever text the group and say you were going to Almeda at all?
No,
Did you and Maggie ever specifically discuss her going along with you to Almeda?
I don't believe that we did. I know that there was a point in time where I said Maggie might go, but it's highly unusual for Maggie to go and visit just my mom. That whole situation, it just made Maggie sad, and she didn't like to go. So
You,
I don't believe that we did, but I do acknowledge that at some point I said she might go for some reason.
you told law enforcement.
I know. The whole thing, this is the wishy-washy about going over to the dogs, but then the whole thing, I mean, remember, the whole point of what he said, the reason why Maggie was coming back, right, was to go visit with in Almeda, because we all know she wasn't staying there, and it's
Waited
just.
till the next day, but
I've seen the data.
why didn't you, did you ever text the group and say you were going to Almeda at all?
No,
Did you and Maggie ever specifically discuss her going along with you to Almeda?
I don't believe that we did. I know that there was a point in time where I said Maggie might go, but it's highly unusual for Maggie to go and visit just my mom. That whole situation, it just made Maggie sad, and she didn't like to go. So
You,
I don't believe that we did, but I do acknowledge that at some point I said she might go for some reason.
you told law enforcement on multiple occasions
Great job.
that, first of all, Maggie was planning to stay at Edisto the night of June 7th, correct?
I did say that.
All right. And you also said that you came to find out that she came home of her own accord, correct? You told that to law enforcement. Is that true?
She did come home of her own accord.
That she decided on her own to come home because she was worried about you. Isn't that what you said?
I did say that, and I believe that to be the
That.
case.
All right. But since despite what you told law enforcement, we've since seen the text that you actually called her and asked her to come home on the night of June 7th.
No, sir, that's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir, that's absolutely not
All
correct.
right. So you heard your sister-in-law, Marion, testify to just that fact of a conversation she had with Maggie, but you're saying that's
He's like, all right, fine, I'll make me prove it. Let's do this. It's not going to go well for you.
not true?
I don't believe that's what Marion said.
All right. And your defense put in this exhibit 107, where Maggie texted Blanca and said, Alec wants me to come home.
I've seen that. I agree with that.
Is that it up on the screen? Oh, I've got the wrong input here. I'll just hold it up. You've seen this text?
I have seen that. Mr. Waters, the only dispute I have with what you're saying is you're saying that I called Maggie and wanted her to come home. I always wanted Maggie to come home, and I would have talked to Maggie about coming home before she ever left to go to Charleston and to Edisto.
Mhm.
And I can tell you this, and I didn't realize this at the time, but I realize it now, that Maggie was already undecided. Now, I didn't know this, but Maggie was already undecided about staying at Edisto. I can promise you that, because
No.
Bubba and Grady were in their kennels, as y'all well know, that night. That day, if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night at Edisto, at a minimum, Bubba would have been with her, and probably both dogs would have been with her. It was very unusual for her to spend the night anywhere without one of us or those dogs. So
you're
that
saying,
tells me that when she left that morning, she was already seriously thinking about coming back.
so you're saying that you never called her and had a conversation that day asking her to come home, specifically on the night of June 7th, 2021.
Maggie and I had a couple of phone conversations that day. What I'm telling you is that before she left, no, I don't believe we had a phone call about that. We may have discussed it during the phone call, but I didn't make a phone call to her to ask her to come home. I had already told her I wanted her to come home. I always wanted her to come home. You heard Marion say that too, that I always wanted Maggie with me.
Maggie thought enough of it to talk about it with Marion, didn't she?
The fact that I wanted her to come home?
Correct.
Well, sure. I mean, that's what Marion said.
So you're denying that you called Maggie and specifically asked her to come home that night?
I didn't make a phone call to Maggie to ask her to come home that night. I asked Maggie to come home long before she ever left. And I probably asked her again each time I talked to her, but I didn't make the phone call specifically for that, as you're saying.
Are you saying Alex's promise? Fuck if I know.
And to be clear, I'm certain that if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night,
Ugh.
Bubba would have been with her and probably Grady.
Creighton. Love it.
All right. Why did you tell law enforcement, though, that you found out after the fact that Maggie wanted to come home because she was concerned about you? Why'd you phrase it that way if what you're saying to the jury now was accurate? Why would you phrase it that way?
Because I believe that to be the case.
That you found out afterwards, but now you're saying you knew.
No, I'm saying I found out afterwards why she came home, Mr. Waters.
Okay.
And she came home because she was worried about me. So I'm going to be clear about that. I did not learn that until,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I think, the day after she got killed.
Shut up.
But you're saying that you found out that after the fact, but you're telling this jury that you knew the things that you just said about her wanting to come home. And you were unaware of what Marion would say at that point either.
No, I'm saying at that time, I had not thought about Bubba and Grady. Since that time, I've thought about that. I'm certain of that. At the time, I thought Maggie was staying at Edisto. All right. She was going to Edisto to meet the people, to do the work. Maggie loved to stay at Edisto. There's no doubt about that. It would not be unusual at all for her to stay at Edisto. But just like every other time, I had already asked her, please come back, come back. Always wanted her to stay with me. Always. But I did not learn about, and Maggie even texted me, I'll see you in a few hours. But I did not know why she decided to come back until later, is what I'm saying. And I learned it from Blanca.
Watch Creighton.
Blanca actually showed me the text.
This is incredible. The way Creighton just lets him talk and talk and talk, and just he's getting something queued up. Oh my God, it's just masterful.
I did not know why she decided to come back until later, is what I'm saying.
And he'll just keep going.
And I learned it from Blanca. Blanca actually showed me the text that she sent her talking about being worried about me.
You would agree with me that you sent a text to Maggie at 9:08:58 while in motion in the Suburban, as reflected by the data?
I do. Which was because I couldn't reach them by the telephone and I wanted them to know where I was.
Okay.
Which is what we do.
And you got to Almeda around 9:22?
I believe that's correct.
I can go down to it.
No, I don't have any reason to dispute that.
Get him, Creighton.
Made some more phone calls along the way.
I did make more phone calls along the way while I was riding.
Called Chris Wilson.
I did call Chris Wilson.
Had a short conversation with him. Is that right?
I did have a conversation for however long the record show,
About 131 seconds. That sound about right?
if that's what the record show, 2 minutes.
Called your brother, John Marvin, for about 106 seconds, including connection time. Does that sound about right?
That does sound about right.
Arrived at 9:22. Does that sound about right?
It does.
You know, I just
And
have to
then
say, I have
at
yet
9:24, you call.
I've yet to see another trial where they do a timeline like this, which is shocking. I would have thought that after this, every trial would copy this and follow their lead and try to replicate this masterpiece timeline. No one's done it. And every trial should have one of these, just saying.
That's the landline at Almeda. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you went inside. Is that right?
Yeah, that's
Talked to
right.
Miss Shelley.
That's right. I called the house phone to get Shelley to let me in.
And when you were asked by law enforcement how long you were at your mother's house, you said 45 minutes to an hour. Isn't that correct?
I think I said a couple of different things, but I think at one time I did say that. But, you know, routinely through these things, I kept saying, you know, when you get this data, you'll see exactly. When you look at my phone, you'll see exactly. When you do, you know, so, you know, me giving the times was always given with the thought that, okay, that there's OnStar out there, there's whatever.
But when you had a conversation with Miss Shelley after the fact, you actually asked her to say that you were there longer than 20 minutes.
You know, I heard Shelley's testimony. I believe Shelley to be a good person. I wasn't trying to influence Shelley on any particular length of time because at the beginning of this, I believed that data would show what data would show. And for me to tell her to say something when my OnStar is going to show something different just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I can't answer that. What my recollection is that I told Shelley that law enforcement would be talking to her. We may have discussed how long I was there. At that point in time, if I thought I was there 45 minutes, I may have said I was here 45 minutes, but, you know, I can't tell you.
All right. And that's the same thing that Blanca testified to, that you talked to her about the clothes that you were wearing. It made her uncomfortable, correct?
Ask that question again.
It's similar
Annie,
to
it's
your
it's been
conversation
rule of
with
murder.
Blanca that you
Yeah,
testified
for Stephen
about. When you
Smith.
talked to her about the clothes that you were supposedly wearing. And it
What's,
made her feel uncomfortable. Do you remember that testimony, sir?
what's similar to that?
Well, that you're talking to both of
I'm
these
just pausing real
individuals.
quick to answer Annie's
about
question. So Stephen Smith doesn't come up in this trial, but yeah, it's been ruled a homicide, and they're still investigating it. From last I've checked, we did a deep dive into this maybe a couple weeks ago, and we rewatched some old interviews and stuff too, and they're still trying to figure it out. They're kind of still investigating it, but yeah, it's been ruled a murder. And Stephen, oh my God, Stephen. Spencer, I couldn't agree with you more. And by the way, for anyone who didn't know this, CREIGHTON is an electric guitar player in a band. And I think that his skills as a musician and ability to improvise are very clear here.
testimony in a manner that's inconsistent.
Definitely
with what
help.
No, I don't think your assertion is accurate. You have to understand this. On August the 11th, when I went to meet with David Owens, and in that David Owens asked me about, he showed me that Snapchat and asked me about clothes that I had on. And shortly after that, the next time I was with Blanca, I asked Blanca about those clothes because David Owens had asked me about them and was made an issue about it. And so I checked with Blanca to see what I specifically asked Blanca, and it was an issue to me. So I got Blanca and I said, I need you to sit down and talk with me about this. This is important. Do you remember my clothes when you came to Moselle that day? And she remembered
this is
exactly
about
what she
how
testified to.
he
She
pressured
remembered that
Blanca
my
to do the
pants were
story.
there. She wasn't sure if the shirt was there. At that time, I think she actually thought the shirt was there, but she was clear that she wasn't sure about that. No, she wasn't unsure, but she didn't remember, but assumed that it was. So that was the conversation and why I was asking Blanca.
Well, again, you're very specific about your memories of that conversation. Is that correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
You dang right. I'm consistent about that because a very short time before that, David Owens is asking me questions and telling me I'm a suspect in the murder of my wife and my child and asking me about my clothes. You dang right it was important.
It was important, right?
And you dang right I remember why I went to her and for what reason.
Because the only thing you're concerned about is yourself. You're not concerned about giving accurate information to law enforcement, correct? What's the reason for that, Mr. Murdaugh? Why don't you want to give accurate information to law enforcement? Why do you want to talk to these women who both are employed by you or your family and try to influence what they are going to say?
I did want to give law enforcement accurate information. I told a lie about being down there, and I got myself wed to that. But I wanted to give them as much. I knew that I hadn't done this, and I wanted to give them as much accurate information as I could. But the reason I went to Blanca is specifically because David Owens talking to me on August the 11th.
Okay.
Here we go. He's queuing something up, it looks like.
You see that you're underway about 9:42, heading back.
I do.
9:42 to 9:43.
I do.
Is this when he stops on the railroad tracks? Oh my God. It's one of my favorite things. Stops on the railroad tracks for a minute and he calls Maggie's phone.
Turned on Moselle about 10:01.
Turned into Moselle at 10:01.
Yeah, sorry.
If that's what the records
It looks to
show.
me like I turned into Moselle at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock on the dot, sorry.
Yes, sir.
At the house at 10:05.
Yes, sir.
And then that's when you went back to the Kennels after you came back from Almeda, correct?
I went to the Kennels after I went to the house at, I went from Almeda to the house to the Kennels.
And we got to the scene. You got out of the car, according to what you told law enforcement repeatedly, and went and checked the bodies, correct? Before you called 911. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
You're saying you didn't say that to law enforcement?
I don't know what I said to law enforcement, Mr. Waters, but I can tell you this. I pulled up and I saw Maggie and Paw. I jumped out of that car. I know that I went back to my car and I called 911 as quickly as I could. That point in time, when I got on the phone, then is when I went to them
Oh, he's
and did the
changing
things that I
it.
did. So,
But you were
what
very-
you're saying is not accurate.
While
You're
he was,
saying that you didn't say very specifically to law enforcement
wow,
that you went to them prior to calling 911.
he said that.
When?
After you got out of the car, you told law enforcement repeatedly that you went over and checked the bodies before you called 911.
No, I don't. If I did say that, I don't believe that's accurate. Did I check
Oh.
Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
That's what he said. Now here's why he's changing it. Because this GM OnStar data that came in more than midway through trial. The GM OnStar data came in right before the state rested and they were able to incorporate it into the timeline. The problem that gave him was it shows exactly what time his car pulled up. And the amount of time between that and the 911 call is like, I think it's like 6 seconds or 9 seconds or something. It's not enough time to have checked the bodies. And so he's changing it to say that he checked the bodies while he was on the phone with 911. But that is not at all what he said until now.
No, sir. That's not
Oh
accurate.
my God. Oh my God.
At least that's not what I remember.
That's not
No.
what you remember saying, or that's not what you say now happened?
No, that's not what I believe happened.
Okay, but you don't deny that's what you said.
Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
I don't believe that's what I said. Now, I know I checked them, but I don't believe I checked them before I called 911. Because I can pretty well remember
Oh dear.
vividly. When I checked Paw,
Oh God.
I was already on the phone with 911.
No.
Looking at this data, to show the vehicle parking at 10:05 and 55 seconds,
Yes, sir.
10:05:57.
Yeah, the drugs.
Suburban arrives at the Kennels. You agree with that?
Drugs is made up. He made that up.
I'm sorry, say that again, Mr. Waters.
At 10:05:57, it shows the Suburban arriving at the Kennels.
Okay. Okay.
The 911 call was at 10:06:14,
Okay.
just about 20 seconds later.
Mm-hmm.
You agree with that?
I think that sounds right. Yes, sir. I mean, that makes sense. But that goes back to what I'm saying is I pulled up.
Yeah, the story, there's a great point from Annie here. There's a lot of rumors in this case, and a lot of people that watch the Netflix documentary we've talked a lot about, that documentary is full of misinformation. And actually it came out before the trial, which I don't know why they made that choice, because you learn all the information at trial. But anyway, so I always encourage everybody to stay away from the documentaries and watch the trial.
I saw
But boy, look at Creighton here. Look at this. Beautiful. Look at him waiting. Beautiful.
I saw them. And I know I jumped out of my car. But I believe that before I checked them, in fact, I'm almost certain, then I went back and I got that's when I went and got my phone and I called 911.
Okay.
And then after I called 911, there was a little while where there wasn't, I don't think there was anything going on. And I believe that is the time period that I went and checked on them.
What is hinkiness? What's hinkiness?
I don't want to belabor this point, but what you're saying here today, now that we have this data, that's not exactly how you expressed it to law enforcement in your prior statements. Is that correct?
No, sir, I disagree with that.
Oh my God.
I totally disagree with that, Mr. Waters. Will you point to what you're talking about?
Oh, don't. Why are you doing it? Why? Sure. Oh, Creighton. The shirt.
Will you point to what you're talking about?
Oh. Lord. So I will say here, at least it was one kid, but the kid was 20, you know. But I totally understand how it's difficult when it's cases where there's kids that are killed. Not a lot going on, but most of your family being dead. Jesus, I know, right, Candace?
Where's the first?
For any of you guys who are just now joining us on this episode, this is my favorite trial and case of all time. Oh my God, here it is. Wait, here. They're gonna play a clip. Here it is. Woo!
All right, sir. I rent the house without watch.
1257.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so it'll be correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968,
And good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
All right. And sir, what was your name?
Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen, and I'm Lower Rutland with Talkin County. I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I
but-
understand.
Yeah.
I totally
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem
Yeah.
with it.
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here.
sorry.
And I could see his brain on. Turn him over, and I don't know. I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Remember, he also had no blood on him.
I touched them both. I tried to I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, I called 911, pretty much right away.
There it is.
And she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John, and I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
Did he try to call the WILDCAT?
Person you didn't name, that was Rogan, the little boy right around the corner. Is that who you were talking about?
That's correct. But going back to your question, that's the way I remember it, what I said right there. And your question about did I do these things before I called 911, that's not what I said then. And that's not what I remember now.
Oh my God.
Now that you went out, you checked, you came back, got your phone, and that's when you called 911?
I'm not saying that now, Mr. Woods. I am saying that now, but to me, that's what I said then. I told her, I called 911 right away. There was no time to do the things that I'm talking about doing.
Right.
In the time between getting there and.
The fact that he's saying that just goes to show you. He's like, yeah, there was no time, so I have to change it. And the other thing is when he calls 911, he talks to them. He says he's already checked them. So.
Calling 911.
When you talked about calling Rogan and you said that he lived right around the corner, correct?
That's correct.
But Rogan wasn't staying there at the time. That's the whole reason that Cash was at your kennel, right? You knew that.
Well, Rogan was staying in Buford a lot, but he was home a lot too. I didn't know where Rogan was on a daily basis.
About keeping his dog Cash at the kennels when he was staying with his girlfriend and working down in Buford?
Yes, he had asked me that. But that had been some time before. I didn't know. You're making a big deal about this, Mr. Waters, but that particular night, I didn't have a clue where Rogan was staying or not staying. I was trying to find somebody to come out there with me. I'd called Randy, I'd called John, and Rogan was the next best alternative.
Okay.
And Rogan is so close. Rogan, of all these kids that you've heard, Rogan, Gibson, Roro is like a Rogan. You prefer to call him Rogan, is truly like a son to Maggie and I. And he was such a good friend to Buster, and he was such a good friend to Paul. And you've been through everything I have. You'll see that 2 weeks or 3 weeks prior to this, I ran out of gas when Bus and Paul weren't home.
Oh my God.
And Rogan's the person that I called to bring me
No
gas.
one's disputing, dude.
Nobody's disputing any that Rogan would have helped you. Let me keep playing this.
Around Paul when you walked up.
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, nothing. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on
The answer should
them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover.
the answer should have been when he says, "What made you come out here tonight?" The answer should have been, "Oh, I was looking to see if Paul and Maggie were out here."
Fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You just testified that in the wake of this, you didn't know what you said to law enforcement. That was what you just said.
No, I mean, I know a lot of what I said to law enforcement, but there's a lot of things in looking back at this video for one, the 911 call for one. I mean, there's a lot of things that I didn't remember.
Okay. But right then and there, just not long into this interview, you made a conscious decision to lie right there.
Play that again?
You said, I was at the
Oh,
house.
this part is really good.
And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house. Played.
You want me to back it up some more?
Well,
Yeah, we can keep listening to it.
Anything around now? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You want to hear it again?
No, sir, but I don't
So you made a conscious decision to lie right there, this early into an interview, sitting in the front seat, correct?
I don't believe so.
You didn't make a conscious decision to lie?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that was lying at that point.
Okay, tell me why not.
Because Maggie had gone to the kennels and I was at the house.
Okay. So you think you were that was not a lie at that point?
I don't believe so.
At what point did you decide to lie?
I'm not sure, but it was in that.
It was in this interview?
I believe that it was.
Okay, was this interview where you're sitting in the front seat, correct?
It is.
You're not in custody, correct?
I'm not in custody.
They're giving you water, letting you chew tobacco, treating you politely, correct?
They were treating me very politely.
So what was it that clicked? So you said in this interview that it clicked that I'm gonna lie about the most important fact that I know?
I'm not sure exactly when in it that I lied, decided to lie, but I believe it was during this interview. I believe all those things that I talked about, those things that had gone on, the things that people had said to me about don't talk to anybody without a lawyer. Partners all told me that, or a lot of my partners told me that. My dear friend, Chief Alexander was one who said that. I overheard, I believe it was Sheriff Hill, I'm not positive. I overheard him tell, I believe Mark Ball of Gray Homes, don't let him talk to anybody without a lawyer. And
Obviously, you would have already known
what I
that.
believe is that based on my distrust of SLED and getting in that interview, and I'm not positive about this, but I believe when he asked me, about my relationship with my wife and my son, I believe that's when I decided to lie.
Mhm.
But I'm
You
not
left
positive.
out when you had the GSR too, because that's what you testified to yesterday.
That certainly contributed.
And your dope paranoia too. You said that as well, correct?
Well, those things are what triggered the paranoia that started as my addiction evolved.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You're an experienced lawyer and you've been a prosecutor, and you took the advice of your law partners that you should have a lawyer there, as you read that as, oh, I should lie.
No, that's not
Right.
an accurate.
That's not what that means, is it, Mr. Murdaugh?
That's not an accurate statement, what you just said, Mr. Waters.
I just repeated what you just said. You said it was one of the factors was your law partners, and now you're blaming Sheriff Hill and Alexander told you that you needed a lawyer before you talked to police, and you took that somehow as meaning I need to lie
No,
as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
no, that's what you said, Mr. Waters, but
Then how am I mischaracterizing it from your perspective, Mr. Murdaugh? Because I think isn't that what you heard? Isn't that what you just said? Excuse me.
no, sir, that's not what I said.
All right,
So,
we'll say it again.
I believe those guys were trying to help me. I believe they cared about me. I believe they thought that I was in a condition such that I shouldn't talk to anybody. I mean, those guys had to prop me up, help me get myself together just to be able to go talk to David Owens. I mean, they were trying to help me. But before that, that was just one of the many things that I believe led to that situation sitting in there where those paranoid thoughts came to me. Them talking about not talking to anybody without a lawyer, Brian Murdaugh, checking my hands, the fact that I got a pocket full of pills in my pocket.
Yeah, he almost forgot to add that
I was the
detail in.
person who found Maggie and Paul. My distrust for SLED. All of those factors combined and made me decide to lie. I also know him asking me about Maggie and Paw contributed to that paranoia. All I'm saying is I'm not disputing that I lied. I'm just saying at this point, you're saying I made a conscious decision to lie here, and I'm saying I don't think I made a conscious decision right there.
Okay, so it's lighter.
I believe so.
Had you already had your GSR done at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had.
And you already talked to your law partners and talked to and heard Sheriff Hill. Now you're blaming him and
I'm not-
blaming
no.
Chief Alexander now as well for your lies.
No, sir, Mr. Waters.
You just added that one. You didn't say that yesterday. You just added that one.
Please be given an opportunity to answer the question. Objection.
You can finish your last answer.
Mr. Waters, I'm not blaming anybody. I accept full responsibility for what I did. What I'm saying is what I believe contributed to me doing that and the reason why I did that. I think those folks were trying to help me. So I don't blame them. I think they were worried about me.
I don't dispute that, but you're saying you took that advice as I need to lie.
Nah, what you're doing is you're isolating one
I'm
single
not
thing.
isolating anything. I've mentioned all the factors. You've added some new ones, but I mentioned all the factors that you're blaming for
No,
your
sir.
decision to lie.
That's not what you did. What you asked me is you said, I took my partners telling me not to talk to somebody without a lawyer as a reason to lie. And that's an inaccurate statement. That was one of the factors that went into a series,
decision to lie.
hang on, Mr. Waters, a series of events, all right, that caused me to have paranoid thinking, all right, and then I lied.
All right. But at some point it happened during this interview that you crossed over. You're saying that you came into this interview intending to be fully disclosing to everything, and something happened in this interview that sent you over the edge, and you said, hey, let me lie about the last time I saw my wife and child alive, supposedly, according to me.
I certainly didn't go into that interview, I believe, intending to lie. Mr. Waters, I wasn't capable at that point in time of planning anything or thinking through anything.
So somehow during this interview, all of a sudden those senses came to you to plan and do that.
when I got to thinking in that paranoid way that normally, as I said, I mean, I could take a deep breath and make it go away. I never had a situation where it lasted more than a matter of seconds. That night, after all those things had happened, it didn't go away in a matter of seconds. And I decided to lie.
Those are the clothes that you ultimately gave to Dave Owen. Is that right?
Those are the clothes I gave to David Owen.
At what point did you be able to chuck the pills you say are in your pocket? When did you do that?
When I was in my bedroom.
When you're in the
And this
bedroom?
is part of the
Yes, sir.
problem.
Where'd you put them?
I'm not sure where I put them, but ultimately they would have gone in my suitcase.
So that's when you did it? You have a specific recollection of that?
No, I don't. I just know that I took them out of my pocket.
If we watch this whole video, you think you could, if we watch the whole thing, you think you can say, okay, that's the moment where my senses came to me and I decided I was going to tell this major lie?
I don't know that it happened like that, but I mean, I may be able to tell you some things that contributed to it. We watched the whole thing.
We've heard that. I just want to be clear, though. At least on this one, at some point during this interview, when you were able to plan your lie about this event, and you made that decision. But it wasn't what we just played. It wasn't yet. It was some point after that.
I don't think that's a lie right there. Is the reason why I don't think that it's occurred before this, because what I'm saying there, I believe to be truthful. And I know this. I know for a fact that when David Owens asked me about my relationship with my wife and my child, I know that that played a role in that. And I believe that, and I may be wrong.
Welcome, Doug. Well, you're in the right place. This is my favorite trial, my favorite case of all time. And yeah. Yep.
But I believe that this was before that.
You ever heard the expression,
on
not
Colorado?
telling the whole truth is the same as telling a lie?
Sure I have.
That's something you understood as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
Yes.
All right.
Doug, I'm going to fix you a command to see what you think.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so we get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968,
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
All right. And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Talkin County. I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I
but
understand.
yeah,
I totally
yeah,
understand.
yeah.
So you don't have any problem
Yeah.
with it.
So,
You hadn't decided to lie right there. correct?
I don't believe so.
You told David Owen that you understood that he had to ask questions and you do what you need to do, correct?
That is what I told him.
Let me know what you think, Doug. Man.
Right, this might be a good time for a break.
Clock.
So I tried to represent everything to the backwood beats and outlaw rhythms. Let's see how I did with Doug's command here.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember, addressing the jury. We'll break till 2:15.
I have to say, here's one thing that's amazing about Creighton. So this was not planned. Going through this, his initial interview with law enforcement, like they've been doing at this moment, was not planned. The way that this ended up happening, again, because Creighton is willing to go where this defendant is leading him and follow him down these rabbit holes instead of sticking to any type of like agenda or whatever. Unlike most prosecutors, right? He has the ability to improvise. Again, for anyone who's just now getting here, Creighton is an electric guitar player, lead guitar player in a band, and he has that ability. And he's got a very different style than any other prosecutor I've ever seen. He's my favorite prosecutor for that reason. He's very chill. He's not type A. And so the way that they ended up going through this interview right at this juncture is because simply because he was asking Alex about, you know, the timeline of when he checked the bodies versus calling 911, right? Because there's not enough time. And then he's like, no, I don't believe I said that. This is from like, I don't know, 15 minutes. He's like, I don't believe I said that. I believe I said that. He checked him while he was on the phone with 911. And then he was like, can you show me where I said that? And then Creighton's like, all right. And then now it's pivoted into, because of where Alex led him, pivoted into, at what moment did you decide to lie? And this is really, really key here. Creighton ends up, I mean, he's on the fly, on his feet, right, thinking, and this ends up being really pivotal what comes out here. Glad you like it. Excellent. I'm trying to find the right moment to do our sunrise deep dive, which is the drugs thing. But maybe let's go back to where we were in court. Okay. It's like the only trial that I can watch on normal speed as well. Okay. Judge Newman. Woo!
Please be seated.
Mr. Griffin, you wanted to put something on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. During cross-examination of Mr. Murdaugh, he had testified that in relation to the financial crimes that he had tried to meet with the Attorney General's office, and that on multiple occasions, and that he had from the get-go had always been willing to sit down with them. He was specifically talking about the financial investigation and the charges which he received as a result of those investigations. Following up to that questioning, that answer, Mr. Waters then went to Mr. Murdaugh's testimony and the information he provided about being down at the kennel. And he said you had never provided that information to law enforcement and other people until today or yesterday. And Your Honor, that is a direct violation of Dole v. Ohio, where the Supreme Court said that cross-examining the defendant about his failure to have told an exculpatory story after receiving Miranda warnings at the time of his arrest is a due process violation. The court goes on to say the defendant's post-arrest silence
Yeah, but he hadn't been
cannot be
Mirandized.
used against him, violates due process. And that's exactly what happened on cross-examination. So I want to make clear the grounds for objection. Also would like to move to strike the question, strike the answer, and get a curative jury instruction that they are not to consider any failure of the defendant to come forward with exculpatory information after his arrest relating to the murder charges. Thank you.
Inculpatory.
Mr. Waters.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Clearly, this defendant has given statements on multiple occasions, and that operates as a waiver under Doyle. Additionally, my question was not so limited as Mr. Griffin says, and it was in fact the defendant who made a point of saying that he had repeatedly tried to talk and put that in issue, at which point this was directly responsive to what he brought up. Additionally, this was also, all that was discussed were public statements of his counsel, who is an agent on his behalf and attributable to him. So there's no Doyle violation here. If Mr. Murdaugh had claimed his right to silence from the beginning and had kept that throughout, then the state would be precluded from commenting on the exercise of his right to remain silent. But one thing we know about Mr. Murdaugh is he has not remained silent at any point during this process, and he's the one that brought up
facts. Running his full mouth, self-snitching.
His false claim that he had been begging to tell the Kennel story, when in fact he did not do so till yesterday.
Yeah, they're probably using the Westlaw app, which, by the way, is awesome.
Doyle primarily addresses the issue of post-arrest silence.
Right.
If an accused is silent following an arrest, then it's improper to comment on the post-arrest silence. It does not allow an accused or a person who's suspected to give contradictory information or to voluntarily give a statement or to voluntarily give a misstatement, as has been acknowledged here. I do not find any Doyle violation, and the record is protected. I certainly understand the defense raising any and all possible issues that can be raised, and you've done it here. The record is protected, but all motions are denied.
I love that. I love Judge Newman. So he's like, I totally understand you're protecting the record for appeal. This is your job, but nah. Bring the jury.
Let's bring the jury.
There it is. Love you, Judge Newman. You're the best. Oh my God, look at Alex sitting there. Look at him sitting there like that. Where does he think he is? At like the parlor? I don't even know. I don't even know. What even is a parlor anyways? I don't know.
Jury is present, sir.
Very good.
Get it.
You may proceed.
May it please the court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Murdaugh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Give that mic up a little bit, please.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
There we go.
When we left off, we were talking about at what point during that interview in the car with Dave Owen that you decided to start lying about the murders of your wife and son. I'm going to pick up this video real quick. Not going to play the whole thing, but we'll start from 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Just start to talk, take your time.
Like when I came back here.
Yuck.
And I could see his brain on.
Word.
I turned him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911 pretty much right away. And she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover. She fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
Just to be clear, you say you hadn't made the conscious decision to start lying about your wife and son's murder right there, correct?
Yeah, Meg.
I don't believe so.
Well, let's continue on.
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you exactly when that decision occurred.
Okay.
Not going to get you out of
Can't
watching this.
describe to the jury the moment you decided to lie about your wife's son and your wife and son's murder.
I can't tell you exactly when that moment occurred.
I left the house and went.
She did say earlier that when David Owen asked you about your relationships, that was a trigger point, correct?
Well, that was certainly one of the things that contributed or made me paranoid.
Okay.
Now, you know, there were already things that had gone on.
Oh, God.
That occurred, as I said, that put me in that mindset.
Yeah.
But exactly when I decided to lie about that, I can't tell you.
So the things again, you talked about your dope paranoia, the fact they'd taken GSR, and you talked about the advice of your law partners and Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander, and then you talked about distrust of SLED somehow from the circumstances and demeanor of this interview right here, correct?
No, my distrust from SLED didn't arise from this interview. My distrust for SLED arose from a couple of things, and it's really several things. It arose from the way.
So this is a whole new story. So why did he agree to take the stand? It wasn't even that. His lawyers tried to talk him out of it, and he was like, "Fuck no, I'm taking the stand." He wanted to take the stand. This dude talked and talked and talked after the murders. All he's done is talked. And that's just what he literally during the colloquy, he like shuts Poot down. Speaking of Poot, he like shuts him down and is like, "No, I got this. Yes, I want to testify." Where is it? Here we go. A Poot surprise. There it is. So yeah, but now it's a whole new thing. Now, every time he does this and he adds in new stuff, then it just gives Creighton more ammo because eventually they just, you know, this gets obliterated as well. This whole distrust of SLED thing is, Alex is trying to find a way out of this situation. And it's just, this is why Creighton lets him talk. He just keeps digging himself deeper and deeper.
From a couple of things, and it's really several things. It arose from the way they had been involved in, SLED had been involved in the investigation into Paul's criminal charges, and they had been involved in, there was an issue that had gone on with some rumors about Buster and Paul. They had been involved in that, where, you know, Buster nor Paul had anything to do with,
Talking about Stephen
with what
Smith.
I'm talking about.
Stephen Smith.
And SLED never said that, even though they told their lawyer that, they never say that. And there had been another incident where SLED had charged Greg Alexander, my friend in this case. They charged him. And in fact, I thought the agent that was involved in that was
Great.
David Owen, but
This is great.
the charges against Greg Alexander were so, they were so wrong that my dad and I made a conscious decision, even though he was a career prosecutor, made a decision to go to the courthouse and sit with Greg Alexander while his trial went on, because
It was like 10 years ago, right?
it was a while back, you know? But
You don't know if Dave Owen was at SLED 10 years ago.
no, I checked on that, because that night, the officer who was involved in that case in bringing clearly manufactured charges against Greg Alexander.
You're saying the night before you sat down for this interview, you were asking somebody about whether or not something about Greg Alexander 10 years ago in the wake of what had occurred?
Oh, no, I didn't ask anybody.
Okay, so that wasn't what you were discussing when you were sitting in this car.
No, I wasn't discussing that. I'm just telling you that I thought David Owen was the same agent that was involved in that case. Now, I learned later, because I checked on it, I learned later that it was a different David, SLED agent.
Beautiful.
First name David with a different last name. I learned that
Thank you,
later.
David Owen.
I'm just saying that was all
Will the real David Owen please stand up? Please stand up.
part of that process going on in my mind.
So you're saying that you're sitting here right now thinking that this Dave Owen and this circumstances and demeanor of this interview, you're thinking that guy had been involved in the prosecution or investigation of your friend 10 years ago.
I did.
Okay, so here's a new one you just mentioned to us, correct?
No, that's not.
Finally worked. I have to just say something. I made this command for Brennan, aka Brennan, a long time ago. And it's been this whole thing. It has never worked. Not once. It's never worked. And I didn't know. Initially, it was with an F. Okay. Initially, it was with an F. Okay. So then we thought, well, maybe it's because of the cursing. So we changed it with, F and then star CK, right? Still didn't work. I've changed it over and over and over again. And I changed it to duck, and now I changed it to puck, and it finally worked. Now, I don't know if it's because of the word itself or what. Now I'm going to try changing it back and see. But this is the first time this command, and Nightbot really delayed here, Nightbot. Cute. So cute. Really delayed. Finally, oh, Nightbot. Let's see if it'll work now with the original version.
It's not a new one. That's part of.
I mean, the circumstances are new. I mean,
No,
that's fairly
no.
specific, don't you think?
Well, no, sir.
I mean, the story keeps evolving. Keep going.
Yeah.
No, you asked me about this, Mr. Owen. What I said is part of this whole, I mean, Mr. Waters, part of this whole process involved my distrust for SLED. That was a big part of my distrust for SLED.
Yeah, we can all see it on your.
Sorry. Yes. And now it's working. Oh, Nightbot. There it is. Dude, Fender, for those of you guys who know Fender, I'm gonna have to take a picture of this because this was her command that she wanted to have. And this was a really long time ago, guys. And literally this has been, for months, I've been trying, this command has never worked. I have to take a picture and send this to her. Anyway, okay. Carry on. Yay.
Place in this interview, can't we?
That is good. Just in time for the retrial.
But you said what you just said a little bit ago, that wasn't the lie. That wasn't the conscious decision yet. So let's keep going.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't believe that it was. I don't
Okay.
know exactly when I made the decision to lie about that.
All right.
All right.
Well, if you see it, let me know, okay? Go forward.
To my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. when I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How was Paul?
22.
Okay.
So that was the moment, right there, that line of questioning, just asking some very general questions about your relationship. You mentioned that before, didn't you, Mr. Murdaugh? Is that the moment right there? Is that the look on your face when you decide to lie about an important fact in your wife and son's murder?
I don't know, as I said, Mr. Waters, I don't know the exact point that I made that decision.
Specifically earlier mentioned that very exchange is somehow triggering you to lie about the last time you saw them alive.
No, I'm not saying that that's what made me lie. I'm saying this whole set of circumstances
Lord
caused me to be in a state where I had paranoid thoughts.
Hang on.
Okay.
That normally, Mr.
Hold that
Waters,
thought. Let me back that up. Hear that again.
to be in a state where this is, that's what made me lie. I'm saying this whole set of circumstances caused me to be in a state where I had paranoid thoughts.
The whole set of circumstances made him paranoid. Now, let's impeach him with himself. Woo!
The paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking, it was always related to pills.
Here we go. Wonderful.
Okay.
Creighton, dude, and Creighton's response. Oh,
Caused me to be in a state where I had paranoid thoughts.
Okay.
brilliant.
That normally,
Creighton.
Mr. Waters,
you.
I could take a deep breath and make go away in
Keeps
a
talking.
second or 2 seconds or 3 seconds at the most. And on this night, I wasn't able to do that. But all of those things that I mentioned, I believe contributed to that.
Spencer, I know.
Any more you want to add now?
Creighton. Spencer says, LOL, since you don't know what or where you started to lie, let's keep going back over to all those lies you told in video and tell me when you lied. Exactly. Dude, Creighton, though, listen to this. Oh, my God.
But all of those things that I mentioned, I believe contributed to that.
Okay. Any more you want to add now, since you keep adding them?
I'd be glad to answer any question you have.
Well, I mean, I'm asking. I mean, the factors have gone from yesterday to today, and now even after lunch, we got some new ones. So anything else you want to add right now as to factors?
Get it.
Mr. Waters, I don't believe that I've added any new factors. I believe that's what I said yesterday.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Great. With this cup of water.
All right.
Love you, Creighton. Let's keep going. We'll just keep the torture.
I've explained some of those factors because of your questions, but I don't believe I've added.
Look at how he just ignores him. This is one of my, I think this is the one where he just literally ignores him. And then Alex keeps talking. And then eventually Creighton's like, what now? Dude, it is just so casual. Ugh. Yep.
I've explained some of those factors because of your questions.
Yep.
But I don't believe I've added any factors.
Okay. All right, let me move this forward just a little bit.
Okay, so most of this was stuff from when couple of them, but not.
Yesterday in great detail about the boat case, which you brought up on the 911 call and to Daniel Green, and then of course in this first interview, correct?
I did mention the boat wreck.
You described that. Do you remember what you said in this interview about the boat wreck?
Not
About
specifically.
specifically the other people involved in the boat wreck? You don't remember specifically? Do you remember specifically? I guess you said no.
I remember talking about the boat wreck. And I
don't
know
know.
that I talked about the boat wreck.
All right. Well, I'm going to play now from 1714.
Any
Oh my God.
direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
What was the term you used for that? A small amount of yip yap?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
and just to be clear, Mr. Waters, there was never, ever a point in time where I thought that the people that were involved in the boat wreck
Stop.
did this.
Stop. 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 Literally on the 911 call, I should have known. I should have known. He wants them to, he's trying to bait them into being like, should have known what? And when the 911 operator doesn't fall for it, he just starts talking about the boat case and literally launches. And when he goes back to the house to get a gun, why? He's like, oh, because the boat case people, they're after me. I mean, dude, even with the side of the road implies the boat case people. Of course, there's no actual boat case people. This is crazy. That I forgot that he says this. Of all of the things, of all of the things, of all of the things, this should be the one thing that he doesn't.
Term you used for that? A small amount of yip yap?
Yeah, and just to be clear, Mr. Waters, there was never, ever a point in time where I thought that the people that were involved in the boat wreck did this to Pawpaw and Maggie.
And he has to say Pawpaw. He has to add the Pawpaw. Now, here's the thing. Now, he doesn't ever name anyone specifically because it's always the vanishing perpetrator, right? You know, again, when they're like, who made the threat? It's like, I don't know, and right? It's always so vague, and it's the vanishing perpetrator. So he didn't name anyone specifically. But that's not what he says here. He says he never said anyone in the boat case was involved. And literally the opposite is what he says like a bazillion times. I think he's even already testified to that.
I never thought that.
All right. I never thought that, but it's
I'm
literally
making sounds so that I don't go, just so you know.
one of the first things that you said out of the 911.
Thank you, Creighton.
Nah, that's not what I said. I never, ever, ever under any point in time believed that those kids that were riding in that boat or their parents or their families. I didn't believe that any of the families, the people that were involved in the boat wreck had anything to do with hurting Maggie and Paul.
Even for him, this is
But I can tell you that at that time, and as I sit here today, that I believe that boat wreck is the reason why Paul and Maggie were killed.
Okay.
So,
and I'm certain, I believe that.
It was random vigilantes, the 5-2 vigilantes.
hang on. Sorry, I paused it at a bad time. Hold on.
That at that time, and as I sit here today, that I believe that boat wreck is the reason why Paul and Maggie were killed.
Okay.
And I'm certain, I believe that.
It was random vigilantes, the 5-2 vigilantes, huh?
Now, what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that
y'all,
when Paul was charged criminally, there were so many leaks, half truths, half reports, half statements, partial information, misrepresentations of Paul that ended up in the media all the time. And when I tell you the social media response that came from that was vile, the things that were said about what they would do to Papa, they were so over the top.
Oh my God, the way he's with Pawpaw right there. Here's what he's trying to say now. Oh my God. He's trying to say it is from the boat case, but it wasn't anyone involved in the boat case. It was a vigilante not involved because they saw something on social media and then they came and killed Maggie and Paul with your guns. But it's a special Pawpaw here is great.
Response that came from that was vile. The things that were said about what they would do to Papa, they were so over the top.
Unbelievable.
That nobody would believe anybody would get on social media and do that. But I believe then and I believe today.
Well, and actually, having said that, remember in that law enforcement interview, the first one, actually all of them, but we just watched the entire first one a little while ago, and he literally says none of the threats were on social media. And I even pointed out, I was like, the reason he's saying that is because he knows they can go check social media and then they can find that they don't exist. He literally said they weren't on social media, and now he's saying it's on social media.
That the wrong person saw and read that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because I can tell you for a fact that the person or people who did what I saw on June the 7th, they hated Paul Murdaugh and they had anger in their heart. And that is the only reason that somebody could be mad at Paul like that and hate him like that.
Gotcha.
Hang on. We're going to do a quick song break here because it's just so appropriate.
It's not unusual to steal from anyone. It's not unusual to have killed your wife and son. But even God would never forget what you've done. It's not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
So remember that sound bite there, this one,
It's a house.
is literally him on the 911 call. So that's why you'll hear that regularly on things here at this channel. Okay. That was my first of the trial parody songs, or whatever you want to call them. I just want to see what crazy is to this nonsense.
And that is the only reason that somebody could be mad at Paul like that and hate him like that.
Gotcha. All right, so we've got now.
Creighton's gotcha. Dude, Creighton.
That and hate him like that.
Gotcha. All right, so we've got now.
I'm gonna have to make a clip of this. It's not, I mean, this is just this moment too. Like there's so many moments in this cross. They're all so good. But this one, I feel like I have this has flown under the radar for me, and I need to right that wrong.
That is the only reason that somebody could be mad at Paul like that and hate him like that.
Gotcha. All right, so we've got now.
But that's why I did then believe it was the boat wreck, and I believe now that the boat wreck
All right, so
had something to do with it.
All right, so we've got random vigilantes because of the boat wreck.
Now, I don't know that they're random vigilantes.
Well, you just said it wasn't the family or the kids, or the kids or the family of the other kids in the boat, right? So you're saying it's somebody off of social media, and you don't have any evidence of that, do you? You just believe that, and you're just telling that jury that as you try to explain the lie that you told for the first time yesterday. Isn't that right?
No, sir, that's not right.
It's not right. All right. Well, let me ask you a question then. So what you're telling this jury is that it's a random vigilante.
That's your
the 12-year-old, the 12-year-old 5'2" people that just happen to know that Paul and Maggie.
The fact that he's bringing them back in, y'all. Annie says sad. Are you saying sad like pathetic? I would imagine so. But also sad about Paul, right? And Maggie. Let us know.
The family or the kid, or the kids or the family of the other kids in the boat, right? So you're saying it's somebody off of social media, and you don't have any evidence of that, do you? You just believe that, and you're just telling that jury that as you try to explain the lie that you told for the first time yesterday. Isn't that right?
No, sir, that's not right.
It's not right. All right. Well, let me ask you a question then. So what you're telling this jury is that it's a random vigilante.
That's your
the 12-year-old, the 12-year-old 5'2" people that just happen to know that Paul and Maggie were both at Moselle on June 7th. that knew that they would be at the Kennels alone on June the 7th, that knew that you would not be there, but only between the times of 8:49 and 9:02, that they show up without a weapon.
Okay, I forgot. Dude, this is maybe one of the best parts. I mean, they're all the best parts, but this is incredible how Creighton puts this together. Alex has given him so much new information, right? And Creighton just puts it all together. It is so impressive.
Explained a lie that you told for the first time yesterday. Isn't that right?
No, sir, that's not right.
It's not right. All right. Well, let me ask you a question then. So what you're telling this jury is that it's a random vigilante.
That's your
the 12-year-old, the 12-year-old 5'2" people that just happened to know that Paul and Maggie were both at Moselle on June 7th, that knew that they would be at the Kennels alone on June the 7th, that knew that you would not be there, but only between the times of 8:49 and 9:02, that they show up without a weapon, assuming that they're going to find weapons and ammunition there, that they commit this crime during that short time window, and then they travel the same exact route that you do around the same time to Almeda. That's what you're trying to tell this jury?
Wait for his response. I remember his response here is amazing.
You got a lot of factors in there, Mr. Waters, all of which I do not agree with, but some of which I do.
All right.
I think he keeps talking. Maybe. Creighton, casual. Alex will always fill the space. It is attorneys. Who?
You testified earlier that after this happened. Well, let me back up just real quick. When you were driving to and from Almeda, why were you in such a hurry? Why are you rolling 70, 80 miles an hour down that dark, beat up road?
I wasn't in such a hurry.
You weren't?
No, sir.
All right. Show you what's been marked as States 573.
I just like to
Recognize this.
I do.
And tell the jury what that is.
It's Mag's car.
All right. And what's it in front of?
Mm-hmm.
The house at Moselle.
And what's between the house and the Mercedes?
The golf cart.
Is that where it was on June the 8th, to your recollection?
No, sir.
Where was it left?
I mean, it was near there, but that's not exactly where it was. No, sir.
Okay, where was it?
Where we would normally park it would be a little bit closer to the sheds. I mean, a little bit closer to the house, to the bushes.
Your Honor,
But when was that photograph taken?
Oh my God.
do you recognize when it was taken?
No, I don't recognize. No,
You
sir.
wouldn't dispute that it was around the time in the aftermath of the murders, would you?
Oh boy.
Aftermath being when?
I'm asking you.
A day, a week, an hour?
I wasn't there, Mr. Murdaugh. Do you recognize those?
I recognize the car, I recognize the house, and I recognize the golf cart. But that is not, that's not exactly how it would have been
All right.
that night.
Can you describe to me then where it would be different?
Well, it would be more in line with, first things first is when we drove.
First things first, I'm the realist. Sorry.
The golf cart, or when I drove it for sure, and I believe when the others drove it, you would come in and you would go across the little brick walkway that's in front of this.
Oh my
So
God.
if I would have come in and gone this way, or I would have come in and gone this way. This is not a place that any of my family would have normally parked. And so what I'm assuming is this obviously is taken at daytime. And
oh my God,
what I'm assuming is it was taken when SLED came the earliest it was taken was when SLED came to the house the next day, which I believe the testimony is in the afternoon. And at this point in time, that golf cart, I would assume, would have been moved.
Why?
Several times, but that's not how it was.
Well, where did you leave the golf cart when you got out of it around 8:45?
In the manner in which I just talked about.
Okay.
What
Help me out
manner?
again, so I understand.
Yeah, you didn't give a manner.
You would have come around this way or that way, but where was it? Where would it end
It would have
up?
been, in this picture, it's facing to the right.
Oh, I got you.
The night that I drove it, I believe I parked it facing to the left.
I understand.
Would be customarily how I did it. And I believe I did it that way that night.
Okay. Well, that's all right.
And that is how I would have gotten into it.
All right. That's a very specific memory. Thank you. All right. At this
Well,
time,
that's
the
just how it
state would
normally is.
offer.
Creighton!
573 and evidence.
Admit it without objection.
First things first, I'm the realist.
Alma, very briefly.
Drop this and let the whole world hear it. I'm still in the murder business. I can hold you down like I'm giving lessons in physics.
And see, Mr. Waters, you can see in the picture now that you bring this up on the screen. If you look to the right, you can see the actual steps.
So here's one thing. So this particular golf cart scenario, I dove deep into this, deep dove, whatever, and found the exact type of cart. Now they talk about it quite a bit. So, I found the exact one. Now it's a 4-seater. So that was really integral when we did our whole What the Truck series. That's why we have the What the Truck command, because what we figured out was that the only explanation in terms of going to the kennels was that Alex actually rode with them. I don't think anybody else figures that out. It's not really entirely necessary. I mean, it's not necessary to prove guilt, obviously, but there's a lot of shenanigans about the trucks, which I believe they're about to get into even more of here. And it was a whole confusing thing. And it was like a whole rabbit hole thing, as it were. We had the chicken business, and then we had like chicken business part 1 and like chicken business part 2. And then we had the truck. And so anyway, but we figured all these things out. Like there was all these little mysteries, right? Like how did Alex get to the kennels? How did he get back? And like, what about Maggie's cell phone? And a number of other things, and the dogs being out, and we cracked all those. So,
and just to the left of that
I
would
made
be
it
where the
easy.
little
It's
brick
just rough.
patio starts. So where I would normally park it, you would roll across those bricks, and the end of the golf cart would be just past those. And we all normally parked it that way because the way you charge this golf cart is if you see that back seat that's sitting, you can see the edge. This is a 3-seat golf cart. You can see the back seat. And a lot of golf carts have the charge.
But yeah, still the point being that some golf carts would only have room for 2, but the 3-seater was crucial because Alex went with them.
Charger.
It's the only way.
Sits on the floor or something. This golf cart has a charger that's plugged in and a part of the golf cart. So you flip that seat up and it plugs in. And the outlets are right up there by the door.
Now, what's great about it is like we zoomed in on this and if this is where they always parked it, it would be ruined, right? Because it's out in the rain all the time. Like this is nonsense. Those are leather seats. This golf cart would be destroyed. I don't know if they're waterproof, but even at the very least, the seats would be ruined. I mean, it's like rusted, Yeah. Sorry, we got to hear Creighton's response there. I ruined it.
So you flip that seat up and it plugs in. And the outlets are right up there by the door.
Okay.
Great.
Anything else you want to say about that?
I'm going to answer any questions you have, Mr.
Oh
Waters.
my God.
Well, I appreciate all that information in great detail.
Great. And
Sustained.
All right.
It's just never parked that way by the family.
Savage is right, Candace. Accurate. Love it.
Now the computer back, please.
He's sitting there trying to think of what else should I say to fill the space. Shut Shut your full mouth. That's what you should.
Mr. Murdaugh, I'm going to put up the second interview. This
Oh,
would have been
Lord.
June the 10th.
Wildcat interview.
I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I do want to go through a couple of things.
Please play the Wildcat part.
Anything you want to go through, Mr. Ward?
Oh, for fuck's sake. You know, it's just so funny. In most trials, again, this is all normal speed. I can't normally watch. I get so used to watching it faster. This is just an anomaly. I can watch it normal speed. But not only that, every single silence and pause where normally it's like fast forward, it's boring. Every single second of this is so interesting, right? It's crazy. It's not, I mean, yeah, riveting. I can't just sleep.
I apologize. Got ahead of myself. I want to do one last thing on the first one.
Wait and get it. The people who haven't watched this are just look at Pooh. Look at Pooh struggling with his water. I wish we could zoom in. The people that don't watch this are just missing out. I'm just saying, because now, like, double thing. We got Creighton being awesome, and then Poot struggling with his water and making that face. Gold, pure gold, all of it. Watch. Look at him. Putin. Man, it's so hard. Oh my God. That's the Poot face. So good.
For the record, I'm going to start
I forget the guy's name.
I'm going to start it at 23:55. This is the first interview.
Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I want to say Gordine is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you in the office or?
No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there.
Fuck's sake.
And
it is brutal. I agree.
I think I texted her.
There, when you repeated the lie that you decided.
Was that the moment that I
Was that the
decided
moment you decided to lie to mean old Dave Owen?
I don't know. As I told you, Mr. Waters, the exact moment that I decided to lie, but at that point in time.
But you did lie there, correct?
I did.
And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
We have Maggie who's going to go with me, but she doesn't normally go with me, but she's going to go with me. And then she didn't answer the phone, which was kind of odd, but it wasn't that big a deal. Brilliant. It's so good.
All right, I'm gonna go to the second interview.
Honestly.
It's been previously admitted. Let me ask you this before we start. You stated earlier during your direct testimony that after these crimes happened, you were around family, family was around you, your law partners were around you pretty much every minute after that, correct? Every waking minute. Didn't you say that yesterday?
Yes, they were for a long time.
All right. And this second interview was 3 days later, is that right?
That's correct.
And in no time with any of your close friends and law partners and family, do you confess the truth? Do you?
No, I did not.
Do you say, hey man, I think I messed up. What should I do about this?
No, I didn't.
You're not telling that lie to anyone, are you? Until yesterday.
Excuse me?
You're not telling that lie to anyone until yesterday, are you?
Not telling what lies?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Alex!
Saying I tried to tell somebody that I was lying?
Dude.
All right.
Just incredible. Creighton just freaking ignores him. Wow.
Until yesterday.
Excuse me?
You're not telling that lie to anyone until yesterday, are you?
Not telling what lies? Saying I tried to tell somebody that I was lying?
A random twiz.
All right.
One more, y'all. Oh my God. Creighton. Dude, y'all will never see this happen in a trial ever. This is one of a kind.
Do you confess the truth? Do you?
No, I did not.
Do you say, hey man, I think I messed up. What should I do about this?
No, I didn't.
You're not telling that lie to anyone, are you? Until yesterday.
Excuse me?
You're not telling that lie to anyone until yesterday, are you?
Not telling what lies? Saying I tried to tell somebody that I was lying?
Wow.
All right.
Wow. Oh. Oh.
Hang up.
Wow.
So is it?
Well, it was working.
And all right, I'm going to move this to approximately
Wildcat.
24:56.
Wildcat. Well, I'm glad I took a picture of the Breenan command working because it was such a big deal and now it's not working again. Proof that it did work. I put it in the Discord.
Went to go to
Meg's been in and out, Twiz, unlike some people.
red thing getting
Wildcat.
12:28.
Wildcat.
he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet have swollen up recently.
Oh,
So, that was a big, huge deal.
Okay.
We hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the Kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the Kennels?
I don't know exactly, but on normal occasions, she would drive a buggy, drive a four-wheeler,
Glad you saw it, Meg.
very common for her to walk.
Okay.
Wildcat.
What about Paul?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But it could be anyway,
Again.
I don't know exactly. Wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
We are really close to Wildcat territory. I hope he plays it.
And Paul left.
And I'm assuming, Paul left because of, what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Oh my God.
And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay.
Great.
And what time did you?
I don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's.
And also you made a bunch of phone calls while taking your phone and hitting yourself with it, right, guys? Busy bee.
And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down for you.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got it.
So, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And I mean, she didn't answer at that point.
She was dead.
And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all will just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul.
Well, and that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and everything.
Pretty much all of that was lies, wasn't it?
The part about me not being at the kennel was a lie.
Well, also not knowing that Paul went down there, not being sure, that was a lie too, wasn't it? I mean, you're putting some detail on this thing, aren't you?
Not knowing when Paul left. Everything about me not going to the kennel was a lie.
And you're able to just do that
so easily and so convincingly and so naturally, don't you?
I mean, that's not for me to judge.
That's true.
Every moment of this cross, you guys, it gives me goosebumps. This is what I'm talking about. This is a person, he is just reacting in real time to, he is so in the moment. Dude, it is incredible. It's incredible.
Everything about me not going to the kennel was a lie.
And you're able to just do that
so easily and so convincingly and so naturally, don't you?
I mean, that's not for me to judge.
That's true.
I mean, y'all know why he's saying that, right? Because, the jury, right? Twiz, have you heard about my thoughts on the strategy for DM? Like what I would do if I was defensive?
It's an odd story.
I'm going to get to where I'm going.
Feel right now.
So do y'all have any good clues?
What a stupid question. Good clues?
So we're trying to put a rush on that to get an answer quick, and hoping that's going to tell us something.
By evidence, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. We're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that, which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, the DNA swab from you.
No
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed.
We don't need that unknown when it actually is a family member.
No problem.
I mean, we have talked to close to 100 people trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he was like a little detective. And
He was like a little detective.
Is he looking for clues then, Alex?
And he was very intuitive, like I said.
And that was what Marion described as Maggie's term for how he was and keeping tabs on your pill usage. Wasn't that correct?
That was what Maggie said about him.
For some reason, you decided to bring that up in this interview, didn't you?
I mean, that was a trait of Paul's personality. I mean, I think anybody who knew him would tell you how intuitive he was.
Got it. You shouldn't going through hours of videos that we.
All right. For the record, I'm at 4630.
Well,
thank you all.
Yeah.
Very much.
So.
Mr. Allen.
You don't have to call me miss. You just call me Alec. Thank you for that courtesy.
When you and Paul got back in the house, Miss Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared. And you said you laid down and took a little nap. And when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so.
Oh my God,
When you
WILDCAT?
made your call to Maggie to let her know you wanted to.
No, nobody was in that house when I.
WILDCAT. WILDCAT.
So I'm just trying to narrow that. The last time that you saw Paul and Maggie is when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Talkin.
Oh, fuck, he stops it there.
Your answer was yes, sir. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh my God. So I love these moments of silence and stuff. So how I would handle DM on cross. So it's very, very clear that she does not want to testify, right? Like this is going to be a nightmare, you know. I don't know I don't know what she's going to be like as a person, right? But especially should the jury perceive her as, you know, should they feel any type of like sensitivity or sympathy towards her? I would take the Jose Baez approach. So I'm thinking back to like the Casey Anthony trial, right? Some of you guys have seen how the prosecution, every single one of those prosecutors, they're all jerks. And they go after like all of their own witnesses for the state, all of the lay witnesses. They're just like yelling at them. I mean, it's weird. It's weird. It's really weird. They're yelling at them and they're like impeaching their own witnesses. It's just bizarre, right? It's just weird. Every single one. And Jose Baez gets up there and literally it's the opposite of what you normally have, where he befriends the defense witnesses, or sorry, the state's witnesses, right? Now, I don't know, you know, he puts them at ease. He's the one who says, I'm sorry for, you know, whatever. Like he's the only one, like with Cindy Anthony, for example, the state she takes a stand 8 bazillion times. Never once when she's crying does the state offer any empathy, but Mr. Baez does. Just as one example, he puts everyone at ease. And it's like the idea of like you catch more flies with honey, right? Which I think is, I mean, he makes that true with every witness, but especially when you've got a witness like DM who really doesn't want to be there, right? And then you look at your attorneys here in Idaho for the state, right? I don't care which one it is. None of them have the ability to have a demeanor that would be, in my opinion, probably the best tactic to take with DM, which is if you go out there and you attack her, I don't think you're going to get anything. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't think that's the way to do it. And there's been several things in the different filings that I've pointed out as I've covered them. You know, for those of you guys who've been paying attention, cough, cough, whiz, I point them out as I go through them where I'm like, it's been dawning on me over time. I'm like, a DM could actually be a great witness for the defense. And we've seen, as we've gone through the different filings, whether it was the bushy eyebrows or the text messages, I mean, just the different moments where I'm like, I've said this many times where I'm like, yeah, I think she could actually be a great defense witness. And if I were the state, I would not be calling her. Right. But you're going to have the state call her and they're going to be like, they're going to know it's going to be a disaster and they're going to try to get out ahead of everything. And they're going to be the ones. And you can probably imagine it. And it'll probably be Ashley Jennings. I would imagine. I would think that's who they're going to put on her. And it's going to be a disaster, in my opinion. I can just picture how this is going to go because Ashley's going to be trying to get a certain answer and it's going to be a mess. And then see, after that, then if you're Ann Taylor or Miss Massoff, sorry, you can swoop in there, give her a moment. Hi, Dylan. Today's a hard day, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like I can picture this entire thing and how you can come in and be the good guy. Now that does two things. That looks really good in front of the jury, especially if she's crying and the state's not sensitive to it. I've seen this shit play out in other trials and it's like, what is the state doing? Right. And you come in and be the good guy. And not only will that look good in front of the jury, but also I think that is how you will get more answers out of her. And any answer she gives is going to be bad for the state. So that is in summary, my thoughts on that one. DM. Yeah. Dylan Mortensen. Yeah. In Idaho. I know you've been there for some of the Idaho coverage, Spencer, but she was the quote unquote eyewitness, closest thing to it anyway. It's a mess. Right. Exactly, Meg. Yep. But I think she'll be even. There was some snark there, which was warranted. I think she'll be kind. I think you want to come in with Dylan being kind. I agree. Everything Jennings does is a disaster. Yes. No, burglary doesn't mean stealing something. That's robbery. Burglary does not require that. We went over the elements of burglary in fucking painstaking detail last night, so I'm not going to do it again. But yeah. We went over burglary, all of the elements. We went over the different types of burglary. We went over the jury instruction, and then we did it again later. So twice through basically last night. If somebody lets you in, it's not burglary. But taking something that doesn't belong to you is not an element of burglary. That's robbery. So. Oh, you were there. Okay. So yeah, so you know. Yeah, the stole something's not a part of it though. But you don't remember. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good, Meg. It's all good. You were probably browsing. Yeah, larceny means there's no threat of force, while robbery means there's threat of force. But those involve taking things that don't belong to you. So like if you're going to rob somebody at gunpoint or with a knife or whatever, right? But yeah, it's funny because a burglary, the connotation that everybody has, and myself included, until I started studying this stuff, you think burglary means you go and you break in and take something, right? That's what I always thought, but that's not what it is. Right? Yeah. That's true, Spencer. Holy cookie. Is here. The Hamburglar. No, you're exactly right. Because doesn't he burgle something or not burgle something? Isn't that what he's supposed to be doing? Taking something that doesn't belong to him? So true. Yeah. And that's probably part of why everybody has it wrong. You know what I mean? Like legally speaking, everyone thinks burgle means steal. Like what is he? Isn't he stealing a hamburger? Isn't that his whole thing? Annie's still here? Both Annies. Annie, are you okay? You okay? You okay, Annie? Both Annies.
About to go to the August 2021 interview.
Oh,
But
Lord.
between that June 10th interview and the August interview, you were not working very much. Is that correct? If at all?
No, I definitely wasn't working very much. I think I was working a little bit, but no, not very much at all.
Did you go to Johnny Parker to borrow $250,000 in order to cover the Ferris fees?
I did.
You did?
I did.
Did you tell him what that was for?
No, I did not tell him what that was for.
Did you go to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in order to help cover some of the Ferris fees that you had taken?
I was just trying to think of something. So he was asking about working, and I'm like, Alex wasn't doing shit. But then I was going to do Million Squirrel Points. Name the song. I've been working from 7 to 11 every night. Actually, it's kind of doesn't without the context, but you'll either know it or you won't. Anyway.
Did you go to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank?
Yep.
And get $350,000 in order to help cover some of the Ferris fees that you had taken to send to Chris Wilson?
I did.
And did you get those fees before you signed any paperwork or documentation?
I've heard testimony about that in this case, but I can't tell you the specifics of that.
Okay. You don't recall that?
Do I recall when I signed paperwork? No, sir.
You don't recall that you got the money a month before you had to sign any paperwork?
No, sir, I don't recall that.
Call your phone being in the console. But
I'm not disputing that, but I don't recall it.
Did you go to your best friend, Chris Wilson, and convince him to cover $192,000?
Why didn't he just pay? What didn't he just pay? No one's getting the song. Why didn't he just pay what, Twiz? Earlier, Spencer. Let me tell you. I don't think that's right. Ow. Oh, there's a bunch of sounds there. Anyway, I'm not sure what you're asking about. Why didn't he pay it? He's borrowing money.
Testimony about that in this case, but I can't tell you the specifics of that.
Okay. You don't recall that?
Do I recall when I signed paperwork? No, sir.
You don't recall that you got the money a month before you had to sign any paperwork?
No, sir, I don't recall that.
Well, he didn't have any. He doesn't. The
Call
money.
your phone being in the console.
I'm not disputing that, but I don't recall it.
He's old. He's stealing.
Did you go to your best friend, Chris Wilson, and
Well-
convince him to cover $100,000?
Okay, well, so from the bank, so Russell Lafitte, remember, is in federal prison. So when he goes to borrow quote unquote money from Russell Lafitte, none of it's done correctly, and they're all in prison. So I don't know.
$92,000, the remaining $190,000, in order for
Hamburglar.
him to send that email to your
Oh
law
my
firm
God.
as if those fees had been there all along.
I spoke to Chris Wilson and did not have the full amount of the fees. And I got Chris Wilson to put the remaining fees in his trust account.
And when you did that, you didn't tell him the truth about your life. You just asked him to cover you,
No, I
correct?
didn't. I did not tell him.
And he agreed to do that because of his belief of who you really were, or who he thought you were.
He agreed to do that for whatever reasons. I assume that was a big part of it.
And once that $600,000 was transferred, Chris Wilson sent an email to you saying those fees had been there, were in his trust account, correct?
That is correct.
And then you forwarded that email to Lee Cope and Jeannie Seconder, correct?
Who's back?
I know I forwarded it to Jeannie, and I've heard that testimony about forwarding it to Lee Cope, so I believe that's correct.
Been working from 7 to 11 every night. Let me tell you. I don't think that's right. Ow.
Why'd you not get it all from PSB?
Because at that time, there were limitations on how much I could borrow because Mags was passed. And so I was limited. I couldn't get a loan against Moselle and had to get a loan against Palmetto State. Against Edisto.
What's not true, Twiz?
Going to the third interview.
Woo!
All right, I'm going to go to 1745.
It's the live version. The live version, Twiz. I mean, I guess I could. I've been dazed and confused. So long, it's not true. Oh, I never stopped bargaining for you. I mean, I guess that's the same. I don't even know that I've ever heard. I think I've only ever heard the live versions, but anyway, I would imagine that part's the same.
Apparently having some technical difficulties.
Uh-oh. Oh, right. It's not true. Duh. Okay. Thank you. Got it now. Right. Yeah, I even said it's not true. It's because you said it's not true to me that yeah. Fair question.
Jury's saying this, so I mean, again, you repeated the same lies over and over again.
I did.
Effortlessly and convincingly.
Oh
I
man.
don't know about that.
No,
Oh,
they can see it there.
I agree with that.
Nobody yelled at you.
Nobody yelled at me. Nobody, none of these guys were ever discourteous to me. Like,
great. He's just trying to chat.
Nobody what?
I said, none of those guys were ever discourteous to me. You made a comment earlier that David Owens was mean or something about being mean. And
No,
he was
that's
never mean
dude.
to me.
No.
But you decided to lie in part because you distrusted David Owen.
Right.
I distrusted SLED in general.
But then there's the whole
I
thing about the fake David Owen.
particularly distrusted who I thought was David Owen at the time,
Fake David Owen.
who turned out not to be David Owen.
So wait a minute, I want to be clear. You're saying now you thought that this was
God.
some David Owen that had something to do with Greg Alexander 10 years ago.
No, sir. And I'm not saying that now. I've said that all along.
Uh-huh.
The person that I saw and watched in Greg Alexander's trial that was clear to me was just, it was terrible what they did to Greg Alexander. And the person at SLED who was responsible for that was a guy named David. All right. And I'm not even getting into his last name. I thought that David Owens
Going through it all again.
that night was
Like
that guy.
he's-
Later,
Going through it again like it helps. It's just worse. This is amazing. I love that Creighton just lets him talk. It is freaking amazing. Oh my God.
Because you distrusted David Owen.
Love it.
I distrusted SLED in general, and I particularly distrusted who I thought was David Owen at the time.
Okay.
Who turned out not to be David Owen.
So wait a minute, I want to be clear. You're saying now you thought that this was some David Owen that had something to do with Greg Alexander 10 years ago.
No, sir. And I'm not saying that now. I've said that all along.
Uh-huh.
The person that I saw and watched in Greg Alexander's trial that was clear to me was just, it was terrible what they did to Greg Alexander. And the person at SLED who was responsible for that was a guy named David. All right. And I'm not even getting into his last name. I thought that David Owens that night was that guy. Later, down the road, and it was a while, I checked into that and I found out that I was mistaken, that it was not David Owen. It was
So
a
when we went
different
back
guy.
and we spent a lot of time going through that first statement, you're telling me now that you were sitting there thinking that this was a completely different guy the whole time, and that was on your mind during that entire interview.
Yes, at the time,
Oh God.
I thought that David Owen, no, I didn't think David Owen was a different person. I thought that
Oh,
David
my.
Owens was the person that my dad and
We are
I
so
had
far-
watched.
We are so far afield. I love it.
Just,
This is a mess. And just the way Creighton just, it's so good.
yes, at the time,
All right.
I thought that David Owen, no, I didn't think David Owen was a different person. I thought that David Owens was the person that my dad and I had watched. Just, I mean, my dad and I truly thought evidence was
Yeah, you said that
manufactured,
part.
and I thought it was David Owen, and I was wrong about that. But that's what I thought that night.
Any other factors or details you want to add about your decision?
I want to answer any question you have,
No,
Mr.
I guess
Waters.
just, any more?
Do you have any more questions, sir?
No, I mean, any more about your decision to lie. I just want to, let's
Oh,
get it
nice.
all out now.
Little guy.
If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer, sir.
All right, well, I do.
Lord.
Tell me about the replacement blackout.
Be nice to my boss, Liz.
You initially told law enforcement that you weren't sure whether or not there was one, correct? Correct?
Oh, no, sir, you're absolutely wrong about that.
What did you say to
Right.
Shortly after this, it became being told that Paul's gun had been stolen. And the one you heard talk about being stolen from the thing. And I'm not sure how I learned this, but I learned that somebody, I believe SLED had gone to John Bedingfield, who made those guns, and could only find paperwork for 2 blackouts, one of which they were saying was stolen in 17. And that's what they were telling me. And I was certain and told them that I was certain that there was a third one.
But initially, in June 8th and June 10th, or June 10th, you were saying that
I'm still really
thought that y'all had replaced it, and
up
then
in
you
arms
kind
about the
of
hamburger.
wavered, and then eventually said you did replace it, correct?
I don't believe that's correct. No,
You don't
sir.
believe that's correct?
No, I don't believe that's
Did you
correct.
say to law enforcement that you thought that the third gun, the replacement blackout, had gone missing in Christmas of 2020?
It did go missing in Christmas of 2020.
So you're telling them that one also had been missing 6 months prior, correct? Answer my question first, and then you can explain. Did you all tell law enforcement that that gun had been missing since Christmas time?
I told law enforcement that when we looked for it at Christmas time, we could not find it.
Okay.
And that was accurate. We looked for it when we were trying to shoot hogs, when we had a group of people out there, and we could not find it.
Okay. But you now know that it was there as late as turkey season.
And we're back to the hogs.
I know, sir. I know that Will Love and Paw had it.
One thing I will say, in this trial, if it always comes full circle in numerous ways. If it's not Bubba with the chicken, then it could be the sunflowers, right? And if it's not the sunflowers, it's probably the hogs.
Right before turkey season, like Will Love and testified to.
Oh my God, it's a new thing about Alex. It's a new thing about Alex. Candace says the man is obsessed with David. I'm dead.
So it was around, actually.
It was around there at some point in time there. Yes, sir.
So you're saying it got stolen a second time, or you just don't know?
No, I'm not.
The 12-year-old stole it a second time?
I never said a 12.
It's too much. It's too much. The 12-year-old stole it a second time. I cannot.
Stolen a second time?
I can't.
Or you just
Oh my God.
know that it was there as late as turkey season?
I know, sir. I know that Will Love and Paw had it right before turkey season, like Will Love and testified to.
So it was around, actually.
It was around there at some point in time there. Yes, sir.
So you're saying it got stolen a second time, or you just don't know?
No, I'm not.
The 12-year-old stole it a second time?
I never said a 12-year-old stole any
Fucking
gun.
hell.
Sorry, the 5'2" people stole it a second time?
Oh my
I don't
God.
know that it was-
Creighton, the mastery.
Just don't know.
No, I'm not.
The 12-year-old stole it a second time?
I never said a 12-year-old stole any gun, Mr.
Sorry, the
Waters.
5'2" people stole it a second time?
I don't know that it was stolen. I just know that when we looked for it at Christmas time, we couldn't find it. And I know this, I know that I hadn't seen that gun in a long time. I've heard the testimony that people who were at my house using guns and hunting with us all the time, Rogan, Buster.
Don't you mean
They
Rowe
didn't-
and Bus?
I can't remember about Buster, but there were several people who didn't even know that gun had been replaced. So that tells me that that gun did not stay where our regular guns were. And I know that I didn't see it there. And that tells me that they didn't see it there.
Of course you didn't see it there. 'Cause
This
it's
is
gotta be
crazy.
missing, right?
Crazy.
Ask that
You got
question
one more
again.
circumstance for your latest story to work is that it's got to be missing as well. It was when you told law enforcement it was missing at Christmas time. Now we've had testimony at this trial, and now you're still claiming that you never saw it. It must have been kept somewhere else. Where else would it have been kept?
It could have been kept anywhere, Mr. Waters, the way Paul did guns, the way guns were handled around there. I was terrible about that.
You're terrible about that.
I should have been stricter.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
But you know that that third gun was fired right outside the gunroom door in turkey season of 2021, correct?
I know that now, based on what Will Lovin said.
And you know it was also fired across the street at y'all's shooting house around that same time, don't you?
No, sir, I don't know that, but I know that I would assume that it was fired at the shooting range, but I don't have any reason to believe it was done in close proximity to that time.
Oh, God. This, I mean, I want to know, what is the longest cross exam for a defendant? I mean, the entire day on cross and some of the day before. And I don't even remember if they finished on this day, but it is like incredible. And every moment of this is just spectacular, but amazing, right? Like most defendants are not on the stand for this long on cross or even total. He's got another thing. Do it.
A few months go by, a couple months go by, and you get confronted
Oh my God.
by two thefts.
Side of the
from the law
road,
firm,
Jay.
correct?
September of 21.
And unlike June the 7th, when Jeannie confronted you, this time they had unassailable evidence, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, they had,
No wiggling out of this one, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't try to wiggle out of this one.
Well, you've been wiggling before, though, right? You wiggled when you stole your brother's money twice, correct?
I admit almost all of
Oh,
these things,
not
Mr.
again.
Waters, but that's one of the things that I take dispute with,
Which one?
that I stole that money that you're referring to.
You're going to dispute that? Let's hear about that then. Tell me why you dispute cashing that check twice.
I don't dispute cashing that check twice.
Oh God. Great. Great.
But you're going to tell this jury that you accidentally didn't realize that you were supposed to be receiving some $125,000 check, or $120 however $1,000 check, 2 times. How many $120,000 checks do you receive?
I got that check, and this is
Amazing.
several months.
The way he holds up the number 2 and just pauses. This is brilliant.
$1,000 check 2 times.
Wow.
How many $120,000 checks do you receive?
Right.
I got that check, and this is several months after. I mean, you can look at my finances and you can see how I was doing. I didn't balance a checkbook.
Here's what I will say. That is one thing that is definitely true, because his finances are a complete and utter mystery that, anyway.
But the fact of the matter is, when I got that check,
You can balance a checkbook. Gee, I wonder why you didn't do that. Fucking hell.
I asked about it, and I was told mistakenly that it was for me, that I had participated in that year-end thing, which I did sometimes, not often, but sometimes. Apparently, a new check got cashed. I cashed that check. Then a year later,
Yeah, where did you keep that one for a year?
I don't know where it was. It was obviously in
All
my
of the testimony from the law firm was that he never participated in that attorney thing.
desk. But Mr. Waters,
So you found it in your desk.
no, I didn't find it.
Well, you said it was obviously in your desk. So you remember that? You remember finding it in your desk?
No, I remember when we,
Did you go to finance and say, I just found this year-old check? Is this right?
no,
No, you took it to the bank, didn't you?
no, sir, I didn't.
Not allowing Mr. Murdaugh to answer the question.
So when this came up,
They're saying.
when this came up, that check got cashed. There's no way that I can have a check in our law firm with the way accounting is, and that I can cash a check twice and think that that's impossible. So
Impossible.
to cash a check that's already been checked, it's gonna throw, there's no question it's gonna throw that off. What happened is we used to get a rent check, we get little checks, I'd have checks and they pile up.
Crazy.
The small checks.
They'd pile up.
That check got mixed in and it got sent to the bank.
Lord.
And it got deposited.
Okay. Bye, dude. Oh my God.
Keep going.
And that was a year after.
Let's keep going. I'm trying not to go, Meg, because I love you. So I'm just like, I'm making sounds.
I'd have checks.
What it
and
is.
they pile up. The small checks. That check got mixed in and it got sent to the bank and it got deposited.
Keep going.
And that was a year after.
I have to do something real quick. Hold on. I have to do something.
Sent to the bank and it got deposited.
By a 5'2" ninja assassin. Ayo.
Keep going.
And that was a year after.
Okay.
But I do dispute that I stole that money. That money.
All right. Well, I mean, you brought it up. So any of the other money you dispute stealing?
No, so you brought it up. I was just telling you that was the one I disputed.
All right. And you heard Ronnie Crosby and Murdaugh testify about that, correct?
I heard Ronnie and Mark testify about what they thought about it. Yes, sir.
You testified yesterday about the side of the road,
Yeah, yes, sir.
and then you heard the testimony during the state's direct case about what you said on the 911 call. You heard that, didn't you?
I did hear that.
You heard the 911 call where you said you'd been attacked by an unknown assailant and described him?
I did.
And you saw the video from the ambulance where you said you'd been attacked by an unknown assailant and described him?
I did.
And you heard the testimony from Ryan Kelly where you, again, went into detail and described this attack from an unknown assailant?
I did.
And you heard the testimony about your interview on September 6th with law enforcement, in which you went into great detail and again described this unknown assailant?
I did.
And you heard the testimony, and in fact, the image was put in about how you sat down with a SLED sketch artist and spent a period of time with her going forward and creating an image of the supposed assailant.
I did sit down with it. I was in the hospital and they came in, sat down with me, asked me a bunch of questions. I answered their questions and
Yes, you did. You
it
sat
came
there.
it came up with a composite. Yes, sir.
Sat there and answered their questions just as effortlessly
Do
and
y'all think?
convincingly as you've been trying to do for the past 2 days. Isn't that
Do y'all
correct?
think?
No,
that's
sir.
a good
That's
one. Do y'all think the fake side of the road assailant is in cahoots with the 5'2" ninja assassins?
and
Yes, you did. You
it
sat
came
there,
to it came up with a composite. Yes, sir.
sat there and answered their questions just as effortlessly and convincingly as you've been trying to do for the past 2 days. Isn't that correct?
No, sir. That's not true. In that hospital, I couldn't sit still. I was standing up. I was walking around. I was using the bathroom with the lady sitting right there. I was 2 days into not taking, 3 days into not taking pills like I had been. So no, it wasn't effortlessly. But I mean, I told him what I told him. I don't dispute that I lied.
It was all lies, though, is the point, correct?
It was.
I mean, you're saying withdrawals, but you still were able to pull off lies in great detail.
I
Correct?
lied to them.
You remember to bring the drugs back up again, so point for that. It's really funny. Alex forgets to talk about the drugs for long stretches of time.
And the lie that you told of an unknown assailant was to try to make people think that the quote real bad guys were back again to finish the job. Isn't that true?
No, sir, that's not true.
That's not the effect that you intended that story to have? Did it have that effect on people that you knew? Isn't that the exact effect that it had?
I don't think there's many people that believe that. No, sir. I know the people that were, the people that were closest to me didn't believe that. So, no,
When
sir.
accountability is at your door, Mr. Murdaugh, bad things happen. Isn't that true?
When accountability is
After
at my
your life-
doorstep,
Go ahead.
bad things happen. What do you mean by bad things?
June 7th happened. September 4th happened.
I don't believe that June the 7th happened because accountability issues were at my doorstep. Now, I do believe in September that I tried to get a man to help me kill myself because issues were at my doorstep.
Every time, or I'm sorry, for the first time in your life of privilege and prominence and wealth, when you were facing accountability, each time suddenly you became a victim and everyone ran to your aid. Isn't that true?
I disagree with that, but I mean, what you're
Shame for you is an extraordinary provocation. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdaugh?
Hang on, let me just finish this. You seem to be implying 2 dates, June the 7th and September, and talking about accountability issues. And I mean, to me, those two things are totally different. There were no accountability issues on my doorstep on June the 7th.
That's what you say.
And in September,
Not what other people say.
I was trying to, well, no, I mean, been a lot of people in September, that wasn't designed to gain me sympathy. That was designed for me not to be here because I didn't want my son to have to deal with the wake of the things that I'd done.
But that's not the story you told. The story that came out of your mouth right away was the story of you getting attacked by some unknown assailant while you were trying to change a tire and run flats.
Well,
That's the story that you told.
It is the story I told, but that's because the man who shot me did not shoot me that day as I intended. And I had to have a story as to how I got shot. So I lied.
So you lied. And you're saying that people in your family and your friends didn't instantly believe that whoever these 12-year-old marauders were back to finish the job.
Oh my God, marauders. I cannot.
And it happened just 2 hours after you'd been confronted by Chris Wilson.
Y'all, we
I
have to
think
hear that
probably
again.
some people may have thought that when it first happened that day as I intended. And I had to have a story as to how I got shot. So I lied.
So you lied. And you're saying that people in your family and your friends didn't instantly believe that whoever these 12-year-old marauders were back to finish the job.
You keep using
And
the
it
term
happened just
12
2 hours
marauders.
after you've been confronted by Chris Wilson.
I think probably some people may have thought that when it first happened, but I think like Randy, Ronnie, Mark, those guys, I think they knew very quickly that this was not, I think they knew this was something that I'd done.
Shame for you, I asked this before, but shame for you is an extraordinary provocation, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Shame for me is an extraordinary provocation. I don't like to be shamed.
The prospect of humiliating the legacy is an extraordinary provocation to you, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
What do you mean by an extraordinary provocation?
It affects you deeply. It's your biggest concern, is it not?
No, that's not my biggest concern.
You're a middle-aged man like me.
I'm 54 years old. I'm not sure. You look like you're in better shape than me, so I don't know.
I was actually a couple of years behind you in law school, but we never knew each other, did we?
I never knew you, no, sir.
Had a very successful career up until this point.
You know,
Simple question.
and the answer to that is no, Mr. Waters. I was an addict for more than 20 years.
All right, so making millions of dollars over a decade is not having a successful career. Is that what you're going to tell the jury?
No, that's not a successful career. When you
Okay, well, let me put it
no,
like
hang
this.
on. Let me just.
All right, go ahead.
You know, it may have been what you perceive as a successful career, but you know, I was the one who was fighting that. You don't have a very high self-esteem when you're an addict. So I don't deem myself a success.
Would you agree that at least outwardly you were perceived as successful?
I made a bunch of money, if that's what you're wanting to get at.
No, I'm actually asking about the perception. You were perceived as a prominent,
I tried to
powerful
be.
lawyer.
How I was
You
perceived.
were president
I
of the
don't
trial
know.
lawyers.
I sure tried to be.
You lived a life of possessing authority.
Possessing authority?
Yeah, we saw the badges. You just admitted of your prominence in the legal community.
I don't think that I lived a life of possessing authority. I never saw myself as that way.
You don't think you lived a life of privilege?
I think I was very privileged.
But as we move to June of 2021, you were suffering from a drug addiction.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Your father was terminally ill.
When? And I mean,
As we move to June of 2021,
no, sir.
he was very ill.
He was very ill.
And you were coming to a point of financial crisis.
I was having financial issues like I'd had many times in the past.
Mr. Murdaugh, are you a family annihilator?
A family annihilator? You mean like, did I shoot my wife and my son?
Yes.
No. Would never hurt Maggie Murdaugh. I would never hurt Paul Murdaugh
Would never, not, did not.
under any circumstances.
How much he sold? What do you mean sold?
Say that.
Excuse me?
You say that, but you lied to Maggie, didn't you?
I did lie to Maggie
You lied to Paul.
sometimes.
You lied to your father.
I'm sure I did at some point.
Did you tell him all the stuff you'd been up to over the years before he died?
No, I didn't tell him.
Did you lie to your brothers?
About financial things?
Yes.
I would have lied to Randy at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to him about the last time you saw your wife and son alive?
I did.
Did you lie to their wives?
I'm sure I did.
Did you lie to Marion Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to Bart Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to the Brandstetters?
Yes.
Did you lie to your best friend, Chris Wilson?
Probably.
Did you lie to your other friend, Barrett Bulware, when you took his money?
Oh, stole, not sold. Gotcha.
No, sir.
No.
Not, I didn't lie like I told you. I didn't lie directly to him. I lied to him by omission, like we talked about him. I didn't talk to him. I didn't see him at that time.
Did you lie to your law partners?
I did.
Did you lie to him about the Kennels?
Some of them.
Did you lie to Mark Ball?
Yeah, I believe, based on what Mark said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Ronnie Crosby?
According to what he said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Johnny Parker?
I don't believe I ever discussed that with Johnny.
Did you lie to him about the finances when you borrowed that money in July of 2021?
I don't know if I lied to him about. I don't, Johnny. I don't think Johnny asked me. I don't think I had to lie to Johnny about that. So I don't know.
Did you lie? Well, you certainly didn't disclose to him the truth when you borrowed that $250,000, did you?
I did not tell him what I was going to use it for.
I mean, didn't we say before that not telling the whole truth is the same as telling the lie?
Sure it is.
You don't think that's a lie, though?
I'm just saying, Mr. Waters, I'm not taking issue with that, but I don't even know that Johnny and I mean, Johnny had loaned me money numerous times. It wasn't any long sit-down discussion where Johnny wanted to know exactly what I was doing with it. That conversation would have been, I needed it. Johnny was always willing to help me, and that would have been the conversation. So on that specific event, did I lie to him? I don't know.
Yeah, he ended up being out $477,000, didn't he?
He ended up being out a lot of money.
And thank you for your qualifications as to that. Did you lie to Lee Cope?
I don't know. I don't know if Lee Cope was around when I said that or not.
Did you lie to Danny Henderson?
I did lie to Danny.
Did you lie to Jeannie Seconder?
I don't. About finances? Yes, I did.
You didn't ever talk to her about the Kennels?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Did you lie to Annette Griswold?
I did.
Did you lie to Christy Gerald, your other secretary or paralegal?
I don't believe she and I discussed. I would have at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to Michael Gunn?
I'm sure I did at some point, but I mean, Michael wasn't involved in any of this. So
that's definitely a lie, because remember, he had to turn those clothes over to law enforcement, and the pills were, he said they were in his pocket. I mean, his testimony on the stand was anyway.
I don't know that any of this ever came up with Michael.
Did you lie to your clients? Did you lie to Pamela Pinckney?
I did.
Natasha Thomas?
I don't know that I dealt with Natasha, but I certainly lied about that.
Hakeem Pinckney?
Again, I don't know that I talked to Hakeem, but I certainly lied about that.
Arthur Badger?
I did.
The Plyler girls?
I'm not sure that I talked specifically to them, but I lied about that.
Dion Martin.
No.
Allowed to
No.
deal.
Okay.
Johnny Bush.
Yes.
Manuel Cristiani.
I didn't have any conversations with him, but I certainly lied
No,
about
he
it.
was not. He was
Jamie
made up.
Risher.
We talked about this at length.
Yes.
Randy Drawdy.
Yes.
Jordan Jinks.
Yes.
Mary Duncan.
Yes.
Adriana Hay.
Yes.
Angel Gary.
Yes.
Christopher Anderson.
Yes.
Elise Mallory.
Yes.
Thomas Moore.
No.
You never lied to him?
Hey, welcome.
You just took his money. You never had to actually lie to his face, is what you're saying?
He and I never had a conversation, but I did take that. I did take those.
Take
that
the money and run. Take the
July
money.
to Tony
and run.
Satterfield just a couple of months before June 7th.
What's that song from? What is it? What song is that from? Take the money and run.
We saw the text. You want me to
Ice
get it out?
age coming. Ice age coming.
Just remind me. There's been a lot. Just remind me what it was.
I'll show you what's been marked as 463.
And I don't remember the exact date. So.
That was in April of 2021. Is that right? Where you text him and tell him how hard you're working on the case, when in fact you had stolen millions of dollars from him.
Oh my God. So we're gonna take a break from Tony Satterfield. We're gonna hop over to what I've talked a lot about, the drugs. Anyone got that song? Ice age coming, ice age coming. Okay, so here we go. Let me pull this up. Hey, okay. So shout out to Super Planner Girl who made this. This is Alex's spirit animal, the shrimp weasel. Okay. I don't know why I started over. Okay, so opiates versus opioids. Although these terms are often used interchangeably, they are different. Opiates refer to natural opioids such as heroin, morphine, and codeine. Opioids refer to all natural, semi-synthetic, and synthetic opioids. The reason that I have this here is because during his testimony, Alex doesn't know the terminology, so he uses them interchangeably, and sometimes he says opiates, and other times he says opioids. Actually, I think he usually says opiates, even though he's talking about synthetic pain pills. So there's that. All opiates are opioids, but not all opioids are opiates. Opiates are a subcategory of opioids. Oh, sorry, opiates equals a subcategory of opioids. So oxycodone. So there we go. So also known as OxyContin. So there you go on that one. Now, the reason it's funny is because when Alex talks about this, the reason actually now I'm remembering why I included this, because when Alex is talking about this on the stand, he says at some point, he's talking about, do you all remember, Official, I know you were there for this, maybe Spencer, he's talking about how he had a hard time when he had to switch from oxycodone to OxyContin, and he's talking about them as if one is stronger than the other. It's the same thing. That's the brand name. I mean, and then we have oxycodone and hydrocodone. Oxycodone is more potent. In fact, I think when Alex talks about this, he says the opposite. He gets all of this wrong. Okay. Okay. Now, next video. Wait, why are we field tripping to Moselle? Field trip to Moselle. Hold on. Why is that? Hold on. Let me see here. If this is the right thing. Okay. Here we go. Okay. All right, here we go. So this is the video of me field tripping. So field trip to Florida. Here we go. Courtesy of Squirrel Investigations, LLC. Squirrellock Holmes. Love it. Sunrise Deep Dive, Part 1. You guys ready? Okay, so this is, you guys, hold on. I need to pause it. Okay, so here's what it is. This, I took a screenshot from when Alex is arrested at Sunrise Detox. They don't say what the place is, okay? They just say he's getting arrested at rehab, right? Now, then it shows, I zoomed in on the address, 2431, and with some scrolling, by the way, those redactions are just from the body cam. With some scrolling, I found it. There it is. As you can see, it looks the same. This is the place. This is where he was. Is that a real LLC? Of course. Okay. Sunrise Detox, Orlando. And then look at this. Open now. Look at that. Okay. Now here's what happened. The open now. Okay. So now you're going to hear me talking. So what it is that I was deep diving. This was not, I was deep diving, like this was when I was covering the whole trial. And I had to make a video of what I was experiencing. So what you're going to hear me doing is now narrating my scrolly adventures in real time. So this is me talking when I made this video. That's it. So we found it. The question that I have right now is, why did he go all the way to Orlando, Florida? But let's take a look. So here it is. Let's see. Let's do this. Definitely. I think on the body cam, the cops approach it from the left. So let's see. Can we go here? Sweet. Y'all. Holy fucking shit. You guys, do you see what I'm seeing? What? What is happening? What is happening? Crazy. What is happening? Why? I think I'm going the right way. The railroad tracks. Okay. So when I covered this trial, there was an episode called Just Follow the Railroad. So the whole Murdaugh dynasty, the whole family started with the OG Murdaugh, who staged a suicide. If you want to talk about history repeating itself, guys, right? Like Side of the Road with Alex, staged a suicide by parking his car on railroad tracks. This is where the family got all their money, okay? Parked his car on the railroad tracks, and the conductor saw him, and he waved at the conductor, but the conductor couldn't stop the train in time. And OG Murdaugh knew this, and he got hit with the train. And then what happened was the Murdaugh family members sued the railroad company for, back then it was still millions of dollars. Now it'd be worth like way more, right? And so that's where they started their legacy, was they got all this money from, guess what? A civil lawsuit involving none other than a railroad company. Now that railroad company, oh, what were they called? CSX or something. We did a whole deep dive on this because they're still operating, and like, oh my God, there's just so much tied to the railroads. Then the other thing is, actually, maybe that's why I included this initial part. Remember when I was like, oh, why did I include this? Hold on, let me just look. So when you go from Moselle to Almeda, which is where Alex's parents were living, right? You follow the railroad tracks to get there. The railroad tracks line it all the way. And then that 1 minute, okay, the 1 minute where Alex stops when he's leaving Almeda after the murders, he stops on the railroad tracks. And that's something that nobody had an explanation for. He stops on the railroad tracks, parks right on the railroad tracks for a minute, okay? Think about this, guys, with the history repeating. Parks on the rail, stops there. And at that point in time, I did all the research. That railway was still operating. It's now not operating, but it was at the time. He parks on the railroad tracks and stops for a minute. And he calls Maggie's phone. And then after a minute, then he speeds off. And I have my own thoughts as to why I think that there's a lot more. That's like the summary version of all the connections. Like there's more to it, but like there's a lot of connections with the railroads and the history of the family. And like, then you add in like the staging of the suicide from the first dude and the OG Murdaugh, and then Alex with the side of the road. But like him pausing on those railroad tracks is so interesting to me. So with all this research I'd been doing into the connections with the railroad and how that is all involved with this entire case and the whole history of the entire family, not just this case, but also this case. And then here we are at Sunrise Detox and in Florida, and he's surrounded by railroad tracks, right?
Wow. Is that it right there? On my right? Should be on my left, right? Is this like behind it? That would be weird, wouldn't it? Why are we
going to Almeda? That was his fake alibi, going to Almeda, right? I mean, he did go to Almeda, but he went after he murdered them. So is that what you mean, Spencer? So when he was leaving Almeda, that's when he stops on the railroad tracks. And it looks a lot different now. The Google Maps has updated it. I can show you all though. Hold on. I know my way around this area better than where I live. Okay. By the way, Alex's parents' house does not have an address. So I found this using a lot of context clues and boots on the ground virtually. Okay. All right. So this way. Yep. All right. So now, so the railroad is behind those trees there. We're about to pull up into Alex's parents' house, Almeda, which is where he went after the murders, right? The whole thing about visiting his mom because late stages Alzheimer's. Okay. Now this is different now than it was back then. And his parents are dead. So I don't know who lives there now. Okay. Now what's new is they have paved over it. Check it out. So a couple new things, actually. Let me zoom in. My God. Railroad crossing. So they have added, they paved over this, it looks like, and then they added a gate. Now it still has a railroad crossing sign. So I don't know, maybe the railroad can still go over that. I don't know. But that was not, that black part there wasn't there. I mean, I guess that's what it is. I guess, yeah, it does look like it has cut out. So maybe it's still operational. I guess it is still operational. Never mind. I take it back. So the train is still operational. Okay. Now I looked way in, I deep dove the fuck out of this to find the schedule to see if a train was expected to go by at the time when he was stopped on those tracks. And I couldn't find specifically because the times that they give you for railroad crossings are where there's major intersections. But from what I recall, when I looked at the major intersections closest to this, it's entirely possible that a train would have been expected at around the time when he was stopped for the minute on the train, on the tracks. Remember, back then there was not a gate and he stopped literally right here because they have the location point from his vehicle and his phone. He was stopped right here for a minute. So the side of the road was let me see what Spencer's saying. Hold on. Yeah, getting hit by the train. Right. My personal interpretation is that he was, oh my God, that he was like waiting for a train to hit him. That's my interpretation. And he called Maggie's phone and then I think he changed his mind and he drove off. But the history repeating itself, right? And then remember, just a couple months later, September 4th, he stages the side of the road fake shooting thing. So, okay, so there now you have an idea for the scene there. I think I don't know there's a way you could survive it. So I think it would be ending his life. I don't think you can survive that if you get hit. Like, I don't think because the trains, they can't stop that quickly. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I think it would have just been, he couldn't, I mean, literally this is right after the murders, right? And I think he was like chickening out, if you will, in terms of trying to fight the aftermath and the fallout and knowing all that would ensue and how he was going to have to lie. Like, at this point, he could have just not had to face it. You know what I mean? You could, and you remember that also, and this is in the wake of all the financial stuff was getting uncovered. I mean, a shitstorm. He had a shitstorm coming at him, right? Like Creighton says in the opening statements. What does he call it? A storm's a coming. I added the word shit. So all that, right, is coming for him. And now he's committed these murders, and now he's going to have to try to talk his way out of all of it. I mean, it's insane. And I think he was going to chicken out. That's my personal take on it. And then he chickened out of chickening out, essentially, right? If as it were, and left. So, okay, let me go back to, all right. So now back here.
What is happening?
Meg, I think you meant this one. Oops.
Okay, what? I don't have a good idea where we are. Is it over here? That looks like it, right? That looks like it.
The entire detox place is surrounded by railroad tracks. It's crazy.
Hang on. This is insane. You guys, I don't.
It's insane.
What is happening?
It's insane.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah, after the murder, Spencer. Correct. Right.
Let's go this
Now,
way.
OG Murdaugh, that was like late.
Maybe I'm just not approaching it from the way that they want me to. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Is that it? Yeah, this is you. I don't even have.
Yeah, it was
No,
literally,
it
was literally less than an hour after the murders that he was stopped on those tracks.
Let's see what happens if we go this way.
Sorry, Twiz sent me a picture of a cute squirrel. Oh my God, Twiz, I love the squirrel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look how cute. Oh, it's a fat one. Oh, how cute. That is so cute. I love it. Cute, cute, cute.
Do, 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 doodly doo.
I know. I know.
I mean, like, see, you guys see that red dot down here? Like, see what I mean? Oh God, that's weird. Like, I'm not crazy. Like, this is where, what is happening?
I'm trying to find the entrance. There's a point to this, I promise.
This is where it's at, is like this situation? What?
It's weird. It's weird.
I'm so confused. Is that it there? Why is... Okay, hold on. Let me see here. I don't need all that blue shit. Put me here. Put me here. Put me in the right direction.
There it is.
Aha. Okay. But, oh, interesting. Let's... You know, I was too quick to not look closer at the aerial view. I mean, that's what I'm learning. Like I was like, oh yeah, blah blah. Let's get on the streets.
Right
hello.
there.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, this is great. What?
There they are.
Oh my God.
Crazy. Crazy.
I don't even. What?
Gives me goosebumps.
Okay. These are all railroad tracks.
They're all it's surrounded by railroad tracks. It's enclosed by railroad tracks.
I don't have. Okay.
So I'm sorry. I'm in shock. Okay. I've gotten really good at learning all the railroad systems in South Carolina, but I don't know Florida's. So we're gonna have to figure out what.
Thanks, Candace.
this is.
CSX. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Like, let me zoom out a little bit
Oh,
now that I know it.
we're getting to the phone call. Don't
the
worry.
railroad tracks
Don't
here.
worry. I called. Yes, we're getting to the phone
Going
call,
this
guys.
way.
Epic.
What else? What happens? What happens here? This is insane. What happens here? Is that where oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's where it starts or ends. Either one. I guess it's a train. They go, I don't know. They go backwards and forwards. I don't even know. Look at this. These are your trains. This is so, I don't even understand. Can we, my brain, can we go here? Oh my God. This is, I don't know what is happening. I don't even understand. This is too insane. This is too.
Here it is.
Oh my God. Wow.
There it is.
Okay. Just follow the railroad tracks, right, guys? That's what fucking hell. This is what I've been saying the whole time. Like, didn't think it would lead us all the way through this.
So I started that as a theme for this coverage way before. It was long before this. That's why this was so crazy. Because when we started going deep diving with the family's history and the railroad system of South Carolina, and I mean, even Mike Sutton, remember the defense expert who introduces the two Gray boys? He has done lawsuits. He's been an expert for CSX, the same CSX that killed the Murdaugh, OG Murdaugh. It's too many things. There's so many things that are involved with the railroad. So like I started like the Just Follow the Railroad became like a theme before this.
Rehab in Florida. Didn't anticipate that at all.
Oh my God.
Did not anticipate that. Oh my God. Okay. So
went all the way to the rehab in Florida.
So, okay. Fucking hell. All right. What do I do next? I need to find out what this railroad, I mean, I shouldn't be surprised.
I don't know. It's weird, right?
But yet I'm still shocked because of course, I just don't, it's like, of course, but it's like, what the fuck is happening? Because I don't have, this is, when I asked that question, I literally was searching the start of this on Google Maps, and I was like, why was he all the way in fucking Florida? Had no idea that there would be a railroad.
Because he started out at the one in Georgia. When I call, I inquire to try to figure this out. He started at the one in Georgia, or well, allegedly. There's no proof that he was there. But when he, after the side of the road, he claims he was at the Sunrise Detox in Georgia, and that's when law enforcement wants to come interview him, and his attorneys are like, no, just do a phone interview. So there's no proof he was ever there, but that's what they say. But like, there's closer Sunrise Detoxes. In fact, there's just closer detoxes. Why did he go all the way to Florida?
Road involved. Didn't expect that. Okay. So, all right. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna have to do this the way I did the other one. So we're gonna look for the railroad crossings, and the best way is to find, let me zoom out a little bit, like a mean, okay, because they're not going to have shit. Okay, all right, we need to find a larger intersection where there's going to be a railroad crossing. That's what we need to do.
Right, Twiz.
And this is what I did also in South Carolina. And like, I got on the street view if I saw, and then I looked at the signs and shit. So
that's how you can, this was a crazy.
So the train can go all the different ways. This makes sense, right? When you think about the freight, like here, it can go this way over here, or it can go this way, or it can go this way, right?
These are freight trains, not passenger trains.
Look at all the different ways that the trains can go. Holy shit. That's smart though, right? Like that makes sense.
All these trains that we've been talking about, they're all freight trains, not passenger trains.
Wow. Okay. So Sand Lake Road. So look at this, check this out. So this is the main drag to get to all these with your freight. So let's take a look, guys. This is so fucking fun. I love, wow. I just, okay. I just don't even have, I don't have words for this right now. So this has got all of the fancy train crossing shit. Wow. Okay. So now what we do, 2334 Sand Lake Road.
There's my searching. There's CSX. Check it out.
Oh, yes, old friend. We're back again with CSX.
This is bringing memory lane.
Okay, I've done this before. I can do it again.
If y'all even knew how much time I spent on the CSX, y'all, that's why I'm like, I've done it. And when I did it, I didn't think I'd be back, and it was really hard to find the thing. Anyway, okay. Memory lane.
There we go. See, look, I've been here before. It knows. All right.
This is some hardcore
What zip are we in? Do we have a zip code? Do we have a zip code? Latitude and longitude. That normally helps.
Eventually, I figured out the zip code. It took a while.
Oh my God, I'm going to literally die. I'm going to literally die. Okay, that looks, hold on. Okay. Can I zoom in? I can. Fuck yeah. Let's solve all this. Let's do this thing. Let's figure this out. This is insane. None of this is what I expected of this day.
Sand Lake Road.
Sometimes I get lost.
Truer words have never been spoken.
I'm so confused. This says Orlando. Orlando. Why are we in the... There we go. Okay.
I was really annoyed at the time, but it was funny now. That whole process.
There it is. We got it. It took a while. We got there. There it is. All right. Check it out. All right. You guys, we did it. Whew. All right. So here we go. We have, this is where we were. This is our railroad crossing. We have Currency Drive. We have Chancellor Drive. And here's the system map. And there it is.
Yep, there it is.
There we are. This is this.
Okay. We're doing that now. So that was for relevant for intermission for the prior. Okay. But we get to do it right now. You guys ready? This is when I call them. Let's get squirrely.
This is all right. So here's Sunrise Detox. This is in Alpharetta, Georgia, near Atlanta. But here's the one in Florida. You might see how you might be like, well, how do I know? They're identical. Look for the change in phone number. Here. How did I get here? How did I get here? I went to admissions and I clicked on detox process. What I'm looking for are the different services offered. I mean, is there any rhyme or reason he went to Florida apart from the fucking train tracks? I haven't even looked. Is this on train tracks? Like, okay.
So it's not is applying to guess what? The Georgia one is not on train tracks, but the Florida one is. Welcome, Gwen.
This is where he claimed he was. Right. After the roadside incident. Yeah, a new beginning. We get it. Stop. No. Oh my God. Go. I swear. Claps, please. Okay, thank you. So there's a nice mega church with evangelical services. Excellent. That's all. Yeah, that's there. Work Chubb.
I want to know what that is. That's a squirrel hole right there. We're not going to do that right now. So, oh wow, look at this. Wow.
Detour.
Is this where I clicked on? I don't know. Like, I wanted to see. Okay. What is this? Is this a river?
It's not.
Okay, so he's at this place. Well, this is okay. Sorry, let me do that better. He says he's at this place.
Yeah.
We have no evidence of that. He wouldn't let them come meet him. You know my thoughts on that. I think that's all bullshit. And then, but he says he's here. And then when they do actually eventually arrest him in Florida, he's at the place we just looked at, which was where the trains are. So, but here's what I need to understand is this. Is there not a sunrise detox? Let's see. In fucking South Carolina. Get out of here. They have a lot of Georgia. So no South Carolina. Okay, so now next step. Oh my fucking God. Next step is okay, what are we gonna do? Let's do this. What I'm wondering is this, there's gotta be, I know this is fucking middle of nowhere. There's gotta be a bigger city, and there are detox obviously places in South Carolina. I have an idea. This looks like it could be legit. Let's see. Hampton, South Carolina.
There you go.
Okay. This is interesting. And
remember, guys, remember all the times on the stand when Alex talked about self-detoxing more times than he can count? I mean, by the way, there's more than one even nearby. Why are you the whole self-detoxing thing? This is why my whole thing is like he went to rehab in Florida just to try to make it look like he has a drug addiction. It's insane.
To say, like, this isn't. My mind is being blown right now. Okay, hang on. Why would he not go here, right? Why would he not, like, not loaf. Why would he not go here? And this is just the first one that actually seemed like it's actually there. Let's double check. But there's probably others. I'm shocked that there's one. I was thinking it has 1 star, but only one review. 20-minute drive
from Moselle. 20-minute drive from Moselle, people. And there's Almeda. Look at how. So wait, hold on.
We got one.
I did that on purpose. Let me pause it. So what I pointed out here is it's a 20-minute drive from Moselle to that rehab place. But look at this. It's on the way to Almeda. Where it's circled at the bottom, that's the parents' house. Remember the railroads we just looked at the house? It's like 5 minutes from Almeda. It's on the freaking way. And you go all the way to Florida? Are you kidding me?
We got one. Let's see. Can he make any excuse about insurance or whatever? Let's see. Okay. All right. Next up. Are there any others? Like, I already know there's going to be fuck ton in Charleston that are luxurious, like the kind he went to in Florida. I don't know. It makes me wonder if, like, there's some sort of connection there.
I think I'm about to call it.
Like, I don't know, maybe he had it to where if they were going to try to, I mean, they didn't allow SLED to come out there, right? But like, and SLED said they never verified he was there, and they really acted like, Brian Kelly was like very clear he did not really believe that. But
makes me wonder if there was a way that he had someone that would cover for him to like verify he was
Mhm.
there, but
Yeah,
like
possible.
also someone to get him in Florida. Here's what I want to know. I want to know, is there a process by which they verify that you have, you know, an addiction to get in there?
Watch me now. Watch me now.
Okay, when you're admitted, you arrive at our detox facility. We'll assess your condition, ask you about your history. Well, he can always lie about that. This is interesting because it's like they're going to check to make sure you don't have drugs on you and don't have drugs in your urine, right? Well, he would pass that, right? If he's making the whole thing up. Fucking hell. At some point, I'll probably have to call this phone number and just ask questions.
He used this as to try to make it look like he actually had an addiction. The one person who would check themselves into rehab who's not a drug addict to make it seem like they're a drug addict because it's better than the truth.
You guys, this is just going like, am I going too far?
No.
I mean, I'm not. Just to call, you know, and ask questions about the process, right?
Oh boy. Here we go.
Really fucking curious. Should I do this? Oh my God.
Thanks, Annie.
And now I feel like I have to do this though. I'm going to keep, okay, it's too late. I have to do it now. I'm going to put it on speakerphone. Are you guys ready? This is insane.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is insane. I'm insane. This is the point where it's like, yep, that's insane. Insanity. We've reached that place. I'm dialing the number on my keypad. Oh my God, I can't believe this is, you guys. Okay, hold on. This is where I'm really bad at this stuff because I get too excited. I have to figure out, what should I say? Okay, let's just call. We're gonna wing it. Oh my God.
Thank you for calling Sunrise Detox. One of our admissions staff will be with you momentarily.
Sunrise, this is Kyler. How can I help?
Hi, I just had a couple questions about the like potentially like the detox process and kind of like what you guys have to offer.
Okay, yeah, I can gladly assist. Is this for you or a loved one?
It was for me.
Okay, what's your name? Let's go ahead and get you some help.
Okay, well I'm just inquiring. I'm just looking at different options. But my first name is Chelsea.
Okay, what kind of questions do you have? I can walk you through the process.
Yeah.
What questions you have?
Yeah, so I guess I just don't know what to expect. I've never been through this before. So like what would I expect if I'm just first arriving at like a detox facility to kind of be assessed?
Assessed, right?
Sure. So we are an inpatient medical facility. We treat substance abuse as well as mental health. I'd have to get some general information. We can go ahead and get you on the schedule. Once you arrive, they're going to know who you are. You'll have a backpack of comfortable clothes and toiletries. Once you get there, you'll sit down with my medical staff. We're going to go over everything with you. Your height, your weight, your blood pressure, the amount of usage, length of usage, everything is taken into consideration. And then a protocol is put together based off your needs. We have one-on-one counseling daily. There's a couple of group sessions, counseling daily. We have a private chef, housekeeping crew. The only thing you need to focus on is getting better.
Okay, great. How long typically is the detox like program?
Yeah, anywhere from 3 to 14 days, all depending on what you're using and what you need help with. You said your first name is Chelsea?
Yes, and then also like just because I know this is important too. Like after if someone finishes detox, do you have programs there for continuing like recovery programs or things of that nature?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Chelsea, is that spelled Chelsia?
Yes, it is. So like if someone is if someone Wilson, Wilson. And I'm just curious.
Treatment in the past?
No. Like, you know, I just know I've heard from other people that it's important that you have like support. So I guess my question would be like, what is like the length of stay? Like if you were to have those extra services after detox.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that to you right now. What are you using? What do you need help with?
Guys.
Painkillers.
Okay. Any other substances? involved?
No.
All right, no problem. And what state are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm in North Carolina, so I'm just, again, like I said, I'm just kind of looking at different options. But you guys were recommended by a friend, so.
Gotcha. When you saw us or when they recommended you, what location of ours today?
They were in the one in Orlando. Alex is now my friend. Incredible.
We have two in Georgia as well.
Okay. Okay, great.
I already know that.
For your detox, we are looking at a 7-day stay. That'll give us enough time to safely and comfortably get you off. Now we can work with most private insurances or self-pay.
Okay, let me ask you this real quick though before I forget. So, is there any difference? I didn't know there were locations in Georgia. Is there any difference between your facility in Orlando and then the ones in Georgia, or do you guys offer the same things?
The only difference would be the insurance that we accept.
Okay, okay.
Do you carry health insurance coverage?
Yeah. Yeah, Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Okay. And what type of? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what other than that.
Difference. That would actually, that would restrict you to the Alpharetta, Georgia location,
Okay.
where we are at network. Otherwise, you have the option of self-paying. You can pay to come in at any of our locations.
Okay.
And
then do you guys have?
I'm pausing this. This is me now. Here's what I was going to say. I don't know if any of you guys were here when this happened, but it wasn't. I tried to figure out what type of insurance Alex has at the time that I was doing this, and I couldn't figure it out. It wasn't until this most recent run through, we've been revisiting key testimony, where Blanca is handed some papers when she's on direct examination. This is from earlier in the trial, and I happened to pause it to say something at a certain moment, and I realized that the papers that she's holding, you can see through it. We're not supposed to see it, but it's like the light, the angle was just right to where I could see it, and it was a picture of Alex's insurance card, and it was like literally by happenstance that I paused it there, and you could see the card now, and I literally was like, "Holy shit!" Like here we are a year later or whatever, and I'm like, there's the answer. It's Blue Cross Blue Shield, because I could see the card. It looks just like mine. It's Blue Cross. So he has the same insurance. So that's interesting. So in other words, he would have been in the same position where it would have been covered in Georgia, but not in Florida. But yet he went to Florida. I tried. Their admission requirements are your name. That's what's so crazy, right? Your name. He asked me what I'm addicted to, and I said painkillers, and he didn't ask for anything specific. None. Not the length of time, not the type, not the dosage, not the quantity, nothing. Acorn addiction is right. There you go. Love it.
Have also do you have like meditation or things of that nature too?
Oh my God.
Group therapy support or anything like that as well?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Every day. How are you
Georgia.
looking to get the help, Chelsea?
I don't know. I'm still just considering it, but to know that there's one that's a little bit closer, I'll probably give them a call and see, because I didn't realize that.
No need to give them a call because you're already speaking with them.
Okay.
Aftercare.
For all of our
Yeah,
locations.
that's the aftercare. That's the aftercare, is the meditation. What was it? I made a list there. Meditation, yoga, private chef, poolside lounging. So that's what Alex was doing when they arrested him, because he was done with the quote unquote detox, 7 days or whatever. He was literally probably lounging by the pool and enjoying his nice meals when they arrested him.
They get the help, Chelsea.
I don't know. I'm still just considering it, but to know that there's one that's a little bit closer, I'll probably give them a call and see, because I didn't realize that.
No need to give them a call because you're already speaking with them.
Okay. Okay.
For all of our locations.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And chances are, Chelsea, if you're calling today, you probably needed help days, weeks, possibly months ago. I don't recommend considering getting help any longer. I'd say rip the Band-Aid off. Come on in. The sooner you get this started, the sooner you can put this situation behind you.
I mean, they want me to come in today. Isn't this crazy? This is it. Show up and here you are.
Well, let me,
Incredible.
I'm going to think about it and I'll give you guys a call back if that's okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you guys, I just hung up because I can't. Do you guys have any idea how hard it was not to laugh? And to I'm like, oh my God. I didn't want to give my last name because that was me trying to be smart on the spot because you know what I mean? It was like Wilson. Oh my God.
The thing is you don't have to have one. And that's exactly what it is. They're going to make sure that you don't have any drugs on you and that you don't have any drugs in your system when you get there. All they need is your name and you're good to go. That's what that proved. You guys heard it, right? I can play it again. It's fucking hilarious. I can play it again.
because he talks fast and he's just trying to get me in, right? And I'm trying to ask questions.
So, but in case the reason I was asking that question about the different locations is because, you know, again, it's like, why would he go all the way to Florida, right? So I don't know. That was interesting. I wish he had been less pushy because I mean, I knew he was going to say that, right? You have to call, you do it right now, rip the Band-Aid off. I mean, I expect that. Of course, they're going to say that. I mean, that's correct, right? Anyone that has an addiction, like,
right,
they should get help right away, first of all. But second of all, of course, from a sales perspective, of course, they're going to say that. But I wish that instead of trying to get so, be so like direct on that, clearly I was wanting to learn more information about the other services. And his priority was kind of getting me started to sign up, right? But the reason I was curious about the other services is because, you know, I'm wondering, like, in my, you know, I've mentioned this on other live streams, like how, you know, perhaps he, what if he just was able to kind of get in and then take advantage of like meditation or yoga, right? Because a lot of these fancy places, because they offer all these additional services, so they can charge like a fortune, I would imagine, you know, like perhaps perhaps detox is covered by insurance, but then all the other shit, right? Did you guys hear him say private chef? I was almost like, sign me up. But like private chef, all this stuff that they offer, right? I'm sure there's like gorgeous swimming pools and stuff, whatever. But anyway, my point is like, that if he was there, got him, you know, I don't know. It's just interesting, right? He goes all the way to Florida. I mean, then there's also the railroad there. I mean, maybe he does have some sort of connection who could get him in. And again, like I was reading here on the screen, like he could lie about his fucking background. Like that's part of why I hung up too, because I'm like, I don't know enough about drugs to even continue lying and being convincing. Like I don't, so painkillers, right? I was glad he didn't tell me like how much and what's your dose. Like I couldn't do, that's where I'd fail at that, I think, without having that information in front of me. I couldn't just make something up. So like it would be hard for me to convince anybody that I have any type of like, you know, background with this. So I'm just like going off of what I know Alex did. But yeah, I guess, you know, yeah. So here it's like they're going to make sure they're going to request a urine sample. Like, in other words, here's my thought. These places make so much money. How hard are they going to require you to prove that you have an addiction? That's really my question. But I can't just ask that directly. But that's what I'm wondering. How hard? But you know what they are going to do is they're going to make you prove that you're not bringing drugs in, right? They're going to search your shit and do a urine sample. I don't know that they're going to work that hard to have you prove that you like essentially if the whole thing is you come in, you give them your history, but they want you to come in without drugs on you and without drugs in your system. Anyone can lie about their history. There's no way to prove. I mean, not to mention you would take someone at their word, right? Anyway, like most people, okay, let me put it this way. Here's what I'm getting to. Alex Murdaugh is probably the only person on the planet who would lie about having a drug addiction for other reasons, as he's been doing, in my opinion, to cover up all this other shit, to where he would actually go to rehab and lie about having an addiction. And in order to try to make it seem legitimate, he would. So, you know, he lies about it, right? Let's say he lies about it and he lies about the Georgia one, but tells them the Putin Jim say, don't come, blah, blah. But then eventually he's going to have to try to bolster that lie, right? And give supporting evidence. And so what does he do? He goes to the one in Florida because that's where they're going to arrest, and that's where they arrest him there, right? So it's like, it's, in my opinion, it's like he's just trying to make it seem real, right? But like looking at this and looking at it through, like, it doesn't look like they're going to want proof that you have drugs in your system. Oh, sorry, that's my dehumidifier. Hold on. Like, it looks like they're going to want proof that you aren't on drugs and don't bring drugs in. And who are like, and the other things, like, in other words, are they going to turn someone away? Like, let's say that me or someone like Alex, right, shows up, doesn't have drugs in their system,
And that's really what
isn't
it is.
carrying any drugs on them,
They're not going to turn someone away. That's what it is. I mean, really. I mean, that's being generous.
and then lies about their history, right? Or just whatever. I think they're not going to turn you away for a couple reasons. One, well, actually, yeah. One, why would anyone make it up? Two, you know, if someone really needs help, right? You don't want to turn them away. You're going to, you want to offer them help. Three, they won't make money, right? Like if they see someone as a potential, you know, client, customer, right? And you tell them you have a problem and they can solve your problem, especially when their requirements are like, obviously they don't want you bringing drugs in. Like, hopefully this makes sense, but like, I think that's exactly what fucking happened. If there's anything else, aftercare plan, that's what I.
Okay, I'll pause it real quick to answer. So we answered this earlier, but it might have been before you were here, Happy. So the bag of pills, there's only one text about pills ever. And the text, there's a text about the pills, and Maggie, and then the only way that you know specifically what was found was Maggie does like Google searches for what's on the pill. And she does a search for, I forget what it says, but there's like 3 different searches. 2 of them are for different types of Tylenol or ibuprofen or something like that. Okay. And then the other search actually is a painkiller. However, what we don't know is it could be that it's so okay. What am I mentioning? Maggie clearly can't tell the difference from like, let's just say if it's a blue gel cap, I don't know, or whatever, like if it's an ibuprofen or something that's not a narcotic, she couldn't tell the difference between that and an actual painkiller. And that's why she Googled them. So we don't know how many there were of each, but there were 3 different things. 2 of them were like different types of Tylenol. And the other thing was like a painkiller, but it could be there was only one of those and a bunch of the others. But the point is that Maggie can't tell the difference. So anytime there's a reference to that, which there's only even the once that came in, like she doesn't know. And the other thing is that when Alex first talks about the drugs and we hear about it from his interview over the phone with Ryan Kelly, I pointed this out many times, like how he starts, everything is always third person. And but before he does that, he starts with talking about a client of his. And he doesn't even think about the significance of that. Like he's talking about how like he's like, when I had clients of mine, because remember, they're catastrophically injured. He was like, yeah, when I had clients of mine and they would have painkillers and da 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 da. And like he actually talks about how he was trying to get painkillers for one of his clients. This is a story he was telling that had happened a long time prior, but like he was trying to get pills for his clients, one of his clients who, you know, didn't have insurance at the moment or whatever, and was catastrophically injured and or whatever. And so, but basically it was one of those things where it's like, because that makes sense, right? Like he's got all these clients, they're all catastrophically injured or, you know, whatever. And so, whenever he talks about his quote unquote experience, it's always, you would do this. It's like third person, right? And he would, and again, you can Google it and do better than what he gave, but you could also, anyone that knows someone who's been through it would be able to recount that or whatever, tell that part. But also, it's not out of the realm possibility that, again, it's like he was telling that in a different context, but that is it's entirely possible that could have been what was, I mean, because the thing is this though, like it was only that one time, but no one ever saw him take any. I mean, there's just not any evidence to support a drug addiction. And he also mentioned he had an eye surgery or whatever, around that time. So I mean, I don't know, maybe they prescribed that with eye surgery. That's also possible. So there you go. That's my thoughts on that one. Right. So, but a lot of that I feel like is Alex is doing. He talks a lot about the concern about Maggie and Pawpaw, but there's only one communication on anybody's devices. And, you know, they have everything. It's just the one time with that one bag of pills. And that's it. That's the little detective text. It's all only one occasion, only one. So Mom found a bag of pills. She didn't know what the pills were. She Googled them. Some of the pills were over-the-counter medicine. I mean, let's just say, if you've got somebody in your family, right? Even if you have somebody in your family and you're like, you find a bag of a bunch of miscellaneous pills, even if they have no history of being a drug addict, wouldn't you be like, what's going on? What is this bag of pills? Right? You know what I mean? Like, why is there a bag of pills? I mean, that's how I would be like. I'd be like, what is this bag of pills? Right? It's not like, oh, if you're not an addict, that's not weird. You know what I mean? That would be my thought. And the other thing too, yeah, of course, the behavior doesn't match at all. Doesn't match. An official was here earlier and he can attest, and I can as well from my own experience with people in recovery, that nothing about his testimony rings true for someone who's an addict. None of it. It doesn't, there's nothing, it's not adding up. The things that should be there are missing, and there's things that are there that shouldn't be, and it's just a mess. But just to go a million steps further, I did all this other stuff to look into it because, you know, my own experience and with people, you know, that's not good enough for me, right? Like, I'm going to take it a million steps further. So, okay.
I wanted to know. I wonder what health insurance Alex had. I don't think.
Again, so we've solved that now, but.
Blanca said which type. I need to find that out because that could determine also, like, again, he could have been totally faking, right? Like, okay, in my opinion, having just made that phone call, I feel very strongly like I could have, if I were a better liar like him, I could completely make this shit up and I could be going off to detox today, right? And the thing is that, do they carry my health insurance, right? And then it's like you go to that facility where they carry your health insurance, and all that it's going to take is for them to, you know, they're going to bill it through the insurance, right? And so, look how happy this guy is. He's like, I love rehab, yay! Okay. Oh, pause. Let us conclude with a slideshow of the pictures. This is the one in Orlando where our favorite shrimp boy was. Yep, we know that. Wow, some nice furniture. I like this, I like that style of sofa, I guess. Very, very clean. Very clean. Some nice tables so they can do like crafts maybe. They're just enjoying their time at rehab because it's like a vacation. And look, they have markers so they can do some drawing. It's nice. Sorry, this face. I mean, you know, let me just preface this. These are not real. Like, these are just people probably off the street that they paid to come in and pose and be like, look like you're at rehab, right? They wouldn't reveal the identities of actual rehab clientele. So, you know, do they ask them to look happy? Do they tell them to look happy? Are they just like, you know, and what's funny is actually, so the women are all smiling. You can tell she's smiling. He's smiling, but these two dudes are not smiling. They're not having as good of a time as the rest of the group. Wow, that's nice.
So another thing I'll say real quick too. So in the trial, when Maggie does those searches, it just shows she makes those searches. And I have a video of it saved somewhere. I don't, and I don't remember off the top of my head what the numbers and shit were, but I did those searches and I had a video of it, or I had a picture of it or whatever. And I did the exact searches. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who, when they saw what she searched for, they did those same searches. And it's just, the best of my recollection is there's 3 different things. 2 of them are different versions of Tylenol. There's like a Tylenol PM and a Tylenol cold and flu. I don't know, 2 different types of Tylenol. And then the other one is some type of like OxyContin or whatever. So yeah.
Holy shit. Wow. That's like insane because like, wow. Oh, Charlie, what a great story, Charlie. Oh my God, I'm losing it. I'm losing my mind. Huh. That's interesting. Is this in case you have a child with you? Why is there a little baby-sized bed over here? Because I can't imagine they would put you in the room with a stranger. Can you imagine if you're detoxing? Like, that's like a baby. Look how little that bed is.
husband and wife. I need to call back and ask what the deal is with this, because that is now my most important question of all of it. Why are there 2 beds in one room and one bed is a teeny bed? What's happening? Oh my God. Did it skip past something? Whoa. No, it does that. It does that.
Yeah.
Okay, now it did that. Well, and we're back where we started from. So this, I guess, I don't know, did we appreciate that one fully? This, I guess, is like the dining area. Interesting. I mean, I guess like the private chef, maybe there's like an option, like you can take your meal in your room, your fancy room, or you can eat there with your friends. If indeed you have friends. Oh, Charlie. Sorry. Insane. Like, or you can have your food. I guess if you're to take your meal in the room, you might sit in that chair just so you don't mess up, because like the all white. Look at, that's interesting. Especially, you guys know what I mean when I say like the fact that they've tucked all the corners of the comforter in. That's interesting because you don't often see that. It's like you would really be strapped down in there. You know what I mean? Like also the sheet looks like it might be too big for the mattress, but whatever, that is interesting. Like, you're not going anywhere. I mean, I guess it looks nicer maybe with that type of bed frame, but you don't have to do that. Like, you could easily just let it hang out, let it hang loose, hang free. Okay. Charlie. Okay. All right. I think this concludes. Does this conclude? I believe this concludes part 2 of the sunrise deep dive.
Now back to the chess match, because so this must have been during cross exam that we watched this initially, because those were called the Great 4D chess match. That's DJ Nightbot, by the way. Obviously, right? Goes without saying, DJ Nightbot. Yeah, that's a good point about the cutlery in the room could be dangerous. That's a good point. Yeah, maybe they just eat it with their hands. I don't know. Private chef to me sounds like you get your meal privately and not like with the group, but I don't know. I've never had a private chef, obviously. Not the expert. Okay, so there we go. So now, there he is. We're almost done with cross.
463.
And I don't remember the exact date, so.
That was in April of 2021, is that right? Where you text him and tell him how hard you're working on the case, when in fact you would stole
Tony
millions of
Satterfield.
dollars from him.
Talking about.
Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and told the jury about that?
I texted him on April 12th, so 5 weeks before June 7th.
Told him everything was okay. You're working hard, right? It's a complex case.
Yeah, I told him I was working on the case.
He was the son of your longtime housekeeper, Gloria.
I'm sorry?
He was the son of your longtime housekeeper, Gloria, who had served your family for many years.
That's correct.
And you stole millions from those boys.
I stole those funds.
And he and his family had started asking questions as we moved to June 7th. Didn't that happen?
No, I mean, there wasn't any rise in them asking questions. No, sir. I mean, he periodically checked in and asked me questions, but, it had come out long before this, I believe in the island packet, that there had been a settlement of $500,000. But I mean, that had been months and months, if I'm not mistaken. And so I didn't notice any uptick in Tony asking questions, and I don't believe that there was any uptick in Tony asking questions before June the 7th.
So you just gratuitously out of the blue decided to lie to him and send that text? Or were there things going on externally that caused you to need to head him off at the pass before further questions started to be asked about money you couldn't pay back at that point in time?
No, I don't think there was anything. I mean, on April 21st, I don't know what external factors you're talking about.
Do you want to explain that one anymore?
Explain what?
Whatever you want.
I just want to answer your questions, Mr. Waters.
Lied to everyone about the side of the road, that people that came to stop to help and the ambulance folks and the 911 and Ryan Kelly and the composite sketch artist and all of them, correct?
That's hilarious.
I lied to a lot of people about that.
You know why people lie, Mr. Murdaugh?
Acorns.
Because they know they've done something wrong.
For the most time, I do.
And you've been able to lie quickly and easily and convince. Mr. Murdaugh, we went through this for a while, but you remember at the beginning of your testimony, I asked you whether or not you agreed that trying to explain your presence on the kennel video was the most important part of your testimony before this jury. You remember that? And you said, oh, not the most important. I said, was it at least important? You recall that from yesterday?
I recall you asking those questions, yes, sir.
And you agree it's important, don't you?
I agree that is an important component. But I think there's a lot of important components.
And you testified yesterday and during cross yesterday and cross today. It's kind of evolved on the fact of the factors that led you to decide to lie at some point during that interview with David Owen, correct?
I disagree with that. No, I don't think those factors have evolved.
Big finale.
You've asked some more specific questions, but those factors are still the same factors. You may have asked questions and gained a little more detail, but those factors haven't changed.
But it was the dope paranoia. It was the fact that the deputy took your GSR. It was the fact that your law partners and Greg Alexander and the sheriff were telling you needed to have a lawyer before you talked to police. It was the factor that you got in the car with Dave Owen and thought he was somebody else from some case 10 years ago, correct?
That believing David Owens was the person involved in the case that I talked about was one of the factors that caused me to distrust SLED.
All right. And then also you said that they started
general.
asking you about, in that first interview, about your relationship with Maggie and Paul. And that's one thing you mentioned as well,
And
correct?
that was certainly something that contributed to me having paranoid thinking.
So there must be graphic pictures in there. You're Alex breathing. Whoa. What's he doing?
Are we good? Playing the Daniel Green body cam video, 2026.
They are dead on that.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Where are you, man? All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now. That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them, or talked to them, or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
That was Sergeant Green, correct?
Yeah, that was Sergeant Green.
And at that point in time, SLED was not there. No one had gotten GSR from you.
Brilliant.
Your
Creighton.
law partners or Sheriff Hill were not there.
That's correct.
No one had asked you about your relationships.
Fake David Owen wasn't there. Real David Owen wasn't there.
David Owen was not there.
There it is.
That's correct.
But you still told the same lie. And
Incredible.
all those reasons that you just gave this jury about the most important part of your testimony was a lie too. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdaugh?
I disagree with that.
Nothing further.
Beautiful. Look at this. Weasel.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please do
Wow.
not discuss the case.
I'm sorry. We need to see that again. That is the most epic fucking finale. Brilliant. Creighton worked hard. He earned that. He brought it home.
I don't know the exact time, but
Beautiful.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
That was Sergeant Green, correct?
Yeah, that was Sergeant Green.
And at that point in time, SLED was not there. No one had gotten GSR from you. Your law partners or Sheriff Hill were not there.
That's correct.
No one had asked you about your relationships.
Yep.
David Owen was not there.
That's correct.
But you still told the same lie. And all those reasons that you just gave this jury about the most important part of your testimony was a lie too. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdaugh?
I disagree with that.
Nothing further.
Did you hear someone in the court go, woo? Oh my God. Did y'all hear that? Wow.
Agree with that.
Nothing further.
Right there. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please do not discuss the case.
Oh my God. And then he gets to sit there. Let's watch this. Spencer, absolutely. He gets to sit there. Obliterated. Done. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. Look at Creighton. Wow. Wow.
You may step down. Please do not discuss the case. We'll take 15 minutes.
All rise.
Wow. Epic. Epic, 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 epic. So epic. It's so good. I could just go back and watch the entire thing again. It's just so fucking good. Brilliant. And I don't remember if there's a recross. I mean, there's a redirect. I don't know that there's a recross. I don't think Creighton needs to. I mean, it's, wow, though. And just absolutely stunning, right? So that'll be it for this one, guys. This was so much fun, though. I'm so glad we got to watch this. Again, I could watch it every day. It's so good. And every time I catch new details. So, yeah. So what we'll be doing later, I need to double check on Karen Reed. It sort of depends on what all. Anyway, there will be Karen Reed and there will be Lori, MIA and AZ, like we talked about earlier. And then these will all be happening over the weekend. It just depends on what documents come out when, and then we will do them. We'll also do Shannon Gardner. And hopefully if I can get it ready by this weekend, we'll do the next members only live stream, which will be another trivia night. For anyone who hasn't heard, categories will be famous quotes, firsts in history, movie trivia, musical theater trivia, trial trivia, and 90s music. So that will be the next members only live. We might could have that ready by Sunday. So I'm just working on that, compiling all the questions. So, and whenever we catch back up with Murdaugh, we'll pick up here. So that'll be that. Spencer says that was amazing. I'm glad you enjoyed it, especially since you are newer to the world of trials. I'm glad you loved it. I couldn't agree more. It was amazing, wasn't it? Wow. It just doesn't get any better than that. Like, wow, what an absolute, and the thing is like, Creighton you don't ever know that the defendant's going to take the stand for sure until they take the stand. So like, there's that moment when they give the colloquy, right? And there's already been, we are a bunch of witnesses, right? We are Mike Sutton, for example. There's already been a bunch of witnesses for the defense. And then it's like, they do the colloquy. And it's in that moment when, and I mean, I didn't think he would take the stand. I thought he would have learned his lesson because he talked enough before. So I was shocked. But imagine if you're Creighton when he says that he's going to take the stand. And it's like, all right, this is it. This is the opportunity of a lifetime that every prosecutor probably hopes for, but like amplified times a million with this particular defendant. And then that same day you start cross-exam, just absolutely incredible. Wow. So, anyway, I enjoyed watching this with you guys. Y'all are just the absolute best. And yeah, we will be back together soon here. So yeah, but until next time, y'all, I love you guys. I hope y'all have a wonderful Friday, or depending on what time zone you're in, Friday morning, evening, or maybe for some of you guys, it might even be Saturday already on the other side of the planet. But love y'all and squirrel out.